The events of 1905 formed a majestic prologue to the revolutionary drama of 1917. For a number of years, when the reaction was triumphant, the year 1905 appeared to us as a completed whole, as the Russian Revolution. Today it has lost that independent nature, without at the same time forfeiting any of its historical significance. The revolution of 1905 grew directly out of the Russo-Japanese War, just as the revolution of 1917 was the direct outcome of the great imperialist slaughter. In this way, both in its origins and in its development, the prologue carried within it all the elements of the historical drama whose witnesses and participants we are today. But in the prologue these elements appeared in a compressed, not as yet fully developed form. All the forces engaged in the struggle of 1905 are today illuminated more clearly than before by the light cast back on them by the events of 1917. The Red October, as we used to call it even then, grew after 12 years into another, incomparably more powerful and truly victorious October. Our great advantage in 1905 was the fact that even during this phase of revolutionary prologue, we Marxists were already armed with the scientific method of comprehending historical processes. This enabled us to understand those relations which the material process of history revealed only as a series of hints. The chaotic July strikes of 1903 in the south of Russia had supplied us with material for concluding that a general strike of the proletariat with its subsequent transformation into an armed rising would become the fundamental form of the Russian Revolution. The events of January 9, a vivid confirmation of this prognosis, demanded that the question of revolutionary power be raised in concrete fashion. From that moment on, the question of the nature of the Russian Revolution and its inner class dynamic became a burning issue among the Russian Social Democrats of that time. It was precisely in the interval between January 9 and the October strike of 1905 that those views which came to be called the theory of permanent revolution were formed in the author's mind. This rather high-flown expression defines the thought that the Russian Revolution, although directly concerned with bourgeois aims, could not stop short at those aims. The revolution could not solve its immediate, bourgeois tasks except by putting the proletariat into power. And the proletariat, once having power in its hands, would not be able to remain confined within the bourgeois framework of the revolution. On the contrary, precisely in order to guarantee its victory, the proletarian vanguard in the very earliest stages of its rule would have to make extremely deep inroads not only into feudal but also into bourgeois property relations. While doing so it would enter into hostile conflict, not only with all those bourgeois groups which had supported it during the first stages of its revolutionary struggle, but also with the broad masses of the peasantry, with whose collaboration the proletariat had come into power. The contradictions between a workers' government and an overwhelming majority of peasants in a backward country could be resolved only on an international scale, in the arena of a world proletarian revolution. Having, by virtue of historical necessity, burst the narrow bourgeois democratic confines of the Russian Revolution, the victorious proletariat would be compelled also to burst its national and state. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Preface to the First Edition. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/pre.htm, 1 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 26 seconds. Confines, that is to say, it would have to strive consciously for the Russian Revolution to become the prologue to a world revolution. Despite an interruption of 12 years, this analysis has been entirely confirmed. The Russian Revolution could not culminate in a bourgeois democratic regime. It had to hand power over to the working class. In 1905, the working class was still too weak to seize power, but subsequent events forced it to gain maturity and strength, not in the environment of a bourgeois democratic republic, but in the underground of the Tsarism of June 3. The proletariat came to power in 1917 with the help of the experience acquired by its older generation in 1905. That is why young workers today must have complete access to that experience and must, therefore, study the history of 1905. As appendices to the first part of this book I have decided to print 2 articles, one of which, concerning Chervanin's book, was published in Koskai's journal Nui Zeit in 1908, while the other, devoted to expounding the theory of permanent revolution and a polemic against views on this subject which were dominant within Russian social democracy at the time, was published, I believe in 1909, in a Polish party journal whose guiding spirits were Rosa Luxemburg and Leo Jogi Ces. It seems to me that these articles will not only make it easier for readers to orient themselves in the debate among Russian social democrats during the period directly following the First Revolution, but will also shed a reflected light on certain extremely important problems of the present day. The seizure of power in October 1917 was by no means an improvisation as the ordinary citizen was inclined to believe, and the nationalization of factories and plants by the victorious working class was by no means an error of the workers' government which, it is said, failed to give timely heed to the warning voice of the Mensheviks. These matters were discussed, and were solved in principle, over a period of a decade and a half. The debate over the character of the Russian Revolution had, even during that period, gone beyond the confines of Russian social democracy and had engaged the attention of the leading elements of world socialism. The Menshevik conception of bourgeois revolution was expounded most conscientiously, that is to say, most badly and candidly, in Chervanin's book. As soon as it appeared, the German opportunists seized hold of it with glee. At Koskai's suggestion I wrote an analytical review of Chervanin's book in Neue Zeit. At the time, Koskai himself fully identified himself with my views. Like Mering, now deceased, he adopted the viewpoint of permanent revolution. Today, Koskai has retrospectively joined the ranks of the Mensheviks. He wants to reduce his past to the level of his present. But this falsification, which satisfies the claims of an unclear theoretical conscience, is encountering obstacles in the form of printed documents. What Koskai wrote in the earlier the better period of his scientific and literary activity, his reply to the Polish socialist Lgisnia, his studies on Russian and American workers, his reply to Plekhanov's questionnaire concerning the character of the Russian Revolution, etc., was and remains a merciless reaction of Menshevism and a complete theoretical vindication of the subsequent political tactics of the Bolsheviks, whom thickheads and renegades, with Koskai today at their head, accuse of adventurism, demagogy, and Bakuninism. As my third appendix I print the article The Struggle for Power, published in 1915 in the Paris newspaper Nash Slovo, which is a presentation of the idea that those political relations which became clearly outlined in the first revolution must find their culmination and completion in the second. This book lacks clarity on the question of formal democracy, as did the whole movement it describes. And this is not surprising, even 10 years later, in 1917, our party was not yet completely clear in its own mind on this question. But this ambiguity, or lack of complete agreement, has nothing to do with matters. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Preface to the First Edition. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/pre.htm, 2 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 26 seconds. A principle. In 1917 we were infinitely far removed from the mystique of democracy. We envisaged the progress of revolution, not as the putting into operation of certain absolute democratic norms, but as a war between classes which, for their temporary needs, had to make use of the slogans and the institutions of democracy. At that time, we directly advanced the slogan of the seizure of power by the working class, and we deduced the inevitability of the seizure of power, not from the chances of democratic election statistics, but from the correlation of class forces. Even in 1905 the workers of Petersburg called their Soviet a proletarian government. The name became current and was entirely consistent with the program of struggle for the seizure of power by the working class. At the same time we opposed to Tsarism a developed program of political democracy, universal suffrage, republic, militia, etc. And indeed we could not have done otherwise. Political democracy is an essential phase in the development of the working masses, with the important proviso that in some cases the working masses may remain in this phase for several decades, whereas in another case the revolutionary situation may enable the masses to liberate themselves from the prejudices of political democracy even before its institutions have come into being. The state regime of the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks, March-October 1917, completely and utterly compromised democracy, even before it had time to be cast in any firm bourgeois republican mold. And during that time, although having inscribed on our banner, "All power to the Soviets," we were still formally supporting the slogans of democracy, unable as yet to give the masses, or even ourselves, a definite answer as to what would happen if the cogs of the wheels of formal democracy failed to mesh with the cogs of the Soviet system. During the time in which this book was written, and also much later, during the period of Kerenskий's rule, the essence of the task for us consisted in the actual seizure of power by the working class. The formal, legalistic aspect of this process took second or third place, and we simply did not take the trouble to disentangle the formal contradictions at a time when the physical onslaught on the material obstacles still lay ahead. The dispersal of the Constituent Assembly was a crudely revolutionary fulfillment of an aim which might also have been reached by means of a postponement or by the preparation of elections. but it was precisely this peremptory attitude towards the legalistic aspect of the means of struggle that made the problem of revolutionary power inescapably acute, and, in its turn, the dispersal of the constituent assembly by the armed forces of the proletariat necessitated a complete reconsideration of the interrelationship between democracy and dictatorship. In the final analysis, this represented both a theoretical and a practical gain for the Workers' International. The history of this book, very briefly, is as follows. It was written in Vienna in 1908-1909 for a German edition which appeared in Dresden. The German edition included certain chapters of my Russian book Our Revolution, 1907, considerably modified and adapted for the non-Russian reader. The major part of the book was specially written for the German edition. I have now been obliged to reconstruct the text, partly on the basis of sections of the Russian manuscript still in existence, and partly by means of retranslating from the German. In this latter task I have been greatly helped by Comrade Römer, who has done his work with extreme conscientiousness and care. I have revised the whole text and I hope that the reader will not be plagued with those innumerable mistakes, slips, misprints, and errors of all kinds which today are a constant feature of our publications. L. Trotsky. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Preface to the First Edition. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/pre.htm, 3 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 26 seconds. Moscow, January 12, 1922. Preface to the Second Edition. The present edition differs from the first Russian edition in two respects. 1. I have added the speech delivered by the author at the London Party Congress, 1907, concerning the relationship of social democracy, as it then was, with the bourgeois parties involved in the revolution. 2. The volume now includes the author's reply to Comrade Pokrovsky on the subject of the special features of Russia's historical development. July 10, 1922. Preface to the German edition. The time has not yet come for an exhaustive historical appraisal of the Russian Revolution. The relations are not yet sufficiently defined. The revolution continues, giving rise to new consequences all the time, and its full significance cannot be taken in at a glance. The book here presented to the reader does not claim to be a historical work. It represents the evidence of a witness and a participant, written while the traces of the events are still fresh in his mind, and illuminated from the author's party viewpoint. The author being a social democrat at the time this preface was written, we still bore the name of social democrats in politics and a Marxist in science. Above all, the author has attempted to make clear to the reader the revolutionary struggle of the Russian proletariat which found its culmination and, at the same time, its tragic conclusion in the activities of the Petersburg Soviet of Workers' Deputies. If he has succeeded in doing this, he will consider his main task to have been fulfilled. *****. The introduction is an analysis of the economic basis of the Russian Revolution. It covers Tsarism, Russian capitalism, agrarian structure, production forms and relations, and social classes, the landowning nobility, the peasantry, large capital, the petty bourgeoisie, the intelligentsia, the proletariat in their relationships to one another and to the state. Such is the content of the introduction, the purpose of which is to show to the reader in their static form those social forces which, subsequently, will appear before him in their revolutionary dynamic. *****. The book makes no claim, either, to any completeness as to factual material. We have deliberately refrained from attempting to give a detailed description of the revolution in the country as a whole. Within the limited framework of our work, we could, at best, have furnished a list of facts which might have been useful for reference purposes but would have told nothing of the inner logic of the events nor of the form they actually assumed in life. We chose a different method, having selected those events and institutions which, as it were, summed up the very meaning of the revolution. We have placed the center of the movement Petersburg at the center of our narrative. We leave tile northern capital only to the extent that the revolution itself shifted its central arena to the shores of the Black Sea, the Red Fleet, to the villages, the peasant riots, and to Moscow, December. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Preface to the First Edition. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/pre.htm, 4 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 26 seconds. Having thus limited ourselves in space, we were compelled also to limit ourselves in time. We have devoted most of the available space to the last 3 months of 1905: October, November, and December, the culminating period of the revolution, which began with the Great All-Russian Strike and ended with the crushing of the December Rising in Moscow. As to the preceding preparatory period, we have extracted from it 2 moments which are essential for an understanding of the progress of events as a whole. In the first place, we have chosen to discuss the brief era of Prince Sviatopok-Mirsky, that honeymoon of rapprochement between the government and the public, when trust was the general watchword and when government announcements and liberal leading articles alike were written with pens dipped in a sickening mixture of aniline and treacle. Secondly, we discuss January 9, the Red Sunday unequaled in dramatic horror, when the atmosphere so saturated with mutual confidence was suddenly pierced by the scream of bullets fired from guardsmen's rifles and shattered forever by the curses of the proletarian masses. The comedy of the liberal spring had come to an end. The tragedy of revolution was beginning. We pass over in almost complete silence the 8 months between January and October. Interesting though that period was in itself, it does not add anything fundamentally new without which the history of the 3 decisive months of 1905 might not be understood. The October strike was almost as much a direct consequence of the January procession to the Winter Palace as the December Rising was a consequence of the October strike. The final chapter of the historical part sums up the events of the revolutionary year, analyzes the method of revolutionary struggle and gives a brief description of the political developments of the 3 years that followed. The essential conclusion of this chapter can be expressed thus: La révolution est morte, vive la révolution. The chapter devoted to the October strike is dated November 1905. It was written during the final hours of the great strike which drove the ruling clique into a blind alley and forced Nicholas II to sign with trembling hand the manifesto of October 17. At the time, this chapter was published as an article in 2 issues of the Petersburg Social Democratic paper Nakolo. It is reproduced here almost without change, not only because it draws the general picture of the strike with a degree of completeness sufficient for our present purpose, but also because by its very mood and tone it is, to some extent, characteristic of the political texts that were published in that period. ******. The second part of the book represents an independent whole. It is the history of the court trial of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies and, subsequently, of the author's exile to Siberia and his escape therefrom. However, there is an inner link between the 2 parts of the book, not only because at the end of 1905 the Petersburg Soviet of Workers' Deputies stood at the very center of revolutionary events, but also, and above all, because its collective arrest marked the opening of the era of counter-revolution. One after the other, all revolutionary organizations throughout the country fell victim to the counter-revolution. Systematically, step by step, with ferocious determination and bloodthirsty vengefulness, the victors eradicated every trace of the great movement. And the less they were aware of any immediate danger, the more bloodthirsty became their contemptible vindictiveness. The Petersburg Soviet of Workers' Deputies was brought before the court in 1906. The maximum sentence passed was privation of all civil. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Preface to the first edition. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/pre.htm, 5 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 26 seconds. Rights and exile to Siberia for an unlimited period. The Yekaterinoslav Soviet of Workers' Deputies was not tried until 1909, but the results were very different. Several dozen of the condemned were sentenced to forced labor and 32 death sentences were pronounced, of which 8 were actually carried out. After the titanic struggle and the temporary victory of the revolution came the epoch of liquidation, arrests, exiles, attempted escapes, dispersion over the entire world, and therein lies the connection between the 2 parts of my book. We conclude this preface by expressing our warmest gratitude to Mrs. Zarudnaya Kavuz, the well-known Petersburg artist, who put at our disposal her pencil sketches and pen drawings made during the court trial of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. Vienna, October 1909. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Preface to the first edition. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/pre.htm, 6 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 26 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 1. Russia's Social Development and Tsarism. ******. Our revolution. I am speaking of the revolution of 1905 and of the changes it introduced into Russia's social and political life, the forming of parties, representation in the Duma, open political struggle, etc. destroyed the myth of the uniqueness of Russia. It demonstrated that history does not have special laws for Russia. Yet at the same time the Russian Revolution bore a character wholly peculiar to itself, a character which was the outcome of the special features of our entire social and historical development and which, in turn, opened entirely new historical perspectives before us. There is no need to dwell on the metaphysical question of whether the difference between Russia and Western Europe is a qualitative or a quantitative one. But neither can there be any doubt that the principal distinguishing characteristics of Russia's historical development are its slowness and its primitive nature. In point of fact, the Russian state is not all that much younger than the European states. The chronicle of Russia's life as a state begins in the year 862. Yet the extremely slow rate of our economic development, determined by unfavorable natural conditions and a sparse population, has delayed the process of social crystallization and has stamped the whole of our history with the features of extreme backwardness. It is hard to tell how the life of the Russian state would have developed if it had taken place in isolation, influenced by internal tendencies alone. Suffice it to say that this was not the case. Russia's social existence was always under constant pressure from the more developed social and state relations of Western Europe, and as time went on this pressure became more and more powerful. Given the relatively weak development of international trade, a decisive role was played by military relations between states. First and foremost, the social influence of Europe found expression in the form of military technology. The Russian state, having been formed on a primitive economic basis, was brought face to face with state organizations which had developed on a higher economic basis. Two possible presented themselves: the Russian state had either to fall in struggle with those state organizations, as the Golden Horde fallen in the struggle with Muscovite Tsardom, or it had to the development of its own economic relations, swallow up, under pressure from outside, a disproportionately large of the nation's vital juices. The Russian national economy was no longer primitive enough to allow of the former solution. The state did not collapse, it began to grow, at the price of monstrous pressure upon the nation's economic forces. Up to a certain point all the above also applies, of course, to any other European state. The difference is that in their mutual struggle for existence those states could draw on economic bases of an approximately equal kind, so that their development as states was not subject to such powerful and economically intolerable outside pressures. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 1, Russia's Social Development and Tsarism. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch01.htm, 1 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 29 seconds. The struggle against the Crimean and Nogayan Tartars involved immense effort, but that effort was, of course, no greater than that involved in the 100 Years' War between France and England. It was nor the Tartars who forced the Russians to introduce firearms and to form regular regiments of marksmen, streltsy, it was not the Tartars who, later, forced Russia to create a cavalry and an infantry. The pressure which brought this about came from Lithuania, Poland, and Sweden. In order to stand up to a better armed enemy, the Russian state was compelled to create industry and technology at home, hire military specialists, official money forgers and gunpowder makers, import textbooks on fortification techniques, set up naval schools, build factories, appoint privy and active privy councillors. And while it was possible to import military instructors and privy councillors from abroad, the material means had to be squeezed, at whatever cost, out of the country itself. The history of Russia's state economy is an unbroken chain of efforts, heroic efforts, in a certain sense aimed at providing the military organization with the means necessary for its continuing existence. The entire government apparatus was built, and constantly rebuilt, in the interests of the treasury. Its function consisted in snatching every particle of the accumulated labor of the people and utilizing it for its own ends. In its search for material means, the government balked at nothing. It imposed arbitrary taxes on the peasants, taxes which at all times were intolerably heavy and to which the population was quite unable to adapt itself. It introduced the system of mutual guarantees in the villages. By pleas and threats, admonitions, and extortion it took money from the merchants and the monasteries. The peasants ran away from the land, the merchants emigrated. 17th century censuses show that the population was constantly decreasing. At that rhyme, the total state budget amounted to 1.5 million rubles, of which 85% was spent on the armies. At the beginning of the 18th century, Peter, owing to the cruel blows administered to him from abroad, was obliged to reorganize the infantry on a new pattern and to create a fleet. During the second half of the 18th century the budget already amounted to 16 to 20 million rubles, of which 60 to 70% was spent on the army and navy. Nor did this figure fall below 50% under Nicholas I. In the middle of the 19th century the Crimean War brought the Tsarist autocracy into armed conflict with the economically most powerful European states England and France, as a result of which it became necessary to reorganize the army on the basis of universal conscription. Fiscal and military requirements played a decisive role in the semi-liberation of the peasants in 1861. But the means available within the country were inadequate. As far back as under Catherine II the government was empowered to borrow money from abroad. Thenceforth the European Stock Exchange became increasingly the source from which Tsarism drew its finances. From that time on, the accumulation of vast amounts of capital on the West European money markets came to have a fatal effect on the progress of Russia's political development. The intensified growth of the state organization now found expression not only in an excessive increase in indirect taxation, but also in a feverish growth of the national debt. During the 10 years between 1898 and 1908 this rose to 19%, and by the end of the period it had reached 9 billion rubles. The extent of the autocracy's dependence on the Rothschilds and the Mendelssohns is demonstrated by the fact that interest alone now absorbed approximately a third of the Treasury's net revenue. In the preliminary budget for 1908, expenditure on the Army and Navy, together with the interest on repayment of the national debt, and costs connected with the ending of the Russo-Japanese War amounted to 1,018 million rubles, that is, 40.5% of the entire state budget. As a result of this pressure from Western Europe, the autocratic state absorbed a disproportionately large. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 1 Russia's Social Development and Tsarism. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch01.htm, 2 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 29 seconds. Share of the surplus product, which is to say that it lived at the expense of the privileged classes then being formed and thus restrained their development, which, in any case, was a slow one. But that was not all. The state seized the essential product of the agricultural worker, snatched from him the very sources of his livelihood, and, by so doing, drove him from the soil on which he had hardly had time to become securely settled. This in turn inhibited population growth and restricted the development of productive forces. Therefore, as the state absorbed a disproportionately large part of the surplus product, so it inhibited the process, at any rate, a slow one, of class or estate differentiation, and, as it seized a significant part of the basic product, it destroyed even those primitive productive bases which were its only support. But in order to exist and rule, the state itself had need of a hierarchical organization of estates. And that is why, while undermining the economic foundations of the growth of such organization, it strove at the same time to force its development by state-imposed measures while endeavoring, like all other states, to turn this process to its own advantage. In the play of social forces, the pendulum swung much further in the direction of state power than was the case in the history of Western Europe. That exchange of services at the expense of the working people between the state and the higher social groups, which is expressed in the distribution of rights and obligations, services and privileges, occurred less in favor of the nobility and the clergy in Russia than had been the case in the medieval estate organizations of Western Europe. Nevertheless, it is a terrible exaggeration and a distortion of all perspective to say, as Milyukov says in his History of Russian Culture, that while in the West the estates created the states, in Russia state power created the estates in its own interest. Estates cannot be created by legislative or administrative means. Before a particular social group, assisted by state power, can become a fully fledged privileged estate, it must form itself economically with all its social privileges. You cannot create estates in accordance with a previously devised table of ranks or with the charter of the Legion d'Honneur. One thing is certain, in its relationship to the Russian privileged estates, Tsarism enjoyed an incomparably greater degree of independence than European absolutism, which had grown out of estate monarchy. Absolutism reached the apex of its power when the bourgeoisie, having hoisted itself on the shoulders of the Third Estate, became sufficiently strong to serve as an adequate counterweight to the forces of feudal society. The situation in which the privileged and owning classes, by fighting one another, balanced one another, ensured maximum independence for the state organization. Louis XIV was able to say, "L'État, c'est moi." The absolute monarchy of Prussia appeared to Hegel as an end in itself, as the materialization of the idea of the state as such. In its endeavor to create a centralized state apparatus, Tsarism was obliged not so much to oppose the claims of the privileged estates as to fight the barbarity, poverty, and general disjointedness of a country whose separate parts led wholly independent economic lives. It was not the equilibrium of the economically dominant classes, as in the West, but their weakness which made Russian bureaucratic autocracy a self-contained organization. In this respect, Tsarism represents an intermediate form between European absolutism and Asian despotism, being, possibly, closer to the latter of these two. But at a time when semi-Asiatic social conditions were transforming Tsarism into an autocratic. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 1, Russia's Social Development and Tsarism. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch01.htm, 3 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 29 seconds. Organization, European technology and European capital were equipping that organization with all the means of a great European power. This enabled Tsarism to intervene in all the political relations of Europe, where its heavy fist came to play the role of a decisive factor. In 1815, Alexander I arrived in Paris, restored the Bourbons and himself became the incarnation of the idea of the Holy Alliance. In 1848, Nicholas I obtained an immense loan for the suppression of the European Revolution and sent Russian soldiers against the rebellious Magyars. The European bourgeoisie hoped that the Tsar's troops would, on future occasions, again serve as a weapon against the socialist proletariat, as they had previously served European despotism against the bourgeoisie itself. But historical development took a different course. Absolutism was smashed by capitalism, which it had itself so zealously nurtured. During the pre-capitalist epoch, the influence of Europe on the Russian economy was, of necessity, limited. The natural, that is to say, the self-contained character of the Russian national economy protected it from the influence of higher forms of production. As we have already said, the structure of our estates was not fully developed even at the final stage. But when capitalist relations finally became predominant in Europe, when finance capital became the incarnation of the new economy, when absolutism, fighting for its life, became the accomplice of European capitalism, then the situation changed utterly. Those critical socialists who have ceased to understand the significance of state power for a socialist revolution should at least study the example of the unsystematic and barbaric activity of the Russian autocracy so as to realize the immensely important role which state power can play in the purely economic sphere when, generally speaking, it is working in the same direction as historical development. By turning itself into a historical instrument in the capitalizing of Russia's economic relations, Tsarism was, first and foremost, shoring up its own position. By the time that our developing bourgeois society began to feel a need for the political institutions of the West, the autocracy, aided by European technology and European capital, had already transformed itself into the largest capitalist entrepreneur, the largest banker, the monopoly owner of railways and of liquor retail shops. In this it was supported by the centralized bureaucratic apparatus, which was in no way suited for regulating the new relations, but was perfectly capable of applying systematic repression with considerable energy. The vast dimensions of the country were conquered by the telegraph, which gave the administration a sense of confidence, a certain homogeneity and great speed, while the railways enabled military forces to be transferred at short notice from one end of the country to another. The pre-revolutionary governments of Europe had practically no railways or telegraph at their disposal. The army at the disposal of absolutism is colossal, and although it proved inefficient in the serious trial of the Russo-Japanese War, it is still quite good enough for internal rule. Neither the government of France in the old days nor the European governments prior to 1848 had anything comparable to the Russian army of 1908-1909. The financial and military power of absolutism oppressed and blinded not only the European bourgeoisie but also Russian liberalism, robbing it of any faith in the possibility of fighting absolutism by means of an open trial of force. It seemed as if the military and financial power of absolutism excluded every possibility of a revolution in Russia. What actually took place was the exact opposite. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 1, Russia's Social Development and Tsarism. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch01.htm, 4 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 29 seconds. The more centralized a state is, and the more independent from the ruling classes, the more rapidly it is transformed into a self-contained organization placed above society. The greater the military and financial forces of such an organization, the more prolonged and more successful its struggle for existence. A centralized state with a budget of 2 billion rubles, a national debt of 8 billion and with a million men under arms could have maintained itself for a long time after it had ceased to satisfy the most elementary needs of social development, including the need for military security, for the sake of which had originally been formed. Thus the administrative, military, and financial might of absolutism, which enabled it to continue existing despite and against social development, not only did not exclude the possibility of revolution as the liberals thought but, on the contrary, made revolution the only possible way of development. Moreover, the fact that the growing power of absolutism was constantly widening the gulf between itself and the popular masses engaged in the new economic development guaranteed that the revolution would bear an extremely radical character. Russian Marxism can be truly proud of the fact that it was alone in pointing out how things were likely to develop, and predicted the general forms of that development. Even so reactionary a bureaucrat as Professor Mendeleev is unable to deny this fact. Speaking of the development of industry, he remarks, the socialists saw something in this, and even, up to a point, understood something of it, but they went astray because they clung too closely to their dogma, recommended violence, encouraged the animal instincts of the mob and strove for revolution and power. At a time when Russian liberalism was living on a diet of the most utopian of realisms and Russia's revolutionary populists nourished themselves on fantasies and a belief in miracles. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 1 Russia's Social Development and Tsarism. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch01.htm, 5 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 29 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 2. Russian Capitalism. ******. The low level of development of the productive forces, considering the predatory activities of the state, left no room for the accumulation of surpluses, for the widespread development of social division of labor, or for urban growth. The crafts were not separated from agriculture nor were they concentrated in towns. Instead, they remained in the hands of the village population, in the form of home industries scattered over the entire countryside. It was precisely because of the dispersed nature of artisanal work that home craftsmen were obliged to work, not to order, like the craftsmen of European towns, but on the chance possibility of sale. The merchant or the traveler was the intermediary between the scattered producer and the scattered consumer. In this way the sparseness and poverty of the population and the resulting smallness of the towns determined the immense role of commercial capital in the organization of the national economy of old Muscovite Russia. But commercial capital, too, remained scattered and failed to create any major commercial centers. It was not the village craftsman, nor even the rich merchant, but the state itself which finally came face to face with the necessity of creating a large-scale industry. The Swedes imposed on Peter the creation of a navy and a new type of army. But having made its military organization more complex, the Petrine state became directly dependent on the industries of the Hanseatic cities and Holland and England. Thus the creation of Russian manufactures to supply the army and the navy became an essential task of national defense. Before Peter, there was never a suggestion of factory production. At his death there already existed 233 large-scale state and private enterprises, mines, armaments factories, cloth, linen, and sailcloth factories, etc. The economic basis for these new industries was provided, on the one hand, by state funds and, on the other hand, by commercial capital. Furthermore, new branches of industry were frequently imported from abroad together with European capital which enjoyed corresponding privileges for a number of years. Merchant capital played an important role in creating major industries in Western Europe. But their manufacture grew on the basis of collapsing artisanal trade, the previously independent craftsman being transformed into a hired industrial worker. In Muscovy the manufactures imported from the West found no free craftsmen on the spot and so were obliged to make use of the labor of peasant serfs. That is why the Russian 18th century workshop did not, from the very start, encounter any competition from urban artisanal trade. Neither was the cottage craftsman a rival to it, he was working for a popular consumer, while the manufacturing workshop, regimented from head to foot, worked primarily for the state and, to some extent, for the upper classes of society. During the first half of the 19th century the textile industry broke the circle of serf labor and state. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 2 Russian Capitalism. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch02.htm, 1 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 32 seconds. Regimentation. Factories based on freely hired labor were, of course, radically hostile to the social relations of the Russia of Nicholas I. For that reason, the serf-owning nobility's point of view was wholly that of the free traders. As far as his sympathies were concerned, Nicholas himself entirely shared this viewpoint. Yet the needs of the state, including fiscal needs, forced him to adopt a policy of prohibitive taxes and financial subsidies to the factory owners. After the lifting of the embargo on the importation of machines from England, the Russian textile industry developed entirely on the basis of ready-made English models. During the 1840s and 1850s the German, Knopp, transferred 122 spinning factories, down to the last nail, from England to Russia. In the textile area there even used to be a proverb. Where there's trouble, there's a cop, where there's a factory there's Knopp. Since the textile industry was working for a market, it put Russia in fifth place, on a world scale, as regards the number of spindles, despite the chronic shortage of skilled hands and even before the abolition of serfdom. But the other branches of industry, especially iron making, developed hardly at all after the death of Peter. The main reason for the stagnation was slave labor, which rendered the application of new technology quite impossible. Cheap cotton is manufactured for the use of peasant serfs themselves, but iron presupposes a developed industry, towns, railways, railway engines. None of this was compatible with serfdom. At the same time serfdom was also holding back the development of agriculture, which, as time went on, was working more and more for the foreign market. Hence the abolition of serfdom became a pressing demand of economic development. But who could put it into effect? The nobility refused even to consider it. The capitalist class was as yet too negligible to achieve a reform of such vast scope by any pressure it could exert. The frequent peasant riots, which in any case bore no comparison with the peasant war in Germany or with the jacquerie in France, remained mere scattered outbursts and, finding no leadership in the cities, were in themselves too weak to destroy the power of the landowners. The state had to pronounce the decisive word. Tsarism had to suffer a cruel military defeat in the Crimean campaign before it could, in its own interests, clear the way for capitalist development by means of the semi-liberation reform of 1861. This point marked the beginning of a new period of economic development within the country, a period characterized by the rapid formation of a pool of free labor, a feverish development of the railway network, the creation of seaports, the incessant inflow of European capital, the Europeanization of industrial techniques, cheaper and more easily available credit, an increase in the number of limited stock companies, the introduction of gold currency, ferocious protectionism, and an avalanche-like growth of the national debt. The reign of Alexander III, 1881–1894, when the ideology of the uniqueness of Russia dominated the whole of public consciousness, starting in the revolutionary conspirators' hideout, the Narodnik movement, and ending with the private chancellery of His Majesty himself, official Narodnost, or Russianness, was, at the same time, an era of ruthless revolution in production relations. By setting up major industries and by proletarianizing the muzhik, European capital was automatically undermining the deepest foundations of Asian Muscovite uniqueness. The railways acted as a powerful lever for the country's industrialization. The initiative for building them was, of course, the state's. The first railway, between Moscow and Petersburg, was opened in 1851. After the Crimean catastrophe, the state yielded first place in railway construction to private entrepreneurs. Yet, like a tireless guardian angel, it always stood at the back of these entrepreneurs, it assisted the formation of stock and bond capital, it undertook to guarantee profits on capital, it showered the shareholders' path with all kinds of privileges and encouragements. During the first decade after the peasant reform, 7,000 versts of railways were built Russia, 12,000 during the second decade, 6. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 2 Russian Capitalism. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch02.htm, 2 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 32 seconds. 1,000 during the third and, during the fourth, more than 20,000 in European Russia alone and approximately 30,000 in the empire as a whole. During the 1880s and especially the 1890s, when Witt appeared as the herald of the notion of autocratic police capitalism, there was a renewed concentration of the railways in the hands of the Treasury. Just as, in the development of credit, Witt saw a weapon in the hands of the finance minister to guide the national industry in one direction or another, so state-controlled railways were seen in his bureaucratic brain as a powerful means of controlling the country's economic development. Stockbroker and political ignoramus that he was, he could not understand that in fact he was gathering the forces and sharpening the weapons of revolution. By 1894 the total length of railway line amounted to 31,800 versts, including 17,000 versts of state-owned line. In 1905, the year of the revolution, the railway personnel who played such an immensely important political role counted 667,000 men. The customs policy of the Russian government, in which fiscal greed was intimately bound up with blind protectionism, almost completely barred the way to the ingress of European goods. Deprived of the possibility of dumping its products on Russia, European capital crossed the eastern frontier in its most invulnerable and attractive hypostasy, in the form of money. Any animation on the Russian financial market was always determined by the contracting of new loans from abroad. Parallel with this, the European entrepreneurs took direct possession of the most important branches of Russian industry. Europe's finance capital, by assimilating the lion's share of the Russian state budget, returned in part to Russian territory in the form of industrial capital. This enabled it, through the intermediary of the Tsarist fiscal system, not only to exhaust the productive forces of the Russian muzhik, but also to exploit directly the working energy of the Russian proletarian. During the final decade of the 19th century alone, and especially after the introduction of gold currency in 1897, not less than 1.5 billion rubles of foreign industrial capital flowed into Russia. Whereas during the 40 years preceding 1892 the basic capital of limited stock companies increased by only 919 million rubles, during the succeeding decade alone it had increased by 2.1 billion rubles. The importance of this golden flood from the West for Russian industry can be seen from the fact that whereas in 1890 the sum total of the production of all our factories and plants amounted to 1.5 billion rubles, by 1900 it had risen to between 2.5 and 3 billion. Parallel with this, the number of factory and plant workers increased during the same period from 1.4 million to 2.4 million. While it is true that Russia's economy, as well as Russian politics, always developed under the direct influence or rather, the pressure of European politics and economy, the form and depth of this influence, as we have seen, changed constantly. During the period of artisanal and manufacturing production in the /West, Russia borrowed Western technicians, architects, craftsmen, skilled workers of all kinds. When factory production displaced manufacture, machinery became the principal object of imitation and importation. And, finally, when serfdom had fallen under the direct pressure of state needs, giving place to so-called free labor, Russia opened herself to the direct influence of industrial capital, the path for which was cleared by foreign state loans. The chroniclers tell us that in the 9th century we called upon the Varangians from across the sea to come and help us establish a state. Then came the Swedes to teach us European military skills. Thomas and Knopp taught us the textile trade. The Englishman, Hughes, implanted a metallurgical industry in the southern part of Russia. Nobel and Rothschild transformed Transcaucasia into a fountain of oil gushers. And at the same time the Viking of all the Vikings, the great, the international Mendelssohn brought. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 2 Russian Capitalism. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch02.htm, 3 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 32 seconds. Russia into the domain of the stock exchange. While economic contacts with Europe were still limited to the importation of craftsmen and machines or even to loans borrowed for productive purposes, this was, in the last analysis, a question of making the Russian national economy assimilate certain elements of European production. But when free foreign capital, in its race for a high level of profits, flung itself upon Russia's territory, protected by customs duties which were like the Great Wall of China, it became a matter of making the capitalist industrial organism of Europe assimilate the national economy of Russia. That is the program which has filled the last decades of Russia's economic history. Only 15% of the total number of existing Russian industrial enterprises were created before 1861. Between 1861 and 1880, 23.5% were created, and more than 6% between 1881 and 1900, 40% of all existing enterprises having been created during the last decade of the 19th century alone. In 1767, 10 million poods of pig iron were smelted in Russia. In 1866, 100 years later, smelting still barely reached 19 million pounds. By 1896 it had already reached 98 million poods, and in 1904, 180 million. Moreover, while in 1890 the South accounted for only 1/5 of the total amount smelted, 10 years later it accounted for 1/2. The development of the oil industry in the Caucasus proceeded at a similar rate. In the 1860s, less than a million poods of oil were produced. In 1870 the figure was 21.5 million poods. Foreign capital entered upon the scene in the mid-80s, taking possession of Transcaucasia from Baku to Batum and launching operations intended for the world market. By 1890 oil production had risen to 242.9 million pounds, and by 1896 to 429.9 million poods. Thus we see that the railway, coal mining, and oil industries of the southern part of the country, to which the economic center of gravity has been shifting with extreme rapidity, are only 20 or 30 years old. In this part of Russia, the development assumed from the very start a purely American character, and, within a very few years, Franco-Belgian capital has radically changed the appearance of the steppe provinces, covering them with giant enterprises of a size almost unknown in Western Europe. Two conditions were necessary for this: European/American technology and the Russian state budget. All the metallurgical plants of the South, many of which were bought from America, down to the last bolt and screw, and transported across the ocean, had government orders guaranteed for several years ahead at the moment of going into operation. The Urals, with their patriarchal, semi-feudal traditions and national capitals, remained a long way behind, and it is only recently that British capital has begun to eradicate barbaric Russianness in that part of the country as well. The historical conditions of the development of Russian industry sufficiently explain the fact that, despite its relative youth, neither small-scale nor medium-scale production plays any significant role within it. Large-scale factory and plant production has not grown in Russia in any natural or organic manner. It did not grow gradually out of artisanal trade and manufacture, since artisanal trade itself had no time to grow out of the cottage industries and was doomed to economic death, even before its birth, by foreign capital and foreign technology. The cotton mill had no need to fight the craftsman weaver; on the contrary, it was the cotton mill that gave birth to cotton-producing cottage industries in the villages. Likewise, the iron-making industry of the South and the oil industry of the Caucasus were not obliged to swallow up any small enterprises. On the contrary, such enterprises had to be brought into existence as a series of secondary and ancillary branches of the economy. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 2, Russian Capitalism. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch02.htm, 4 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 32 seconds. By reason of the pitiable state of our industrial statistics, it is quite impossible to express the correlation of minor and major production in Russia. The table reproduced below gives only an approximate picture of the real situation, since the information concerning the first two categories of enterprises, occupying up to 50 workmen, are based on materials which are extremely incomplete, or, to be more precise, accidental. Mining and factory enterprises. Number of enterprises. Number of workers in 1,000 men, and as a percentage less than 10 workmen 17,436, 65.02.5 between 10 and 49 workmen 10,586, 236.59.2 between 50 and 99 workmen 2,551, 175.26.8 between 100 and 499 workmen 2,779, 608.023.8 between 500 and 999 workmen 556, 381.114.9 1,000 workmen and above 453, 1,097.042.8. The same question is vividly illuminated by a comparison of the profits obtained by different categories of commercial and industrial undertakings in Russia. Number of undertakings. Sum of profits in million rubles. Profits between 1,000 and 2,000 rubles 37,000 or 44.5%, 56 or 8.6%. Profits over 50,000 1,400 or 1.7%, 201 or 45%. In other words, about half of all undertakings, 44.5%, receive less than 1/10 of the entire profit, whereas 1/60, 1.7%, of the enterprises received almost half of the whole surplus value, 45%. Moreover, there can be no doubt that the profits of the large enterprises as given in the table are considerably underestimated. To demonstrate the exceptional degree of concentration of Russian industry, we reproduce comparable data, excluding mining enterprises, for Germany and Belgium in the tables on the next page. The first table, despite the incompleteness, already mentioned, of the data it contains, enables us to draw the following incontrovertible conclusions: 1 number of workers than a German one; 2, a considerably higher percentage of workers is concentrated in the large, 1,000 workers, and very large, over 1,000 workers, enterprises in Russia than is the case in Germany. In the last group this difference is not merely. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 2 Russian Capitalism. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch02.htm, 5 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 32 seconds. Relative but absolute. The second table shows that the same conclusions can be drawn in even more striking form from a comparison between Russia and Belgium. We shall see further on the enormous influence this highly concentrated character of Russian industry had on the course of the Russian Revolution, and indeed on Russia's whole political development. At the same time we shall have to take into account another circumstance of a not less important nature: this highly modernized industry of a highly capitalistic type involves only a minor ity of the population, while the peasant majority continues to struggle under the net of class enslavement and pauperism. This fact, in turn, sets narrow limits on the development of capitalist industry in our country. Groups of factories and plants. Germany, census of 1895. Russian, statistics for 1902. No of enterprises. No of workers 1000% average. No of enterprises. No of workers 1000% average. Between 6 and 50 workers 191,101 2,454.344 13 14,189 234.5 12.5 16.5 Between 51 and 1,000 workers 18,698 2,595.5 46 139 4,722 918.5 49.0 195 1,000 workers and above 296 562.6 10 1,900 302 710.2 38.5 2,351 total, 210,095 5,612.4 100-19,213 1,863.2 100 Groups of factories and plants. Belgium, census of 1895. Russia, statistics for 1902. No of enterprises. No of workers 1000% average. No of enterprises. No of workers 1000% average. Between 5 and 49 workers 13,162 28.3 12.5 14,189 234.5 12.6 16.5 Between 50 and 499 workers 1,446 250 43.7 174,298 628.9 33.8 146.3 500 workers or more 184 160 28 869 726 999.8 53.6 1,377 total, 14,650 572 100-19,213 1,863.2 100 The breakdown of the industrially active population into agricultural and non-agricultural pursuits for Russia and the United States of America is given in the table below. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 2 Russian Capitalism. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch02.htm, 6 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 32 seconds. Russia, census of 1897, USA, Census of 1900. 1000% agriculture, forestry, and similar 18,653 60.8 10,450 35.9. Mining and processing industries, commerce, transport, liberal professions, servants 12,040 39.2 18,623 64.1. Total, 30,693 129,073 100. The number of people employed in industry in Russia, with its population of 128 million, is scarcely larger, 30.6 million, than in the United States with a population of 76 million, 29 million. This is a result of the country's general economic backwardness and the consequent tremendous preponderance of agricultural over non-agricultural population, 60.8% as against 39.2%, a circumstance which must inevitably mark all branches of the national economy. In 1900 the factories, plants, and large-scale manufacturing enterprises of the United States produced 25 billion rubles worth of goods, whereas the corresponding figure in Russia was only 2.5 billion, that 10%, which apart from anything else bears witness to extremely low productivity of labor. During the same year the following amounts of coal were extracted: billion poods in Russia, I billion poods in France, 4.3 billion poods in Germany and 13 billion poods in England. The figures for iron production were, 1.4 poods per worker in Russia, 4.3 poods in France, 9 poods in Germany and 13.5 poods in England. Yet, says Mendeleev, we could supply the entire world with our extremely cheap pig iron, and steel. Our oil, coal, and other mineral reserves are virtually untapped. But the development of industry corresponding to such wealth is unthinkable without an expansion of the domestic market and an increase in the purchasing power of the population, in other words, with an economic improvement in the life of the peasant masses. Therein lies the decisive importance of the agrarian question for Russia's future as a capitalist country. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 2 Russian Capitalism. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch02.htm, 7 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 32 seconds. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 2 Russian Capitalism. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch02.htm, 8 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 32 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 3. The Peasantry and the Agrarian Question. *******. According to calculations, which, by the way, are far from accurate, Russia's economic revenue from the extracting and processing industries amounts to between 6 and 7 billion rubles a year, of which some are billion, that is to say, more than a fifth, is absorbed by the state. This means that Russia is 3 to 4 times poorer than the European states. As we have seen, the number of economically active persons represents a very small percentage of the population as a whole, and, furthermore, the productive capacity of these economically active elements is very low. This is true of industry, whose annual product is far from proportional to the number of persons employed, but the productive capacity of agriculture, which absorbs approximately 6% of the country's labor force and the revenue from which, despite this fact, amounts to only 2.8 billion rubles, that is, less than half the national product, is at an incomparably lower level still. The conditions of Russia's agriculture, consisting overwhelmingly of peasant agriculture, were, in their essentials, predetermined by the nature of the so-called liberation reform of 186I. Carried out in the interests of the state, this reform was wholly adapted to the selfish interests of the nobility. The muzhik was not only cheated in the distribution of land but, also, was placed under the enslaving yoke of taxation. The table reproduced below shows the land allotments turned over to the three main categories of the peasantry upon the liquidation of serfdom. Categories of peasants. No of men in 1860. No of dessiatins awarded. No of dessiatins per man. Landlord owned 11,907,758,003.17. State owned 10,347,069,712,006.74. Independent 870,041,260,004.90. Total, 23,124,111,730,004.83, average. Assuming that the land allocation received by state-owned peasants, 6.7 decillions per man, was, under the given economic conditions, sufficient to provide full occupation for the labor power of a peasant family, which roughly corresponds to fact, we are bound to conclude that landlord-owned and independent peasants received approximately 44 million decillions short of the required norm. Those. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 3, The Peasantry and the Agrarian Question. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch03.htm, 1 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 35 seconds. Areas of land which under serfdom were worked by the peasants for their own needs absorbed only half of their labor power, since for 3 days of every week they were obliged to work for the landlord. Nevertheless, some 2% of the best land was cut off, in favor of the landlords, from these already inadequate land allocations, speaking very generally, with considerable variations between one part of the country and another. Thus agricultural overpopulation, which formed part of the fundamental condition of serfdom, was further aggravated by the nobility's appropriation of peasant land. The half-century which has elapsed since the reform has brought about a considerable reshuffle in land ownership, land to the value of 750 million rubles having passed from the hands of the nobility into those of the merchant and peasant bourgeoisie. But the mass of the peasantry has derived no benefit whatever from this fact. In 1905, the distribution of the land area of the 50 provinces of European Russia was as follows. 1. Land allotments owned by 112 million decillions former state serfs, 66.3 former landlord-owned serfs, 38.4. 2. Privately owned land owned by 101.7 companies and associations, including 11.4 by peasant associations, 15.7. Private owners. Up to 20 decillions, including 2.3 by peasant owners, 3.2. Between 20 and 50 decillions, 3.3. More than 50 decillions, 79.43. Crown and independent lands, 145.0 including non-forestry and arable land, approximate, 4.6. 4 lands belonging to the church, to monasteries, municipal institutions, etc. 8.8. As we have already seen, the average allotment per male peasant after the land reform was 4.83 decillions. 45 years later, in 1905, the average area including any newly acquired pieces of land amounts to only 3 decillions. In other words, the total area of peasant-owned land has been reduced by 36%. The development of commercial and industrial activities, which absorbed not more than 1/3 of the annual growth of the peasant population, the emigration movement to peripheral areas which, to some extent, reduced the peasant population in the center, and lastly, the activities of the peasant bank, which enabled peasants of medium and higher levels of prosperity to acquire 7.3 million decillions of land during the period from 1882 to 1905. These factors proved incapable even of counterbalancing the effect of the natural population growth and preventing the exacerbation of land penury. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 3, The Peasantry and the Agrarian Question. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch03.htm, 2 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 35 seconds. According to approximate calculations, some 5 million adult men in Russia cannot find a proper outlet for their labor power. Only a minority of this total consists of professional vagrants, beggars, etc. The overwhelming majority of these million superfluous men belong to the black earth peasantry. By applying their labor force to the land, which could be worked just as well without them, they lower the productivity of peasant labor by 30% and, being absorbed in the mass of the peasantry as a whole, avoid proletarianization by means of the pauperization of still wider peasant masses. Theoretically, a possible solution could consist in the intensification of agriculture. But for this the peasants need better education, greater powers of initiative, freedom from tutelage and a stable legal order, conditions which did not and could not exist in autocratic Russia. However, the principal obstacle to the improvement of our agriculture has been, and still remains, the lack of financial means. And this aspect of the crisis in the peasant economy goes back, like landlessness, to the reform of 1861. The peasants did not receive their inadequate land allocations free of cost. They were obliged to pay a redemption fee to the landlords, with the state acting as intermediary, for the pieces of land on which they had subsisted before, under serfdom, that is, their own pieces of land whose area, moreover, had been further reduced by the reform. The fees were established by government agents working hand in glove with the landowners and, instead of 648 million rubles, a figure based on the capitalized profitability of the land, they placed on the shoulders of the peasantry a debt of 867 million rubles. Thus, in addition to paying for their own land, the peasants in fact had to pay the landlords an additional 219 million rubles as the price of their liberation from serfdom. To this, as a result of landlessness, were added extortionate land rents and the monstrous work of the Tsarist fiscal organization. For example, direct land tax per desiatin of allotted land amounts to rubles, and for privately owned land to 23 kopecks, 0.23 rubles. Hence almost the entire weight of the state budget is borne by the peasantry. Devouring the lion's share of the peasants' profits from agriculture, the state gives to the villages virtually nothing in exchange by way of raising their cultural level and developing their productive capacities. The local agricultural committees set up by the government in 1902 established that from 50 to 100% or and sometimes more, of the net agricultural profit of peasant families is swallowed up by direct and indirect taxation. This leads, on the one hand, to an accumulation of hopeless arrears and, on the other hand, to stagnation and even deterioration of the level of agricultural activity. Both technology and crops over the vast expanse of central Russia today are the same as 1,000 years ago. The average crop of wheat from a hectare of land amounts to 26.9 hectoliters in England, 17.0 hectoliters in Germany, and 6.7 hectoliters in Russia. To this should be added that crops on peasant lands are 46% or below those on landowners' lands, and that this difference is the greater, the worse the year's harvest. Our peasant has long ago forgotten even how to dream of saving a reserve of grain for a rainy day. The new commodity and financial relations on the one hand, and fiscal obligations on the other, compel him to transform all his natural reserves and economic surpluses into ready cash, which is immediately swallowed up by the payment of rents and taxes. The feverish race for ready money forces the peasant to do constant violence to his land, depriving it of fertilization and rational husbandry. Every bad harvest, which is the earth's vengeance for its own maltreatment, has the effect of an elemental, devastating disaster on the villages which, as we have seen, possess no stock of reserves whatsoever. But even in so-called normal years, the peasant masses cannot emerge from a state of semi-starvation. Here is the peasant budget which ought to be engraved on the golden foreheads of the European bankers. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 3, The Peasantry and the Agrarian Question. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch03.htm, 3 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 35 seconds. The creditors of Tsarism. Every member of a peasant family spends 19.5 rubles per annum on food, 3.8 rubles on lodging, 5.5 rubles on clothing, 1.4 rubles on other material needs, and 2.5 rubles on spiritual and intellectual needs. A single skilled American worker spends, directly and indirectly, as much as 2 Russian families of 6 members each. Yet to cover this type of expenditure, which no state moralist could call excessive, the peasantry's income from agriculture is more than 1 billion rubles short each year. Cottage industries bring in about 2 million rubles profit to the villages. If this sum is deducted, peasant agriculture shows an annual deficit of 850 million rubles, which is precisely the sum which the state fiscal organization snatches each year from the hands of the peasantry. In our description of peasant agriculture we have until now ignored the economic differences between different regions, which, in actual fact, are of the greatest significance and have found powerful expression in the forms of the agrarian movement. See the chapter entitled The Peasant Riots. If we concentrate on the 50 provinces of European Russia, and set aside the northern forest strip, the remainder of the area can, from the viewpoint of peasant agriculture and of economic development in general, be divided into 3 large regions. 1. The industrial region, including Petersburg province in the north and Moscow province in the south. This northern capitalist area, dominated by Petersburg and Moscow, is characterized by factories, especially textiles, cottage industries, flax cultivation, and commercial agriculture, in particular, market gardening. Like all other industrial regions, this area does not grow sufficient grain for its needs and is obliged to import it from the south. To the southeastern region adjoining the Black Sea and the lower reaches of the Volga, the Russian America. This area, in which serfdom was almost non-existent, played the role of a colony in relation to the central part of Russia. So-called wheat factories, using modern agricultural machinery and exporting their grain to the industrial region in the north and to foreign countries in the west, sprang up rapidly in the free expanses of the steppe, attracting a large number of immigrants. Parallel with this there took place a transfer of labor power to the processing industries, the flourishing of heavy industry and feverish urban growth. In this area, the differentiation within the peasant community goes extremely deep, the peasant farmer standing at one end of the scale and the agricultural proletarian, in many cases an immigrant from the Black Earth provinces, at the other. 3. Between the old industrial north and the new industrial south there lies the broad strip of Black Earth, the Russian India. Its population, which was relatively dense even under serfdom and was engaged in agriculture in its entirety, lost 24% of its land area American Samoa a result of the reform of 186I, the best, essential parts of the peasants' allotments being turned over to the landowners. Land prices rose rapidly, the landlords engaged in a purely parasitic economy, partly cultivating their lands with the peasants' stock and partly leasing them to the peasants, who were thus bound inescapably to slavish rent conditions. Hundreds of thousands of peasants are leaving this region for the industrial area in the north and for the south, where they bring down the level of labor conditions. In the Black Earth Strip there is neither large-scale industry nor capitalist agriculture. Here, the capitalist farmer cannot compete with the pauper tenant farmer, and the steam plow is defeated in the struggle with the physiological resilience of the mujik, who, having paid as rent not only the entire profit on his capital but also a large part of his wages, exists on a diet of flour mixed with wood. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 3 The Peasantry and the Agrarian Question. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch03.htm, 4 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 35 seconds. Shavings or ground tree bark. In some places the poverty of the peasants is assuming such proportions that even the presence of bedbugs or cockroaches in an izba is regarded as an eloquent sign of relative wealth. It is an actual fact that the rural Dr. Shingarev, today a liberal deputy to the Duma, has found that in the homes of landless peasants investigated by him in some areas of Voronezh province no bedbugs are encountered at all, whereas among other categories of the village population the number of bedbugs encountered is largely proportional to the family's wealth. The cockroach, it appears, is less of an aristocrat, but it, too, requires a higher standard of comfort than the Voronezh pauper. In 9.3% of peasant families, cockroaches are not found on account of the prevailing starvation and cold. Under such conditions it is futile to speak of any development of agricultural technology. The peasant's stock, including beasts of labor, is sold to pay the rents and taxes, or else is eaten. But where there is no development of the productive forces, there, too, no social differentiation can take place. Equality of pauperism reigns within the Black Earth community. Compared with the north and south, the stratification of the peasantry is highly superficial. Above the embryonic class differences stands the acute estate antagonism between the pauperized peasantry and the parasitic nobility. The three areas described do not, of course, correspond exactly to the geographical limits of the regions concerned. The unity of the state and the absence of internal customs barriers exclude any possibility of formation of separate economic organisms. During the 1880s the semi-serfdom relations in agriculture which were dominant in the 12 provinces of the central Black Earth area prevailed, also, in 5 provinces outside the Black Earth Strip. On the other hand, capitalist agricultural relations predominated in 9 Black Earth provinces as well as in 10 non-Black Earth provinces, and, lastly, in 7 provinces the two systems were roughly equivalent. The struggle between tenant farming and capitalist agriculture, a struggle which, though it involves no shedding of blood, claims countless victims, has been continuing, and still continues without cease. Capitalist agriculture is far from being in a position to boast of victory. The peasant, caught in the mousetrap of his land allotment and deprived of the means of earning money on the side, is obliged, as we have seen, to rent the landlord's land at any price. He not only relinquishes all profit, not only cuts down his own consumption to the lowest minimum, but also sells his own agricultural stock, thus lowering still further the already very low technological level of the economy. Large capital is powerless in the face of these fatal advantages of small-scale farming. The landlord will have nothing to do with rational methods of cultivation, and cuts his land up into minute portions so as to let it out to peasants. By raising land rents and prices, the surplus population of the central part of the country, at the same time, lowers wages throughout the country as a whole. In so doing, it renders unprofitable the introduction of machinery and modern techniques, not only in agriculture but also in other branches of production. During the last decade of the 19th century, profound economic decay had already extended to a considerable part of the southern region, where, parallel with the growth of land rents, there was a progressive reduction in the number of the peasants' beasts of labor. The crisis in agriculture and the progressive pauperization of the peasantry is narrowing still further the basis of Russian industrial capitalism, which is obliged to work principally for the domestic market. Inasmuch as heavy industry is fed by state orders, the progressive impoverishment of the muzhik has become a terrible menace to heavy industry because it undermines the very foundations of the state budget. These conditions are sufficient in themselves to explain why the agrarian question has become the axis of Russia's political life. All the country's oppositional and revolutionary parties have already received cruel. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 3, The Peasantry and the Agrarian Question. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch03.htm, 5 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 35 seconds. Wounds from the sharp edges of the agrarian problem. This was true in December 1905, in the First Duma, and the Second Duma. Today the Third Duma is scurrying around the agrarian question like a squirrel in a wheel. Tsarism, too, runs the risk of smashing its criminal head against the same problem. The government of the nobility and the bureaucracy, even with the best intentions, is powerless when it comes to carrying out a reform in an area where palliatives have long since lost all meaning. The 6 or 7 million deciatins of good land which are today at the government's disposal are utterly inadequate, given the presence in the country of 5 million surplus male workers. But even if the state were to sell this land to the peasants, it would have to do so at prices which it would have to pay itself to the landowners, which means that even if these millions of deci-citins were to pass rapidly and entirely into peasant hands, every muzhik ruble, instead of finding productive use in the economy, would drop into the bottomless pocket of the nobility and the government. The peasantry cannot make the leap from poverty and hunger into the paradise of intensive and rational agriculture. To make such a transition possible at all, the peasantry must immediately, under the existing conditions of its economy, receive adequate land to which to apply its labor power. The transfer of all large and medium lands into the hands of the peasants is the first and essential prerequisite of any profound agrarian reform. Compared with the tens of millions of deciatins which, in the hands of the landowners, serve only as a means of extorting usurers' rents from the peasants, the I-84 pieces of land, extending over 7 million deciatins, where relatively rational large-scale agriculture is being conducted, are hardly significant. Yet the sale of this privately owned land to the muzhiks would change the situation only very little. What the muzhik now pays as rent, he would then have to pay in the form of purchase price. There remains confiscation, but it is not difficult to show that even confiscation of large lands would not, by itself, save the peasantry. The overall profit from agriculture amounts to 2.8 billion rubles, of which 2.3 billion are derived from peasants and agricultural laborers and approximately 450 million from the landowners. We have already mentioned that the peasantry's annual deficit amounts to 850 million rubles. It follows that the income which would be derived from the confiscation of the landowners' lands would not even cover that deficit. Those who oppose the expropriation of landowners' lands have often based their arguments on calculations of this kind. But they ignore the main aspect of the problem. The real significance of expropriation would be that a free farming economy at a high technological level, which would multiply the overall income from the land, could be developed on the estates torn from the idle hands which now possess them. But such American-type farming is only conceivable in Russia if Tsarist absolutism with its fiscal demands, its bureaucratic tutelage, its all-devouring militarism, its debts to the European stock exchanges, were totally liquidated. The complete formula for the agrarian problem is as follows: expropriation of the nobility, liquidation of Tsarism, democracy. That is the only way in which our agriculture can be shifted from its present stagnation, increasing its productive forces and at the same time raising its demand for industrial products. Industry would receive a mighty impulse for further development and would absorb a considerable proportion of the surplus rural population. None of this, of course, can provide a final solution to the agrarian problem. No solution can be found under capitalism. But, in any case, The revolutionary liquidation of the autocracy and feudalism must precede the solution which is to come. The agrarian problem in Russia is a heavy burden to capitalism. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 3 The Peasantry and the Agrarian Question. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch03.htm, 6 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 35 seconds. Is an aid to the evolutionary party and at the same time its greatest challenge. It is the stumbling block for liberalism, and a memento mori for counter-revolution. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 3 The Peasantry and the Agrarian Question. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch03.htm, 7 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 35 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 4. The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution. *******. A population of 150 million people, 5.4 million square kilometers of land in Europe, 17.5 million in Asia. Within this vast space every epoch of human culture is to be found, from the primeval barbarism of the northern forests, where people eat raw fish and worship blocks of wood, to the modern social relations of the capitalist city, where socialist workers consciously recognize themselves as participants in world politics and keep a watchful eye on events in the Balkans and on debates in the German Reichstag. The most concentrated industry in Europe based on the most backward agriculture in Europe. The most colossal state apparatus in the world making use of every achievement of modern technological progress in order to retard the historical progress of its own country. In the preceding chapters we have tried, leaving aside all details, to give a general picture of Russia's economic relations and social contradictions. That is the soil on which our social classes grow, live, and fight. The revolution will show us those classes at a period of the most intensive struggle. But there are consciously formed associations which intervene directly in a country's political life, parties, unions, the army, the bureaucracy, the press and, placed above these, the ministers of state, the political leaders, the demagogues, and the hangmen. Classes cannot be seen at a glance, they usually remain behind the scenes. Yet this does not prevent political parties and their leaders, as well as ministers of state and their hangmen, from being mere organs of their respective classes. Whether these organs are good or bad is by no means irrelevant to progress and the final outcome of events. If ministers are merely the hired servants of the objective intelligence of the state, this by no means relieves them of the necessity of having a modicum of brain inside their own skulls, a fact which they themselves are too often apt to overlook. On the other hand, the logic of the class struggle does not exempt us from the necessity of using our own logic. Whoever is unable to admit initiative, talent, energy, and heroism into the framework of historical necessity, has not grasped the philosophical secret of Marxism. But, conversely, if we want to grasp a political process, in this case, the revolution as a whole, we must be capable of seeing, behind the motley of parties and programs, behind the perfidy and greed of some and the courage and idealism of others, the proper outlines of the social classes whose roots lie deep within the relations of production and whose flowers blossom in the highest spheres of ideology. The modern city. The nature of capitalist classes is closely bound up with the history of the development of industry and of the town. It is true that in Russia the industrial population coincides with the urban population to a lesser extent than anywhere else. Apart from the factory suburbs which, for purely formal reasons, are not included within the boundaries of towns, there exist several dozen important industrial centers in the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 4 The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch04.htm, 1 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 42 seconds. Countryside. Of the total number of existing enterprises, 57% are employing 58% of the total number of workers, are located outside the towns. Nevertheless, the capitalist town remains the most complete expression of the new society. The urban Russia of today is a product of the last few decades. During the first quarter of the 18th century, Russia's urban population was 328,000, that is, approximately 3% of the total population of the country. In 1812, 1.6 million people were living in towns, which still represented only 4.4% of the total. In the middle of the 19th century, the urban population amounted to 3.5 million people, or 7.8%. Finally, according to the census of 1897, the urban population by then already amounted to 16.3 million, or approximately 13% of the total. Between 1885 and 1897, the urban population had grown by 33.8%, whereas the rural population had increased by only 12.7%. The growth of individual cities during this period was more dramatic still. The population of Moscow rose from 604,000 to 1,359,000, that is, by 123%. The southern towns Odessa, Rostov-on-Don, Yekaterinoslav, Baku developed at an even faster rate. Parallel with the increase in the number and size of towns, the second half of the 19th century saw a complete transformation of the economic role of the town within the country's internal class structure. Unlike the artisanal and guild towns of Europe, which fought with energy and often with success for the concentration of all processing industries within their walls, but rather like the towns of the Asian despotic systems, the old Russian cities performed virtually no productive functions. They were military and administrative centers, field fortresses or, in some cases, commercial centers which, whatever their particular nature, drew their supplies entirely from outside. Their population consisted of officials maintained at the expense of the treasury, of merchants, and, lastly, of landowners looking for a safe harbor within the city walls. Even Moscow, the largest of the old Russian cities, was no more than a vast village dependent on the Tsar's private lands. The crafts occupied a negligible position in the towns, since, as we already know, the processing industries of the time took the form of cottage industries and were scattered over the countryside. The ancestors of the 4 million cottage craftsmen listed in the census of 1897 performed the productive functions of the European town artisan but, unlike the latter, had no connection whatever with the creation of manufacturing workshops and factories. When such workshops and factories did make their appearance, they proletarianized the larger part of the cottage craftsmen and placed the rest, directly or indirectly, under their domination. Just as Russian industry has never lived through the epoch of medieval craftsmanship, so the Russian towns have never known the gradual growth of the third estate in workshops, guilds, communes, and municipalities. European capital created Russian industry in a matter of a few decades, and Russian industry in its turn created the modern cities in which the principal productive functions are performed by the proletariat. The big capitalist bourgeoisie. Thus large-scale capital achieved economic domination without a struggle. But the tremendous part played in this process by foreign capital has had a fatal impact on the Russian bourgeoisie's power of political influence. As a result of state indebtedness, a considerable share of the national product went abroad year by year, enriching and strengthening the European bourgeoisie. But the aristocracy of the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 4 The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch04.htm, 2 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 42 seconds. Stock exchange, which holds the hegemony in European countries and which, without effort, turned the Tsarist government into its financial vassal, neither wished nor was able to become part of the bourgeois opposition within Russia, if only because no other form of national government would have guaranteed it the usurer's rates of interest it exacted under Tsarism. As well as financial capital, foreign industrial capital, while exploiting Russia's natural resources and labor power, had its political basis outside Russia's frontiers, namely, the French, English, and Belgian parliaments. Neither could our indigenous capital take up a position at the head of the national struggle with Tsarism, since, from the first, it was antagonistic to the popular masses, the proletariat, which it exploits directly, and the peasantry, which it robs indirectly through the state. This is particularly true of heavy industry which, at the present time, is everywhere dependent on state activities and, principally, on militarism. True, it is interested in a firm civil rule of law, but it has still greater need of concentrated state power, that great dispenser of bounties. The owners of metallurgical enterprises are confronted, in their own plants, with the most advanced and most active section of the working class for whom every sign that Tsarism is weakening is a signal for a further attack on capitalism. The textile industry is less dependent on the state, and, furthermore, it is directly interested in raising the purchasing power of the masses, which cannot be done without far-reaching agrarian reform. That is why in 1905 Moscow, the textile city par excellence, showed a much fiercer, though not perhaps a more energetic, opposition to the autocratic bureaucracy than the Petersburg of the metal workers. The Moscow Municipal Duma looked upon the rising tide with unquestionable goodwill. But when the revolution revealed the whole of its social content and, by so doing, impelled the textile workers to take the path that the metal workers had taken before them, the Moscow Duma shifted most resolutely, as a matter of principle, in the direction of firm state power. Counter-revolutionary capital, having joined forces with the counter-revolutionary landowners, found its leader in the Moscow merchant Gukakov, the leader of the majority in the Third Duma. The bourgeois intelligentsia. European capital, in preventing the development of Russian artisanal trade, thereby snatched the ground from under the feet of Russia's bourgeois democracy. Can the Petersburg or Moscow of today be compared with the Berlin or Vienna of 1848, or with the Paris of I-789, which had not yet begun to dream of railways or the telegraph and regarded a workshop employing 300 men as the largest imaginable? We have never had even a trace of that sturdy middle class which first lived through centuries of schooling in self-government and political struggle and then, hand in hand with a young, as yet unformed proletariat, stormed the bastilles of feudalism. What has Russia got in place of such a middle class? The new middle class, the professional intelligentsia, lawyers, journalists, doctors, engineers, university professors, school teachers. Deprived of any independent significance in social production, small in numbers, economically dependent, this social stratum, rightly conscious of its own powerlessness, keeps looking for a massive social class upon which it can lean. The curious fact is that such support was offered, in the first instance, not by the capitalists but by the landowners. The Constitutional Democratic, Cadet, Party, which dominated the first two Dumas, was formed in 1905 as a result of the League of Landed Constitutionalists joining the League of Liberation. The Liberal Front of the Landed Constitutionalists, or Zemsty, was the expression, on the one hand, of the landowners' envy and discontent with the monstrous industrial protectionism of the state, and, on the other hand, of the opposition of the more progressive landowners, who recognized the barbarism of Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 4 The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch04.htm, 3 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 42 seconds. Russia's agrarian relations as an obstacle to their putting their land economy on a capitalist footing. The League of Liberation united those elements of the intelligentsia which, by their descent social status and their resulting prosperity, were prevented from taking the revolutionary path. The landed opposition was always marked with pusillanimous impotence, and our most august dimwit was merely stating a bitter truth when, in 1894, he described its political aspirations as senseless dreams. Neither were the privileged members of the intelligentsia, those directly or indirectly dependent on the state, on state-protected large capital or on liberal land ownership, capable of forming a political opposition that was even moderately impressive. Consequently, the Cadet Party was, by its very origins, a union of the oppositional impotence of the Zemsty with the all-around impotence of the diploma-carrying intelligentsia. The real face of the agrarians' liberalism was fully revealed by the end of 1905, when the landowners, startled by the rural disorders, swung sharply around to support the old regime. The liberal intelligentsia, with tears in its eyes, was obliged to forsake the country estate where, when all is said and done, it had been no more than a foster child, and to seek recognition in its historic home, the city. But what did it find in the city, other than its own self? It found the conservative capitalist bourgeoisie, the revolutionary proletariat, and the irreconcilable class antagonism between the two. The same antagonism has split to their very foundations our smaller industries in all those branches where they still retain any importance. The craft proletariat is developing in a climate of large-scale industry and differs only little from the factory proletariat. Other Russian craftsmen, under pressure from large-scale industry and the working-class movement, represent an ignorant, hungry, embittered class which, together with the lumpen proletariat, provides the fighting legions for the Black Hundreds demonstrations and pogroms. As a result, we have a hopelessly retarded bourgeois intelligentsia born to the accompaniment of socialist imprecations, which today is suspended over an abyss of class contradictions, weighed down with feudal traditions and caught in a web of academic prejudices, lacking initiative, lacking all influence over the masses, and devoid of all confidence in the future. The proletariat. The same factors of a world historical nature which had transformed Russia's bourgeois democracy into a head, and a pretty muddled head at that, without a body, also determined the outstanding role of Russia's young proletariat. But, before we inquire into anything else, how large is that proletariat? The highly incomplete figures of 1897 supply the following answer: number of workers. A. Mining and processing industries, transport, building, and commercial enterprises 3,322,000. B. Agriculture, forestry, fisheries, and hunting 2,725,000. C. Day laborers and apprentices 1,195,000. D. Servants, porters, janitors etc. 2,132,000 total, men and women, 9,272,000. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 4: The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch04.htm, 4 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 42 seconds. In 1897, the proletariat, including dependent family members, comprised 27.6% of the total population, that is, slightly over one quarter. The degree of political activity of separate strata within this mass of workers varies considerably, the leading role in the revolution being held almost exclusively by workers in Group A in the table above. It would, however, be a most flagrant error to measure the real and potential significance of the Russian proletariat by its relative proportion within the population as a whole. To do so would be to fail to see the social relations concealed behind the figures. The influence of the proletariat is determined by its role in the modern economy. The nation's most powerful means of production depend directly on the workers. Not less than half the nation's annual income is produced by 3.3 million workers, Group A. The railways, our most important means of transport, which alone are able to convert our vast country into an economic whole, represent, as events have shown, an economic and political factor of the utmost importance in the hands of the proletariat. To this we should add the postal services and the telegraph, whose dependence on the proletariat is less direct but nonetheless very real. While the peasantry is scattered over the entire countryside, the proletariat is concentrated in large masses in the factories and industrial centers. It forms the nucleus of the population of every town of any economic or political importance, and all the advantages of the town in a capitalist country: concentration of the productive forces, the means of production, the most active elements of the population, and the greatest cultural benefits are naturally transformed into class advantages for the proletariat. Its self-determination as a class has developed with a rapidity unequaled in previous history. Scarcely emerged from the cradle, the Russian proletariat found itself faced with the most concentrated state power and the equally concentrated power of capital. Craft prejudices and guild traditions had no power whatsoever over its consciousness. From its first steps it entered upon the path of irreconcilable class struggle. In this way the negligible role of artisanal crafts in Russia and of minor industry in general, together with the exception ally developed state of Russia's large-scale industry, have led in politics to the displacement of bourgeois democracy by proletarian democracy. Together with its productive functions, the proletariat has taken over the petty bourgeoisie's historical role as played in previous revolutions, and also its historical claims to leadership over the peasant masses during the epoch of their emancipation, as an estate, from the yoke of the nobility and the state fiscal organization. The agrarian problem proved to be the political touchstone by which history put the urban political parties to the test. The nobility and landowners. The cadet, or, rather, former cadet, program of enforced expropriation of large and medium land holdings on the basis of lust assessments represents, in the cadets' view, the maximum of what can be achieved by means of creative legislative effort. But in reality the liberals' attempt to expropriate the large landed estates by legislative means led only to the government's denial of electoral rights and to the coup d'état of June 3, 1907. The cadets viewed the liquidation of the landowning nobility as a purely financial operation, trying conscientiously to make their just assessment as acceptable as possible to the landowners. But the nobility took a very different view of the matter. With its infallible instinct it realized at once that what was at stake was not simply the sale of 50 million dessiatins, even at high. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 4: The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxists.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch04.htm, 5 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 42 seconds. Prices, but the liquidation of its entire social role as a ruling estate, and, therefore, it refused point-blank to allow itself to be thus auctioned off. Count Saltykov, addressing the landowners in the First Duma, cried, "Let your motto and your slogan be, not a square inch of our land, not a handful of earth from our fields, not a blade of grass from our meadows, not the smallest twig on a single tree from our forests." And this was not a voice crying in the wilderness. The years of revolution were precisely the period of estate concentration and political consolidation for the Russian nobility. During the time of darkest reaction, under Alexander III, the nobility was only one of our estates, even if the first among them. The autocracy, vigilantly protecting its own independence, never for a moment allowed the nobility to escape from the grip of police supervision, putting the muzzle of state control on the maw of its natural greed. Today, on the other hand, the nobility is the commanding estate in the fullest sense of the word. It makes the provincial governors dance to its tune, threatens the ministers and openly dismisses them, puts ultimata to the government and makes sure that these ultimata are observed. Its slogan is, "Not a square inch of our land, not a particle of our privileges." Approximately 75 million dessiatins are concentrated in the hands of 60,000 private landowners with annual incomes of more than 1,000 rubles, at a market price of 56 billion rubles. This land produces more than 450 million rubles net profit per annum for its owners. Not less than two-thirds of this sum is the nobility's share. The bureaucracy is closely linked with land ownership. Almost 200 million rubles are spent annually on maintaining 30,000 officials receiving salaries of more than 1,000 rubles. And it is precisely in these middle and higher ranges of officialdom that the nobility is noticeably preponderant. Lastly, it is once more the nobility which is in full control of the organs of rural local government and the incomes derived therefrom. Whereas, before the revolution, a good half of the rural administrations were headed by liberal landowners who had come to the fore on the basis of their progressive activities in the rural sphere, the years of revolution have entirely reversed the situation, so that, as a result, the leading positions are now occupied by the most irreconcilable representatives of the landowners' reaction. The all-powerful Council of the United Nobility is nipping in the bud all attempts by the government, undertaken in the interests of capitalist industry, to democratize the rural administrations or to weaken the chains of estate slavery which bind our peasantry hand and foot. In the face of these facts, the agrarian program of the cadets as a basis for legislative agreement has proved hopelessly utopian, and it is hardly surprising that the cadets themselves have tacitly abandoned it. The Social Democrats criticized the cadet program principally on the grounds of the just assessment, and they were right to do so. From the financial viewpoint alone, the purchase of all landed estates bringing in a profit of over 1,000 rubles a year would have added a round sum of 5 to 6 billion rubles to our national debt, which already amounts to 9 billion rubles, which means that interest alone would have begun to swallow up 3/4 billion rubles a year. However, what matters is not the financial but the political aspect of the question. The conditions of the so-called liberation reform of 1861, with the help of the excessive redemption fees paid for peasant lands, in fact compensated the landowners for the peasant souls lost, roughly to the extent of 1/4 billion rubles, that is, 25% of the total redemption fees. On the basis of a just assessment, the important historical rights and privileges of the nobility would really have been liquidated. The nobility therefore preferred to adapt itself to the semi-liberation reform, and was quickly. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 4 The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch04.htm, 6 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 42 seconds. Reconciled to it. At that time, the nobility showed correct instinct, as it does today when it resolutely refuses to commit suicide as an estate, however just the assessment. Not a square inch of our land, not a particle of our privileges. Under this banner the nobility has finally acquired dominance over the government apparatus so badly shaken by the revolution, and it has shown that it is determined to fight with all the ferocity of which a governing class is capable in a matter of life or death. The agrarian problem cannot be solved by means of parliamentary agreement with the landed estate, but only by means of a revolutionary onslaught by the masses. The peasantry and the towns. The knot of Russia's social and political barbarism was tied in the countryside, but this does not mean that the countryside has produced a class capable, by its own forces, of cutting through that knot. The peasantry, scattered in 500,000 villages and hamlets over the 5 million square versts of European Russia, has not inherited from its past any tradition or habit of concerted political struggle. During the agrarian riots of 1905 and 1906, the aim of the mutinous peasants was reduced to driving the landowners outside the boundaries of their village, their rural area and finally, their administrative area. Against the peasant revolution, the landed nobility had in its hands the ready-made weapon of the centralized apparatus of the state. The peasantry could have overcome this obstacle only by means of a resolute uprising unified both in time and in effort. But, owing to all the conditions of their existence, the peasants proved quite incapable of such an uprising. Local cretinism is history's curse on all peasant riots. They liberate themselves from this curse only to the extent that they cease to be purely peasant movements and merge with the revolutionary movements of new social classes. As far back as the revolution of the German peasantry during the first quarter of the 16th century, the peasantry placed itself quite naturally under the direct leadership of the urban parties, despite the economic weakness and political insignificance of German towns at that time. Socially revolutionary in its objective interests, yet politically fragmented and powerless, the peasantry was incapable of forming a party of its own, and so gave way depending on local conditions either to the oppositional burgher or to the revolutionary plebeian parties of the towns. These last, the only force which could have ensured the victory of the peasant revolution, were however, although based on the most radical class of the society of that time, the embryo of the modern proletariat, entirely without links with the rest of the nation or any clear consciousness of revolutionary aims. They were without them because of the country's lack of economic development, the primitive means of transport, and state particularism. Hence the problem of revolutionary cooperation between the mutinous countryside and the urban plebs was nor solved at that time because it could not be solved, and the peasant movement was crushed. More than 3 centuries later, correlations of a similar kind were seen again in the revolution of 1848. The liberal bourgeoisie not only did not want to arouse the peasantry and unite it around itself, it actually feared the growth of the peasant movement more than anything else, precisely because this growth would have the primary effect of intensifying and strengthening the position of the plebeian, radical urban elements against the liberal bourgeoisie itself. Yet these elements were still socially and politically amorphous and fragmented and consequently were unable to displace the liberal bourgeoisie and place themselves at the head of the peasant masses. The revolution of 1848 was defeated. Yet, 6 decades previously, the problems of revolution were triumphantly resolved in France, precisely through the cooperation of the peasantry with the urban plebs, that is, the proletariat, semi-proletariat. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 4 The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch04.htm, 7 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 42 seconds. And lumpen proletariat of the time. This cooperation took the form of the convention, that is, of the dictatorship of the city over the countryside, of Paris over the provinces, and of the sans-culottes over Paris. Under contemporary Russian conditions, the social preponderance of the industrial population over the rural population is incomparably greater than at the time of the old European revolutions, and further, a clearly defined industrial proletariat has replaced the chaotic plebs. One thing, however, has not changed, only a party which has the revolutionary urban masses behind it, and which is not afraid, out of pious respect for bourgeois private property, to revolutionize feudal ownership, can rely on the peasantry at a time of revolution. Today only the Social Democrats are such a party. The nature of the Russian Revolution. So far as its direct and indirect tasks are concerned, the Russian Revolution is a bourgeois revolution because it sets out to liberate bourgeois society from the chains and fetters of absolutism and feudal ownership. But the principal driving force of the Russian Revolution is the proletariat, and that is why, so far as its method is concerned, it is a proletarian revolution. Many pedants who insist on determining the historical role of the proletariat by means of arithmetical or statistical calculations, or establishing it by means of formal historical analogies, have shown themselves incapable of digesting this contradiction. They see the bourgeoisie as the providence-sent leader of the Russian Revolution. They try to wrap the proletariat which, in fact, marched at the head of events at all stages of the revolutionary rising in the swaddling clothes of their own theoretical immaturity. For such pedants, the history of one capitalist nation repeats the history of another, with, of course, certain more or less important divergences. Today they fail to see the unified process of world capitalist development which swallows up all the countries that lie in its path and which creates, out of the national and general exigencies of capitalism, an amalgam whose nature cannot be understood by the application of historical clichés, but only by materialist analysis. There can be no analogy of historical development between, on the one hand, England, the pioneer of capitalism, which has been creating new social forms for centuries and has also created a powerful bourgeoisie as the expression of these new forms, and on the other hand, the colonies of today, to which European capital delivers ready-made rails, sleepers, nuts and bolts in ready-made battleships for the use of the colonial administration, and then, with rifle and bayonet, drives the natives from their primitive environment straight into capitalist civilization. There can be no analogy of historical development, certainly, but there does exist a profound interconnection between the two. The new Russia acquired its absolutely specific character because it received its capitalist baptism in the latter half of the 19th century from European capital, which by then had reached its most concentrated and abstract form, that of finance capital. The previous history of European capital is in no way connected with the previous history of Russia. In order to attain, on its native ground, the heights of the modern stock exchange, European capital had first to escape from the narrow streets and lanes of the artisanal town where it had learned to crawl and walk. It was obliged, in ceaseless struggle with the church, to develop science and technology, to rally the entire nation around itself, to gain power by means of uprisings against feudal and dynastic privileges, to clear an open arena for itself, to kill off the independent small industries from which it had itself emerged, having severed the national umbilical cord and shaken the dust of its forefathers from its feet, having rid itself of political prejudice, racial sympathies, geographical longitudes and latitudes, in order, then, at last to soar high above the globe in. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 4: The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/ch05/ch04.htm, 8 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 42 seconds. All its voracious glory, today poisoning with opium the Chinese craftsmen whom it has ruined, tomorrow enriching the Russian seas with new warships, the day after seizing diamond deposits in South Africa. But when English or French capital, the historical coagulate of many centuries, appears in the steppes of the Donets Basin, it cannot release the same social forces, relations and passions which once went into its own formation. It does not repeat on the new territory the development which it has already completed, but starts from the point at which it has arrived on its own ground. Around the machines which it has transported across the seas and the customs barriers, it immediately, without any intermediate stages whatever, concentrates the masses of a new proletariat, and into this class it instills the revolutionary energy of all the past generations of the bourgeoisie, an energy which in Europe has by now become stagnant. During the heroic period of French history we see a bourgeoisie which has not yet realized the contradictions of its own position, a bourgeoisie upon which history has placed the leadership of a struggle for a new order, not only against the outdated institutions of France, but also against reactionary forces in Europe as a whole. The bourgeoisie, personified by all its factions in turn, gradually becomes conscious of itself and becomes the leader of the nation. It draws the masses into the struggle, gives them slogans to fight for, and dictates the tactics of their fight. Democracy unifies the nation by giving it a political ideology. The people, the petty bourgeoisie, the peasants and the workers appoint the bourgeoisie as their deputies, and the orders issued to these deputies by the communes are written in the language of a bourgeoisie becoming conscious of its messianic role. During the revolution itself, although class antagonisms become apparent, the powerful momentum of revolutionary struggle nevertheless consistently removes the most static elements of the bourgeoisie from the political path. No layer is stripped off before it has handed its energy over to the succeeding layers. The nation as a whole continues during all this time to fight for its objectives, using increasingly more radical and decisive means. When the uppermost layers of the property-owning bourgeoisie cut themselves off from the national nucleus which had thus been set in motion, and when they entered into an alliance with Louis W.I., the democratic demands of the nation, now directed against the bourgeoisie as well, led to universal franchise and to the republic as being the logically inevitable form of democracy. The Great French Revolution was truly a national revolution. But more than that, here, within a national framework, the world struggle of the bourgeois order for domination, for power and for unimpaired triumph found its classic expression. By 1848 the bourgeoisie was already unable to play a similar role. It did not want to, and could not, assume responsibility for a revolutionary liquidation of the social order which barred the way to its own dominance. Its task, and this it fully realized, consisted in introducing into the old order certain essential guarantees, not of its own political dominance, but only of co-dominance with the forces of the past. It not only failed to lead the masses in storming the old order, it used the old order as a defense against the masses who were trying to push it forward. Its consciousness rebelled against the objective conditions of its dominance. Democratic institutions were reflected in its mind, not as the aim and purpose of its struggle, but as a threat to its well-being. The revolution could not be made by the bourgeoisie, but only against the bourgeoisie. That is why a successful revolution in 1848 would have needed a class capable of marching at the head of events regardless of the bourgeoisie, and despite it, a class prepared not only to push the bourgeoisie forward by the force of its pressure, but also, at the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 4, The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch04.htm, 9 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 42 seconds. Decisive moment, to kick the political corpse of the bourgeoisie out of its way. Neither the petty bourgeoisie nor the peasantry were capable of this. The petty bourgeoisie was hostile not only to the immediate past, but also to the possible future, to the morrow. Still fettered by medieval relations, but already incapable of resisting free industry, still centering itself on the cities, but already yielding its influence to the middle and higher bourgeoisie, sunk in its prejudices, deafened by the roar of events, exploiting and exploited, greedy and impotent in its greed, the provincial petty bourgeoisie was incapable of directing world events. The peasantry was deprived of independent initiative to a still greater extent. Dispersed, cut off from the cities which were the nerve centers of politics and culture, dull-minded, its intellectual horizons hedged in like its meadows and fields, indifferent towards everything that the cities had created by invention and thought, the peasantry could not assume any leading significance. Appeased as soon as the burden of feudal tithes was removed from its shoulders, it repaid the cities, which had fought for its rights, with black ingratitude. The liberated peasants became fanatics of order. The democratic intellectual, devoid of class force, trotted after the liberal bourgeoisie as after an older sister. It acted merely as its political tail. It abandoned it at moments of crisis. It revealed only its own impotence. It was confused by its contradictions which had not yet fully ripened, and it carried this confusion with it wherever it went. The proletariat was too weak and had too little organization, experience, and knowledge. Capitalist development had gone far enough to necessitate the destruction of the old feudal relations, but not far enough to advance the working class, the product of the new production relations, to the position of a decisive political force. The antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie had gone too far to enable the bourgeoisie to assume the role of national leadership without fear, but not far enough to enable the proletariat to grasp that role. Austria provided a particularly acute and tragic example of this political unreadiness in the revolutionary period. The Vienna proletariat in 1848 gave evidence of selfless heroism and great revolutionary energy. Again and again it faced the fire of battle, driven solely by an obscure class instinct, having no general idea of the objective of the struggle, groping its way blindly from one slogan to the next. Surprisingly, the leadership of the proletariat passed into the hands of the students, the only democratic group which, because of its active nature, enjoyed considerable influence over the masses and, consequently, over the events. But although the students could fight bravely on the barricades and fraternize sincerely with the workers, they were quite incapable of directing the general progress of the revolution which had handed over to them the dictatorship of the streets. When, on the 26th of May, the whole of working Vienna followed the students' call and rose to its feet to fight against the disarming of the Academic Legion, when the population of Vienna took de facto possession of the city, when the monarchy, by this time on the run, had lost all meaning, when, under the people's pressure, the last troops were removed from the city, when it seemed that Austrian state power could be had for the asking, no political force was available to take over. The liberal bourgeoisie consciously did not wish to seize power in so cavalier a fashion. It could only dream of the return of the emperor, who had betaken himself from orphan Vienna to the Tyrol. The workers were courageous enough to smash the reaction, but not organized nor conscious enough to become its successors. The proletariat, unable to take over, was equally unable to. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 4, The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/ch04.htm 10 of 12 June 6, 2002 13:41 and 42 seconds. Impel the democratic bourgeoisie which, as often happens, had made itself scarce at the most crucial moment to take this historic and heroic action. The situation which resulted was quite correctly described by a contemporary writer in the following terms: a de facto republic was established in Vienna, but unfortunately, no one saw this. From the events of 1848 to 49, La Salle drew the unshakable conviction that no struggle in Europe can be successful unless, from the very start, it declares itself to be purely socialist, no struggle into which social questions enter merely as an obscure element, and where they are present only in the background, no struggle which outwardly is waged under the banner of national resurgence or bourgeois republicanism, can ever again be successful. In the revolution whose beginning history will identify with the year 1905, the proletariat stepped forward for the first time under its own banner in the name of its own objectives. Yet at the same time there can be no doubt that no revolution in the past has absorbed such a mass of popular energy while yielding such minimal positive results as the Russian Revolution has done up to the present. We are far from wanting to prophesy the events of the coming weeks or months. But one thing is clear to us: victory is possible only along the path mapped out by La Salle in 1849. There can be no return from the class struggle to the unity of a bourgeois nation. The lack of results of the Russian Revolution is only the temporary reflection of its profound social character. In this bourgeois revolution without a revolutionary bourgeoisie, the proletariat is driven, by the internal progress of events, towards hegemony over the peasantry and to the struggle for state power. The first wave of the Russian Revolution was smashed by the dull witness of the muzhik, who, at home in his village, hoping to seize a bit of land, fought the squire, but who, having donned a soldier's uniform, fired upon the worker. All the events of the revolution of 1905 can be viewed as a series of ruthless object lessons by means of which history drums into the peasant's skull a consciousness of his local land hunger and the central problem of state power. The preconditions for revolutionary victory are forged in the historic school of harsh conflicts and cruel defeats. Marx wrote in 1852, "Bourgeois revolutions storm swiftly from success to success, their dramatic effects outdo each other, men and things seem set in sparkling brilliance, ecstasy is the everyday spirit, but they are short-lived, soon they have attained their zenith, and a long crapulent depression lays hold of society before it learns soberly to assimilate the results of its storm and stress period." On the other hand, proletarian revolutions criticize themselves constantly, interrupt themselves continually in their own course, come back to the apparently accomplished in order to begin it afresh, deride with unmerciful thoroughness the inadequacies, weaknesses, and paltrinesses of their first attempts, seem to throw down their adversary only in order that he may draw new strength from the earth and rise again, more gigantic, before them, recoil ever and anon from the indefinite prodigiousness of their own aims, until a situation has been created in which all turning back is impossible, and the conditions themselves cry out. Hic Rhodus, his Scalda. The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 4: The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch04.htm 11 of 12 June 6, 2002 13:41 and 42 seconds. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 4: The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch04.htm 12 of 12 June 6, 2002 13:41 and 42 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 5. The Spring. *******. General Dragomirov, now deceased, once wrote in a private letter about Sipyagin, then Minister of Internal Affairs, "What sort of internal policies can he possibly have? He's only a cavalry NCO and a blockhead at that." This description is so correct that we can overlook its rather mannered rough and ready soldier's tone. After Sipyagin we saw the same position occupied by Plave, then by Prince Sviatopokmersky, then Buligin, then Witternovo. Some of these differed from Sipyagin only by the fact that they were not cavalry and.c.os, while others were intelligent men, in their way. But all of them, one after the other, abandoned the scene, leaving behind them alarm and bewilderment above and hatred and contempt below. The cavalry NCO of little brain, the professional detective, the benevolent but dim-wit gentleman, the stockbroker devoid of conscience and honor, all of them, one after the other, arrived with the firm intention of putting an end to sedition, restoring the lost prestige of authority, maintaining the foundations of the state, and every one of them, each in his own way, opened the floodgates of revolution and was himself swept away by its current. Sedition grew as though according to a majestic plan, constantly expanding its territory, reinforcing its positions and demolishing obstacle after obstacle, while against the backdrop of this tremendous effort, with its inner rhythm and its unconscious genius, appeared a series of little mannikins of state power, issuing new laws, contracting new debts, firing at workers, ruining peasants and, as a result, sinking the governmental authority which they sought to protect more and more deeply into a bog of frantic impotence. Reared in an atmosphere of office conspiracies and departmental intrigues, where insolent ignorance vies with barefaced perfidy, having not the smallest notion of the course or meaning of contemporary history, the movement of masses, or the laws of revolution, armed with 2 or 3 pathetic programmatic ideas for the information of Paris stockbrokers, such men try harder and harder as time goes on to combine the methods of 18th-century mercenaries with the manners of the statesmen of the parliamentary West. Abjectly hoping to ingratiate themselves, they chat with newspaper correspondents from the Europe of the stock exchanges, expound to them their plans, their forecasts, their programs, and each one presses the hope that he, at last, will succeed in solving the problem against which his predecessors' efforts were in vain. If only, before anything else, they can stop the sedition. They all start differently, but they all end up by issuing the order to fire point blank on sedition. But, to their horror, sedition remains unkillable. It is they who end in shameful collapse. If a terrorist's obliging bullet does not release them from their sorry existence, they survive to see sedition, with that elemental genius which is its own, turn everything they planned and forecast to its own triumphant advantage. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 5 The Spring. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch05.htm, 1 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 46 seconds. Scipiagan fell to a revolutionary's bullet. Plave was torn to pieces by a bomb. Sviatopoke-Mirsky was transformed into a political corpse on January 9. Vuligin was thrown out, like an old boot, by the October strikes. Count Witt, utterly exhausted by workers' and soldiers' risings, fell without glory, having stumbled on the threshold of the State Duma which he himself had created. In certain circles of the opposition, especially in the milieu of the liberal landlords and the democratic intelligentsia, vague hopes, expectations, and plans were invariably associated with the succession of one minister by another. And indeed it was by no means irrelevant to the propaganda of the liberal newspapers or the policies of the constitutionalist landowners whether it was Plave, the old police wolf, or Prince Sviatopoke-Mirsky, the minister of confidence, who held the reins of power. Of course Plave was as powerless against sedition as his successor, but he was a terrible scourge against the kingdom of liberal newspapermen and rural conspirators. He loathed the revolution with the fierce loathing of a police detective grown old in his profession. Threatened by a bomb from around every street corner, he pursued sedition with bloodshot eyes but in vain. And so he found a substitute target for his rancor in professors, rural constitutionalists, journalists, in whom he pretended to see the legal instigators of the revolution. He drove the liberal press to the utmost limits of humiliation. He treated the journalists en canaille in French in the original, not only exiling them and locking them up, but also wagging his finger at them as though they were schoolboys. He treated the moderate members of the agricultural committees organized on Witt's initiative as though they were mutinous students instead of respectable country gentlemen. And he got what he wanted. Liberal society trembled before him and hated him with the inarticulate hatred of impotence. Many of the liberal Pharisees who tirelessly condemn violence from the left as well as violence from the right welcomed the bomb of July 15 as though it were a message from the Messiah. Plave was terrifying and loathsome as far as the liberals were concerned, but against sedition he was no better and no worse than any of the others. Of necessity, the movement of the masses ignored the limits of what was allowed and what was forbidden. That being so, what did it matter if those limits were a little narrower or a little wider? 2. The official writers of reactionary panegyrics tried hard to represent Plave's regency, if not as a period of universal happiness, at least as one of universal calm. But in fact this favorite of the Tsar was unable to establish even a police-controlled calm. No sooner had he assumed power and had the idea with all the orthodox fervor of the double convert of visiting the sacred relics of the Lavra monastery, than he was compelled to rush southwards because a major agrarian movement had flared up in the Kharkov and Poltava provinces. Peasant disorders on a smaller scale never stopped occurring thereafter. The celebrated Rostov strike in November 1902 and the July days of 1903, which extended over the whole of the industrial South, prefigured all the future actions of the proletariat. Street demonstrations succeeded one another without cessation. The debates and decisions of committees concerned with the needs of agriculture served as a prologue to the agrarian campaign which was to follow. The universities, even before Plave, had become centers of extreme political turbulence, and they continued to remain so under his rule. Two congresses held in Petersburg in January 1904, the Technical and the Pirogov congresses, played the role of a vanguard strike for the democratic intelligentsia. Thus the prologue to the social spring occurred during Plave's rule. Fierce reprisals, imprisonments. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 5, The Spring. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch05.htm, 2 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 46 seconds. Interrogations, house searches, sentences of exile provoked terrorism but were unable to paralyze completely even the mobilization of liberal society. The last 6 months of Plave's rule coincided with the beginning of the Russo-Japanese War. Popular discontent quieted down, or rather entered a latent phase. A book called Vor der Katastrophe, Before the Catastrophe, by the Viennese journalist Hugo Ganz gives an idea of the mood which reigned in bureaucratic circles and in the upper reaches of Petersburg liberal society during the first months of the war. The predominant mood was one of bewilderment approaching despair. Things cannot continue as they are. But where was the way out? No one knew the answer, neither the high officials in retirement, nor the famous liberal lawyers, nor the famous liberal journalists. Society is utterly powerless. A revolutionary movement of the people cannot even be thought of, and even if the people did move, they would not move against authority, but against the gentry as a whole. Where, then, lay hope of salvation? In financial bankruptcy and military defeat. Hugo Ganz, who spent the first 3 months of the war in Petersburg, reports that the common prayer not only of the moderate liberals, but also of many conservatives was, God, hilf uns dar nit wir geschlagen werden, please God, let us be beaten. This did not, of course, prevent liberal society from simulating a tone of official patriotism. In a whole series of addresses, the Zernstvos and the Dumas, one after the other, all without exception, swore their loyalty to the throne and undertook to lay down their lives and property, knowing well that they would not have to do it for the honor and power of the Tsar and Russia. The Zemstvos and the Dumas were followed by a shameful queue of professorial bodies. One after the other they responded to the declaration of war by addresses in which the floweriness of the style, a style acquired in priest seminaries, harmonized with the Byzantine imbecility of the content. This was not an oversight or a misunderstanding. It was a tactic based on a single principle, rapprochement at any price. Hence the efforts to make the emotional drama of reconciliation a little easier for absolutism. To organize, not in the cause of fighting the autocracy, but in the cause of serving it. Not to defeat the government, but to seduce it. To deserve its gratitude and confidence. To become indispensable to it. A tactic which is as old as Russian liberalism and which has not grown wiser nor more dignified with the years. From the very start of the war the liberal opposition did everything to ruin the situation. But there was no stopping the revolutionary logic of events. The Port Arthur fleet was destroyed, Admiral Makarov was killed, the war shifted to the mainland, Yalu, Kinshsu, Dashacheo, Wa Fangu, Lian, Shuk, all these were different names for one thing only, the humiliating defeat of the autocracy. The government's position was becoming more difficult than ever before. Demoralization in the government ranks made consistency and firmness in domestic matters an impossibility. Hesitation, compromise, conciliation were becoming unavoidable. Plave's death offered a favorable pretext for a change of policy. 3. Prince Sviatopolk-Mirsky, former chief of the Gendarmerie Corps, was called upon to establish the governmental spring. This name, which acquired great popularity, was given by Suvarin, the editor of New Times, Novoye Vremya, to the epoch of rapprochement between the authorities and the people. Why? he would have been the last to be able to explain his own appointment. This statesman's political personality emerges most clearly from interviews he gave about his program to Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 5 The Spring. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch05.htm, 3 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 46 seconds. Foreign newspaper correspondence. What is the opinion of the Prince, asks the correspondent of Echo de Paris, concerning the opinion held by the public to the effect that Russia needs ministers responsible to the public. The Prince smiles. Any such responsibility would be artificial and nominal. What are your opinions, Prince, on questions of religious freedom? I am an enemy of religious persecutions, but with certain reservations. Is it true that you would be inclined to give more freedom to the Jews? Happy results can be achieved by kindness. Generally speaking, Mr. Minister, would you describe yourself as being on the side of progress? Answer: the minister intends to concert his actions with the spirit of true and broad progress, at least to the extent that this is not incompatible with the existing order. These are his exact words. But even the Prince himself did not take his program seriously. It is true that the most immediate objective of the government was the good of the population entrusted to our care, but he confessed to Mr. Thompson, an American correspondent, that, in substance, he did not yet know what use he would make of his powers. I would be wrong, said the minister, if I were to say that I already have a definite program. The agrarian question? Yes, we have vast materials relating to this question, but so far, I am acquainted with it only through the newspapers. The Prince cajoled the Tsar at Peterhof, comforted the liberals, and gave assurances to foreign correspondents which bore witness to the kindness of his heart but hopelessly exposed his lack of statesmanlike gifts. And this helpless, gentlemanly figure wearing a gendarme's epaulets was seen not only in the eyes of Nicholas II, but also in the imagination of the liberals as the man whose destiny was to remove the century-old bonds cutting into our great nation's flesh. 4. Everyone, it seemed, received Sviatopolk Mirsky with enthusiasm. Prince Meshchersky, editor of the reactionary Grazdanin, Citizen, wrote that a day of rejoicing had come for the vast family of decent people in Russia, because, at last, an ideally decent man had been appointed to the post of minister. An independent man is a man of noble mind, wrote the aged sovereign, and we have great need of men of noble mind. Prince Ukhtomsky in the Peterhorskie Vedomosti, Petersburg Gazette, drew attention to the fact that the new minister was a descendant of an ancient princely family going back to Ryurich through Monomakh. The Viennese Neue Freie Presse noted, with satisfaction, that the prince's outstanding characteristics were the following: humaneness, justice, objectivity, a sympathetic attitude towards enlightenment. The Birjavoy Vedomosti, Stock Exchange Gazette, pointed out that the Prince Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 5 The Spring. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch05.htm, 4 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 46 seconds. Was only 47 years old and that, therefore, he had not yet had time to become steeped in bureaucratic routine. Verse and prose offerings were published telling us how we had been asleep and how, by a liberal gesture, the former commandant of the Special Gendarmerie Corps had awakened us from sleep and pointed the way for a rapprochement between authority and the people. When you read these outpourings you have the impression of breathing the gas of stupidity at a pressure of 20 atmospheres. Only the extreme right managed not to lose its head in this bacchanalia of liberal delight. The Moskovskie Vedomosti, Moscow Gazette, ruthlessly reminded the prince that, together with Plav's portfolio, he was also taking over his problems. If our internal enemies in the underground print shops, in various public organizations, in the schools, in the press, and in the streets with bombs in their hands, have raised their heads high to prepare for their assault of our internal Port Arthur, this is possible only because they are befuddling society, as well as certain ruling circles, with utterly false theories to the effect that it is necessary to remove the surest foundations of the Russian state, the autocracy of its tsars, the orthodoxy of its church, and the national self-awareness of its people. Prince Sviatopolk tried to steer a middle course, autocracy, but made a little less rigid by legality, bureaucracy, but with public support. Novoye Vremya, which supported the prince because the prince was in power, assumed the task of a semi-official political procuress. A favorable opportunity for this was evidently at hand. The minister, whose benevolence failed to meet with an appropriate response among the Camarilla which ruled Tsar Nicholas, made a timid attempt to seek support among the Zernsy. This was the object of the proposed conference of representatives of rural councils. But the excitement rising within society and the heightened tone of the press made the outcome of the conference appear increasingly dangerous. By October 30 Novoye Vremya had definitely changed its tune. However interesting and instructive the decisions reached by the members of the conference may be, it should not be forgotten that, by reason of its composition and the method of issuing invitations, it is quite rightly viewed in official circles as a private meeting, and its decisions have only academic significance and carry only moral obligations. In the end the conference of the Zemsty, which was supposed to provide a basis of support for the progressive minister, was forbidden by that self-same minister and was held semi-legally in a private apartment. On November 6–8, 1904, 100 personalities prominent in the Zemstvos formulated, by a majority of 70 to 30 votes, a demand for public freedom, personal immunity and popular representation with participation in legislative power, without, however, pronouncing the sacramental word constitution. The liberal European press noted this tactful omission with respect. The liberals had found a way of saying what they wanted while at the same time avoiding the word which might have rendered it impossible for Prince Sviatopolk to accept their declaration. This is a perfectly correct explanation of the meaningful omission in the Zemstvo declaration. In formulating their demands, the Zemsty had in mind only the government with which they had to seek agreement, but not the popular masses to whom they might have appealed. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 5 The Spring. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch05.htm, 5 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 46 seconds. They worked out various points for a political compromise bargain, but they had no slogans for political agitation. In this they did no more than remain faithful to themselves. The public has done its work, now it is the government turn. The press exclaimed in a tone of challenge mingled with subservience. Prince Sviatopolk-Mirsky's government took up the challenge, and promptly issued a warning to the liberal journal Pravo, right, for making the subservient appeal quoted above. The newspapers were forbidden to print or discuss the resolutions of the Zernstvo conference. A modest petition from the Chernigov Zemstvo was declared insolent and tactless. The governmental spring was nearing its end, the spring of liberalism was only just beginning. The Zernstvo conference was a safety valve for the oppositional mood of the educated public. Admittedly the conference did not consist of official representatives of all the Zemstvos, but it did include the chairmen of town councils and many authoritative personalities, whose crass ignorance alone gave weight and significance to their views. Admittedly, the conference was not legalized by the bureaucracy, but it did take place with the bureaucracy's knowledge, and therefore the intelligentsia, reduced to extreme timidity, now believed that its innermost constitutional desires, the secret dreams of its sleepless nights, had been granted semi-official approval. And nothing so encouraged liberal society as the sense, even if it was an illusory one, that its demands were rooted in legal soil. A season of banquets, resolutions, declarations, protests, memoranda, and petitions began. Corporations and associations of all kinds started out with professional and local events and jubilee celebrations and ended up with the same formulation of constitutional demands as appeared in the henceforth celebrated 2 points of the Zernstvo Conference's resolution. The Democrats hastened to form a choir around the Zernstvo choir leaders to emphasize the importance of the Zemstvo's decisions and increase their influence upon the bureaucracy. For liberal society, the entire political task of the moment was reduced to exerting pressure on the government from behind the Zemsty's backs. At first it looked as though the resolutions themselves might, like Whitehead's mine, blow up the bureaucracy. But this did not happen. The resolutions began to become overfamiliar to those who wrote them as well as to those against whom they were written. The press, whose throat was being gripped more and more tightly by the Ministry of Internal Confidence, gradually became irritable without any definite object for its irritation. At the same time the opposition began to become fragmented. More and more frequently, impatient, ill-mannered, intolerant persons came forward to take the floor at the banquets, an intellectual one day, a worker another, and harshly attacked the Zemsty and demanded that the intelligentsia's slogans be more clearly worded and its tactics more definite. People tried to calm down these persons, to conciliate them, to flatter them, to scold them, to shut them up, to mollify them, to cajole them. Finally, they threw them out, but the impatient persons continued to do their work, pushing the left-wing elements of the intelligentsia onto the path of revolution. While the right wing of the public, materially or ideologically connected with liberalism, was trying to prove the moderation and loyalty of the Zemstvos Conference and appealed to Prince Sviatopolk's statesman-like reason, the radical intelligentsia, predominantly composed of young students, joined the November campaign with the purpose of steering it off its pitiful course, giving it a more militant character and linking it with the revolutionary movement of the urban workers. This gave rise to two street demonstrations, one in Petersburg on November 28 and one in Moscow on December 5 and 6. These demonstrations of the radical sons were a direct and inevitable consequence of the slogans advanced by the liberal fathers, once the decision to demand a constitutional order had been taken. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 5 The Spring. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch05.htm, 6 of 8, June 6, 2002, 1341 and 46 seconds. Was necessary to plunge into the struggle. But the fathers showed no inclination whatever to accept such consistent political thinking. On the contrary, they immediately took fright lest excessive haste and impulsiveness break the delicate cobweb of confidence. The fathers did not support the sons, they handed them over, hand and foot, to the liberal princes, Cossacks and mounted gendarmes. Neither, however, did the students receive any support from the workers. This made it manifestly clear how limited, in reality, was the banqueting campaign of November and December 1904. Only the thinnest, uppermost layer of the proletariat's aristocracy joined it, and real workers, whose appearance gave rise to mixed feelings of hostile fear and curiosity, could be counted at the banquets of this period in single or at most double figures. The deep inner process taking place in the consciousness of the actual masses was not, of course, in any way linked with the hastily conceived actions of the revolutionary students. And so the students were, in the final analysis, left almost entirely to their own resources. Nevertheless, these demonstrations, after the long political truce caused by the war demonstrations which, given the critical internal situation created by military defeat, bore a sharply political character and which the Telegraph quickly reported to the world at large, made a much stronger impression on the government, purely as a symptom, than all the wise admonitions of the liberal press. The government pulled itself together and made haste to show its mettle. 6. The constitutional campaign, which began with a meeting of several dozen Zernsky in Korsakov's elegant apartment and ended with the incarceration of several dozen students in the police stations of Petersburg and Moscow, met with a twofold response from the government, a reformist ukase and a police announcement. The case of December 12, 1904, which remains the finest fruit of the confidence policy of the so-called spring, made the safeguarding of the basic laws of the empire an essential condition for any further reformist activity. Generally speaking, the ukase formulated what had already been contained in Prince Sviatopolk's newspaper interviews, which were so filled with good intentions and cautious reservations. This gives a sufficiently clear idea of its value. The government announcement issued 2 days later possessed an incomparably higher degree of political clarity. It described the November conference of the Zernsky as the prime source of a subsequent movement alien to the Russian people, and reminded the Dumas and the Zemstvos that in discussing the resolutions of the November conference they were acting against the law. The government pointed out further that its lawful duty consisted in defending state order and the public peace. For that reason, all gatherings of an anti-government character would be stopped by all legal means at the authorities' disposal. If the prince enjoyed little success in his efforts directed towards the peaceful reconstruction of the country, he was quite strikingly successful in fulfilling the more general task which was, in fact, the reason why history had placed him for a time at the head of the government, the task of destroying the political illusions and prejudices of the average citizen. The era of Sviatopolk-Mirsky, which opened to the fanfare of the trumpets of conciliation and ended with Cossacks' whips whistling through the air, had the effect of raising to unparalleled heights the hatred of absolutism among all elements of the population possessing even a modicum of political. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 5 The Spring. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch05.htm, 7 of 8, June 6, 2002, 1341 and 46 seconds. Consciousness. Political interests took a more sharply defined form, discontent became more profound and more a matter of principle. What had, only yesterday, been but primitive thought, today threw itself avidly into the work of political analysis. All manifestations of evil and arbitrary rule were rapidly reduced to their fundamentals. Revolutionary slogans now frightened no one, on the contrary, they found a thousand-fold echo and were transformed into popular sayings. As a sponge absorbs moisture, so the consciousness of society absorbed every word which rejected or condemned absolutism. Now absolutism could do nothing more with impunity. Every awkward step was counted against it. Its attempts to ingratiate itself met with scorn. Its threats provoked hatred. True, Prince Svyatopolk's ministry made considerable concessions to the press, but the range of interests of the press grew much more rapidly than the mild tolerance of the Central Directorate for Press Affairs. The same was true in all other domains. The half-freedom granted as a form of charity proved no less irritating than total enslavement. That is generally the fate of concessions in a revolutionary epoch. They fail to satisfy, but only give rise to more stringent demands. More insistent demands were made in the press, at meetings and congresses, and these in their turn irritated the authorities, who were rapidly losing their confidence and sought aid in repression. Meetings and congresses were closed down, a hail of blows rained down upon the press, demonstrations were dispersed with merciless brutality. Finally, as if to help the common citizen to appreciate the true meaning of the ukase of December 12, on December 31, Prince Svyatopolk issued a circular explaining that the examination of measures concerning the peasantry, which had been announced in the liberal ukase, would now be carried out on the basis of Plev's plan. That was the government's last act in 1904. The year 1905 opened with events which drew a fatal boundary between the past and the present. With a line of blood they put an end to the spring, to the childhood of Russia's political consciousness. Prince Svyatopolk, his kindness, his plans, his confidence, his circulars all were rejected and forgotten. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 5 The Spring. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch05.htm, 8 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 46 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 6. January 9. Headman of the Streltsy. Great Sire. We cannot hold the people back. They burst in, crying, "We want to bow to Tsar Boris, we want to see the Tsar. Boris. Fling wide the doors. Between the Russian people and the Tsar there is no barrier. A. Tolstoy, Tsar Boris. I. The Spring. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sire. We workers, our children and wives, the helpless old people who are our parents, we have come to you, sire, to seek justice and protection. We are in great poverty, we are oppressed and weighed down with labors beyond our strength, we are insulted, we are not recognized as human beings, we are treated like slaves who must suffer their lot in silence. And we have suffered it, but we are being driven ever deeper into beggary, lawlessness, and ignorance. Despotism and arbitrary rule are strangling us, and we are suffocating. Sire, our strength is at an end. The limit of our patience has been reached, the terrible moment has come for us when it is better to die than to continue suffering intolerable torment. Thus began the celebrated petition of the Petersburg workers. In these words the proletarian threat may ring more true than the pleading of loyal subjects. The petition went on to describe all the oppressians. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 6 January 9. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch06.htm, 1 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 50 seconds. And insults which the people had to suffer. It listed everything, from unheated factories to political lawlessness in the land. It demanded amnesty, public freedoms, separation of church from state, the 8-hour working day, a fair wage, and the gradual transfer of land to the people. But at the head of everything it placed the convening of a constituent assembly by universal and equal suffrage. The petition ended, "These, sire, are our greatest needs which we bring before you. Command and swear that they will be satisfied, and you will make Russia great and glorious and imprint your name eternally upon our hearts and the hearts of our descendants. But if you do not grant them, if you fail to hear our plea, we shall die here, in this square in front of your palace. We have nowhere else to go and no other cause to serve. Before us lie only two paths, to freedom and happiness, or to the grave. Sire, point either of those paths to us and we shall follow, even if it is the path towards death. Let our lives be sacrificed for long-suffering Russia. We are not sorry to make the sacrifice, we shall make it willingly. And they made the sacrifice. The workers' petition not only replaced the hazy phraseology of liberal resolutions with the incisive slogans of political democracy, but also filled those slogans with class content by demanding the right to strike and the 8-hour day. Its historical significance lies, however, not in the text but in the fact. The petition was only a prologue to an action which united the working masses. They were united momentarily in their appeal to an idealized monarchy, then, in the recognition that the proletariat and the real monarchy were mortal enemies. The course of events is still alive in the memories of all. It covered only a few days and it unfolded in a strange way, as though according to a plan. On January 3 a strike broke out at the Putilov works. By January 7 the number of strikers had reached 140,000. The culminating point of the strike was on January 10. By the 13th, work was already resuming. Thus, there was first an economic strike sparked off by incidental causes. It spread to tens of thousands of workers and so became transformed into a political event. The strike was organized by the Association of Factory and Plant Workers, an organization which had its origins in the police. The radicals, whose banqueting policy had reached a dead end, were burning with impatience. Dissatisfied with the purely economic character of the strike, they pushed Gapon, its leader, forward to a more political position, but he found such discontent, anger, and revolutionary energy among the workers that the petty plans of his liberal backers were completely swamped. The Social Democrats moved to the fore. Met with hostility at first, they quickly adapted themselves to their audience and took control of it. Their slogans were taken up by the masses and incorporated in the petition. The government withdrew into complete inactivity. For what reason? Cunning provocation? Pathetic confusion? Both. The bureaucrats of Prince Sviatopolk's type lost their heads stupidly. Trepov's gang, anxious to put an end to the spring and for that reason consciously hoping for a massacre, let events develop to their logical conclusion. The telegraph was allowed complete freedom to inform the entire world about every stage of the January strike. Every Paris concierge knew 3 days in advance that there was going to be a revolution in Petersburg on Sunday, January 9. And the Russian government did not move a finger to avoid the massacre. Meetings went on incessantly in 11 sections of the Workers' Association. The petition was drafted and plans for the march to the palace were discussed. Gapon went from section to section. The Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 6, January 9. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch06.htm, 2 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 50 seconds. Social Democratic agitators grew hoarse and dropped to the floor with exhaustion. The police did nothing to intervene. The police did not exist. As agreed, the march to the palace was a peaceful one, without songs, banners, or speeches. People wore their Sunday clothes. In some parts of the city they carried icons and church banners. Everywhere the petitioners encountered troops. They begged to be allowed to pass. They wept, they tried to go around the barrier, they tried to break through it. The soldiers fired all day long. The dead were counted in the hundreds, the wounded in the thousands. An exact count was impossible since the police carted away and secretly buried the bodies of the dead at night. At midnight on January 9, Georgy Gapon wrote, "My pastors curse upon the soldiers and officers who are killing their innocent brothers and their wives and children, upon the oppressors of the people. My blessing on those soldiers who help the people to strive for freedom. I absolve them from their military oath to the traitor Tsar who ordered the shedding of innocent blood." History used Gapon's fantastic plan for its own ends and all that was left for Gapon to do was to sanction its revolutionary conclusion with his authority as a priest. At a meeting of the Committee of Ministers on January 11, Count Witt, not then in power, proposed that the events which had taken place on the 9th and the measures for the future prevention of such regrettable events be discussed. Witt's proposal was rejected as not falling within the committee's competence and not included in the agenda for the present meeting. The Committee of Ministers allowed the beginning of the Russian Revolution to go unnoticed because the Russian Revolution was not on its agenda. 2. The forms taken by the historic events of January 9 could not, of course, have been foreseen by anyone. The priest whom history had so unexpectedly placed for a few days at the head of the working masses imposed the imprint of his personality, his views, and his priestly status on the events. The real content of these events was concealed from many eyes by their form. But the inner significance of January 9 goes far beyond the symbolism of the procession to the Winter Palace. Gapon's priestly robe was only a prop in that drama, the protagonist was the proletariat. The proletariat began with a strike, united itself, advanced political demands, came out into the streets, drew to itself the enthusiastic sympathy of the entire population, clashed with the troops and set off the Russian Revolution. Gapon did not create the revolutionary energy of the workers of St. Petersburg, he merely released it, to his own surprise. The son of a priest, and then a seminarian and student at the Eligius Academy, this agitator, so obviously encouraged by the police, suddenly found himself at the head of a crowd of 100,000 men and women. The political situation, his priestly robe, the elemental excitement of the masses which, as yet, had little political consciousness, and the fabulously rapid course of events turned Capon into a leader. A spinner of fantasies on a psychological subsoil of adventurism, a southerner of sanguine temperament with a touch of the confidence man about him, a total ignoramus in social matters, Capon was as little able to guide events as he was to foresee them. Events completely overtook him. The liberals persisted for a long time in the belief that the entire secret of the events of January 9 lay in Capon's personality. It contrasted him with the Social Democrats as though he were a political leader who knew the secret of controlling the masses and they a doctrinaire sect. In doing so they forgot that January. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 6 January 9. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch06.htm, 3 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 50 seconds. 9 would not have taken place if Capon had not encountered several thousand politically conscious workers who had been through the school of socialism. These men immediately formed an iron ring around him, a ring from which he could not have broken loose even if he had wanted to. But he made no attempt to break loose. Hypnotized by his own success, he let himself be carried by the waves. But although, on the very next day after Bloody Sunday, we ascribed to Capon a wholly subordinate political role, we all undoubtedly overestimated his personality. With his halo of holy anger, with the pastor's curses on his lips, he seemed from afar almost to be a biblical figure. It seemed as though powerful revolutionary passions had been awakened in the breast of this young priest employed at a Petersburg transit prison. And what happened? When the lights burned low, Capon was seen by everyone to be the utter political and moral nonentity he really was. His posturing before socialist Europe, his pathetic revolutionary writings from abroad, both crude and naive, his return to Russia, his conspiratorial relations with the government, the pieces of silver dealt out by Count Witt, Capon's pretentious and absurd interviews with representatives of the conservative press, and finally, the wretched betrayal which caused his end, all these finally destroyed any illusions concerning the Capon of January 9. We cannot help recalling the shrewd words of Victor Adler, the leader of the Austrian Social Democrats, who, on reading the first telegram which announced Capon's departure from Russia, said, "A pity. It would have been better for his name in history if he had disappeared from the scene as mysteriously as he had come upon it. We would have been left with a beautiful romantic legend about the priest who opened the floodgates of the Russian Revolution. There are men," Adler added with the subtle irony so characteristic of him, "whom the role of martyrs suits better than that of party comrades." 3. There is not yet such a thing as a revolutionary people in Russia. Thus wrote Peter Struve in his paper Osvobozhenie, Liberation, published abroad, on January 7, 1905, precisely 2 days before the Guards regiments crushed the Petersburg workers' demonstration. "There is no such thing as a revolutionary people in Russia," said Russian liberalism through the lips of a renegade socialist, having managed to persuade itself in the course of a 3 months banqueting jamboree that it was the principal actor on the political scene. The statement had not had time to reach Russia before the telegraph wires carried to all corners of the earth the great news of the beginning of the Russian Revolution. We had waited for it, we had never doubted it. For long years it had been for us the only logical conclusion of our doctrine, which was mocked by nonentities of every political hue. They did not believe in the revolutionary role of the proletariat, instead, they believed in the force of the Zemsty's petitions, in wit, in Svyatopok-Mirsky, in jars of dynamite. There was no political prejudice in which they did not believe. Our belief in the proletariat was the only thing they regarded as prejudice. Not only Struve, but also that educated public whose service he had lately joined were taken by surprise. With eyes gaping in terror and impotence they watched through their windows the unfolding of the historical drama. The intelligentsia's intervention in the events was truly pitiful and negligible. A deputation of several literary men and professors visited Prince Sviatopolk-Mirsky and Count Witt in the hope, as the liberal press explained, of illuminating the problem in such a way that the use of Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 6 January 9. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch06.htm, 4 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 50 seconds. Military force might be avoided. A mountain was moving against another mountain, and meanwhile this democratic handful believed that a visit to a couple of ministerial anterooms would suffice to avoid the inevitable. Sviatopolk refused to receive the deputation. Witt only gestured hopelessly. And then, as though availing themselves of Shakespeare's license to introduce an element of farce into the greatest tragedy, the police declared the pathetic deputation to be the provisional government and dispatched it to the fortress of Peter and Paul. Yet the January days drew a sharp dividing line across the amorphous blurred field of the intelligentsia's political conscience. The intelligentsia temporarily relegated to the archives are traditional liberalism with its faith in the happy succession of governmental personalities. Sviatopolk-Mirsky's foolish reign had been the era of such liberalism's finest flowering, the reformist ukase of December 12 its ripest fruit. But January 9 swept away the spring, replacing it by a military dictatorship and giving unlimited powers to Trepov, the unforgotten general, whom the liberal opposition had only just removed from the post of Moscow's police chief. At the same time the distinction between Democrats and the official opposition became increasingly clear in liberal society. The workers' action strengthened the position of the radical elements within the intelligentsia, just as the Zemstvos conference had earlier put a trump card in the hands of the opportunist elements. The question of political freedom took on concrete form for the first time in the consciousness of the left wing of the opposition. They saw it in terms of struggle, the balance of forces, the onslaught of powerful popular masses. And now, the revolutionary proletariat, yesterday's political fiction of the Marxists, was seen to be a powerful reality. Is this the moment, wrote the influential liberal weekly Provo, after the bloody January days, to cast doubt on the historic mission of the Russian urban proletariat? It is evident that this question, for the present moment in history at least, has been solved, not solved by us, but by those workers who, during the memorable January days, by the force of the terrible and bloody events, wrote their names in the sacred book of Russia's social movement. Only a week had passed between the publication of Stroop's article and the writing of those lines, yet a whole historical epoch lies between them. 4. January 9 was a turning point in the political consciousness of the capitalist bourgeoisie. During the years just preceding the revolution and to the great dissatisfaction of capital, a whole school of government demagogy, the so-called Zubetov school, had come into being. Its aim was to provoke workers towards economic clashes with the manufacturers and thus divert them from a clash with the state. But now, after Bloody Sunday, the normal course of industrial life came to a complete standstill. Work was only done in snatches, in the intervals between moments of unrest. The enormous profits from deliveries to the armed forces did not go to industry, which was in a state of crisis, but to a small group of privileged and predatory monopolists. There was nothing to reconcile industry with the state of growing chaos. One branch of industry after another passed to the opposition. Stock exchange associations, industrial congresses, so-called consultative bureaus, that is to say, camouflaged syndicates and other organizations of capital, politically virginal only yesterday, now vented their distrust of the autocratic police state system and began to speak the language of liberalism. The city merchant showed that in the cause of opposition he had nothing to yield to the enlightened landowner. The Dumas not only joined the Zemstvos but, in some cases, placed themselves at their head. And the Moscow Duma, which was an organization of merchants, moved into the front rank. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 6 January 9. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch06.htm, 5 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 50 seconds. The struggle of various branches of capital among themselves for the favors and bounties of the Ministry of Finance temporarily receded in face of the universal demand for the renewal of civil and state order. Instead of simple notions about concessions and subsidies, or side by side with these, more complex ideas about the development of productive forces and the expansion of the domestic market began to emerge. Side by side with these dominant ideas, a sharp interest in calming the worker and peasant masses made its appearance in all the petitions, memoranda and resolutions of the employers' organizations. Capital was disillusioned with the panacea of police repression, which is like a rope that lashes at the living bodies of the workers with one end and whacks the industrialists' pockets with the other, and so it arrived at the solemn conclusion that the peaceful course of capitalist exploitation needed a liberal regime. Et2, Brute. The reactionary press howled as it watched the old believer mayor chants of Moscow, pillars of ancient tradition, supporting the constitutional platforms. But the howling did not bring the Brutus of the textile industry to a stop. He had to describe his political parabola, in order, at the end of the year, when the proletarian movement reached its apex, to claim once more the protection of the holy, the one and indivisible policeman's whip. V. But the most profound and significant effect of the January massacre was upon the Russian proletariat. A tremendous wave of strikes swept the country from end to end, convulsing the entire body of the nation. According to approximate calculations, the strike spread to 122 towns and localities, several mines in the Donets Basin and to railways. The proletarian masses were stirred to the very core of their being. The strike involved something like 1 million men and women. For almost 2 months, without any plan, in many eases without advancing any claims, stopping and starting, obedient only to the instinct of solidarity, the strike ruled the land. At the height of the storm of strikes, in February 1905, we wrote, "After January 9 the revolution knows no stopping. It is no longer satisfied with the hidden underground work of continually arousing new strata of the population, it is now making an overt and urgent roll call of its fighting companies, its regiments, battalions, and divisions. The proletariat is the main force of its army, and that is why the revolution has made the strike its means of carrying out this roll call. Trade after trade, factory after factory, town after town are stopping work. The railway personnel act as the detonators of the strike, the railway lines are the channels along which the strike epidemic spreads. Economic claims are advanced and are satisfied, wholly or in part, almost at once. But neither the beginning of the strike nor its end is fully determined by the nature of the claims made or by the form in which they are met. The strike does not occur because the economic struggle has found expression in certain well-defined demands, on the contrary, the demands are chosen and formulated because there has to be a strike. The workers have to reveal to themselves, to the proletariat in other parts of the country, finally to the nation at large, their accumulated strength, their class responsiveness, their fighting readiness. Everything has to be submitted to the universal revolutionary appraisal. The strikers themselves and those who support them, those who fear them and those who hate them, all realize or dimly sense that this furious strike which leaps from place to place, then takes off again and rushes forward like a whirlwind, that this strike is not merely itself. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 6, January 9. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch06.htm, 6 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 50 seconds. That it is obedient to the will of the revolution which has sent it down upon the land. Over the operational area of the strike, and that operational area is the country at large, there hangs something menacing, sinister and defiant. After January 9 the revolution knows no stopping. Without a care for military secrecy, openly, noisily, mocking the routine of life, dispelling its drugged dullness, the revolution leads us to its own culminating point. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 6, January 9. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch06.htm, 7 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 50 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 7. The strike in October. So you think the revolution is coming? It's coming. Novo Yavramya, May 5, 1905. Here it is. Novo Yavramya, May 5, 1905. The fact that perfectly free popular gatherings were taking place within the walls of universities while Trepov's unlimited terror reigned in the streets was one of the most astonishing political paradoxes of the autumn months of 1905. A certain General Glazov, old and ignorant, who for no known reason found himself holding the post of Minister of Education, created much to his own surprise these islands of freedom of speech. The liberal professors protested that the universities are for study and the street has no place in the academics. Prince Sergei Trubetskoy died with this truth upon his lips. But for several weeks the doors of the universities remained wide open. The people filled the corridors, lecture rooms, and halls. Workers went directly from the factory to the university. The authorities were confounded. They could crush, arrest, trample and shoot workers while they remained in the streets or in their homes. But as soon as the worker crossed the threshold of the university he promptly became inviolable. The authorities were thus given an object lesson in the advantages of constitutional law over the law of autocracy. The first free popular meetings took place on September 30 in the universities of Petersburg and Kiev. The official telegraph agency, horrified by the audience which gathered in the assembly hall of Vladimir University, reported that apart from students, the crowd consisted of a multitude of extraneous persons of both sexes, secondary school pupils, adolescents from the town's private schools, workers, and a miscellaneous rag, tag, and bobtail. The revolutionary word had escaped from underground and was filling the university halls, lecture rooms, corridors, and quadrangles. The masses were greedily taking in the slogans of revolution, so beautiful in their simplicity. The unorganized, accidental crowd which seemed like a miscellaneous rag. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 7 The Strike in October. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch07.htm, 1 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 56 seconds. Tag, and bobtail to the fools of the bureaucracy and the hacks of the reactionary press showed a moral discipline and a political sensibility which amazed even bourgeois journalists. A columnist wrote in Rus, "Do you know what astonished me most of all at a university meeting? The extraordinary, exemplary order. Soon after I arrived, an interval was announced in the assembly hall, and I went for a stroll down the corridor. University corridor is rather like a street. All the lecture rooms off the corridor were full of people, and independent sectional meetings were taking place inside them. The corridor itself was filled to overflowing, crowds were moving back and forth. Some people sat on the window sills, on benches, on top of cupboards. They smoked, they talked in low voices. One might have thought that one was attending a reception, only a rather more serious one than these affairs usually are. And that this was the people, the real, genuine people, with hands coarsened by hard manual work, with that earth-colored complexion which people get from spending days in unhealthy, airless premises. And all of them had shining eaves set deeply in their orbits. For these undersized, thin, badly nourished people who had come here from the factory or the plant, from the workshop where steel is smelted or iron is cast, where the heat and smoke are stifling, the university is like a temple, lofty, spacious, dazzlingly white. And every word spoken here has the ring of a prayer. The freshly awakened desire for knowledge absorbs any and every theory like a sponge. No, this inspired crowd did not absorb any and every theory. Had those reactionary windbags who claim that no solidarity exists between the extremist parties and the masses attempted to address this crowd, but no, they did not dare. They sat tight in their holes in the ground and waited for a breathing space in which they might renew their slanderous attacks on the past. But not only they, even the politicians and spokesmen of liberalism failed to address this vast, forever changing audience. Here the spokesman of revolution reigned supreme. Here the social democrats forged indissoluble, vital political bonds to unite innumerable people. Here they translated the great social passions of the masses into the language of formulated revolutionary slogans. The crowd which left the university was no longer the crowd that had entered it. Meetings took place every day. The mood of the workers mounted higher and higher, but the party issued no appeal. A popular action was expected to take place considerably later, coinciding with the anniversary of January 9 and the convening of the State Duma, due on January 10. The Railwaymen's Union threatened to refuse to allow the deputies of Buligins Duma to enter Petersburg. But events developed more rapidly than anyone had foreseen. The typesetters at Sidin's print works in Moscow struck on September 19. They demanded a shorter working day and a higher piecework rate per 1,000 letters set, not excluding punctuation marks. This small event set off nothing more nor less than the all-Russian political strike, the strike which started over punctuation marks and ended by felling absolutism. The police department plaintively reported that an association called the Union of Moscow Typographers and Lithographers, banned by the government, had taken advantage of the strike at Sidin's. By the evening of September 24, 50 printing works were on strike. A program of claims was drawn up on the 25th at a meeting permitted by the city governor. This program was interpreted by the city governor as an arbitrary action of the Soviet of print shop deputies, and in the name of the personal independence of workers menaced by such arbitrary proletarian action, this police satrap tried to put down the print workers' strike with his clumsy fist. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 7 The Strike in October. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch07.htm, 2 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 56 seconds. But the strike which had arisen over punctuation marks had already had time to spread to other branches. The Moscow bakers struck, and struck so solidly that 2 companies of the 1st Don Cossack Regiment, with the heroic courage characteristic of that particular arm of the Tsar's forces, were obliged to take Filipov's bakery by storm. On October 1 telegraphic messages were received from Moscow stating that the strikes at factories and plants were beginning to die down. But they were only drawing breath. 2. On October 2 the Petersburg typesetters decided to demonstrate their solidarity with their Moscow comrades by means of a 3-day strike. Moscow telegraphed that industrial plants in the city were continuing the strike. There were no street incidents, heavy rain acted as the surest ally of law and order. The railways, which were to play such a tremendous part in the October struggle, issued a first warning. On September 30 ferment began in the workshops of the Moscow-Kursk and Moscow-Kazan railways. These 2 railways were prepared to open the campaign on October 1. They were held back by the Railwaymen's Union. Basing itself on the experience of the February, April, and July strikes of various individual lines, the Union was preparing a general railway strike to coincide with the convening of the State Duma. For the present it was against partial action. But the ferment continued unabated. On September 20, an official conference of railwaymen's deputies had opened to discuss the question of pension funds. This conference spontaneously extended its terms of reference and, applauded by the railway world as a whole, transformed itself into an independent trade union and political congress. Greetings to the Congress arrived from all sides. The ferment increased. The idea of an immediate general strike of the railways began to gain hold in the Moscow area. On October 3 we received a telephone message from Moscow to the effect that the strikes in the factories and plants were gradually diminishing. On the Moscow-Brest Railway, where the workshops were on strike, there was a noticeable movement in favor of resumption of work. The strike had not yet made up its mind. It was still pondering and hesitating. A meeting of workers' deputies from the printing, engineering, cabinet making, tobacco, and other trades adopted a decision to form a general council, Soviet, of all Moscow workers. During the next few days everything seemed to point to conciliation. The strike in Riga came to an end. On October 4 and 5 work was resumed in many of the Moscow printing works. The newspapers appeared once more. A day later the Saratov editions appeared after a week's interruption. Nothing seemed to indicate the events that were to come. At a university meeting in Petersburg on the 5th the resolution was adopted calling for the termination of sympathy strikes by a given date. The Petersburg typesetters returned to work after their 3-day solidarity strike. On the same day the city governor of Petersburg was already announcing complete order on the Shlisselburg highway and full resumption of work. On the 7th, half the workers of the Nevsky shipbuilding plant resumed work. All plants beyond the Nevsky Gate were working, with the exception of the Obukhov plant which had proclaimed a political strike until October 10. Everyday life seemed about to return, revolutionary everyday life, of course. It looked as if the strike had made a few disorganized attempts, had abandoned them, and had departed. But that was only how it. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 7 The Strike in October. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch07.htm, 3 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 56 seconds. Looked. 3. In reality the strike was preparing to go into action at full tilt. It meant to do its work in the briefest possible time and immediately tackled the railways. Influenced by the tension prevailing on all lines, particularly those centered on Moscow, the central office of the Railwaymen's Union decided to declare a general strike. In so doing it had in mind only a trial mobilization of its fighting forces everywhere. The battle itself was still planned for January. The decisive day was October 7. The heart spasms have begun, wrote Novoye Vremya, the Moscow railways were dying, one after the other. Moscow was becoming isolated from the country. Anxious telegrams raced one another along the telegraph wires. Nizhny Novgorod, Arzamas, Kashira, Ryazan, Vena, all complained that the railways were failing. On October 7 the Moscow-Kazan Railway entered the strike. The Romodanov branch struck at Nizhny. On the next day the strike spread to the Moscow-Yaroslav, Moscow-Nizhegorod, and Moscow-Kursk lines. Other central points, however, did not respond at once. On October 8, at a meeting of employees of the Petersburg Railway Center, it was decided to proceed actively with the organization of an all-Russian Railwaymen's Union, which had first been proposed at the April Congress in Moscow, in order subsequently to submit an ultimatum to the government and to support its claims by a strike of the entire railway network. Yet here too the strike was deferred to the indefinite future. The Moscow-Kiev-Voronezh, Moscow-Brest, and other lines struck on October 9. The strike took control of the situation and, feeling the ground firm under its feet, overturned all moderate, procrastinating decisions which were hostile to it. On October 9, at an extraordinary meeting of the Petersburg Delegates' Congress of Railway Personnel, the slogans of the railway strike were formulated and immediately disseminated by telegraph to all lines. They were the following: 8-hour day, civil liberties, amnesty, constituent assembly. The strike began confidently to take over the country. It finally bade farewell to indecision. The self-confidence of its participants grew together with their number. Revolutionary class claims were advanced ahead of the economic claims of separate trades. Having broken out of its local and trade boundaries, the strike began to feel that it was a revolution and so acquired unprecedented daring. The strike rushed forward along the rails and stopped all movement in its wake. It announced its coming over the wires of the railway telegraph. Strike was the order of the day in every corner of the land. On October 9 the newspapers informed all Russia that a certain electrician named Bednov had been arrested with proclamations on the Kazan Railway. They still hoped to stop the strike by confiscating a bundle of proclamations. Fools! The strike swept ahead. It followed a grandiose plan that of halting industrial and commercial life in the country at large, and in following this plan it did not overlook a single detail. Where the telegraph refused to serve it, it cut the wires or overturned the telegraph poles. It halted railway engines and let off their steam. It brought the electric power stations to a standstill, and where this was difficult it damaged electric cables and. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 7 The Strike in October. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch07.htm, 4 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 56 seconds. Plunged railway stations into darkness. Where it met stubborn resistance, it did not hesitate to disrupt lines, break signals, overturn engines, put obstacles across lines or place railway carriages across bridges. It penetrated into lift systems and stopped the hoisting winches. It halted goods trains wherever it found them, while passenger trains were usually run to the nearest junction or to the place of destination. Only for its own purposes did the strike allow itself to break the vow of immobility. When it needed news bulletins of the revolution it opened a printing works, it used the telegraph to send out strike instructions, it let trains carrying strikers' delegates pass. Nothing else was exempt. The strike closed down industrial plants, chemists' and grocers' shops, courts of law, everything. From time to time its attention wearied and its vigilance slackened, now here, now there. Sometimes a reckless train would break through the strike barrier, then the strike would set off in pursuit of it. The guilty train, like a criminal on the run, raced through dark and empty stations, unannounced by the telegraph, leaving a wake of fear and uncertainty behind it. But in the end the strike would catch up with the train, stop the engine, immobilize the driver, let off the steam. It used every possible means. It appealed, convinced, implored, it begged on its knees. That is what a woman orator did at the Kursky station in Moscow. It threatened, terrorized, threw stones, finally fired off its Brownings. It wanted to achieve its aim at whatever cost. It staked too much, the blood of fathers, the bread of children, the reputation of its own strength. An entire class obeyed it, and when a negligible fraction of that class, corrupted by the very forces it was fighting, stood in its path, it is scarcely surprising that the strike roughly kicked the obstacle aside. 4. The country's motor nerves were dying. The economic body was growing numb. Smolensk, Kirsanov, Tula, Lokoyanov complained helplessly of complete immobility on the railways. On the 10th almost all lines centered on Moscow fell idle, including the Nikolaev Railway as far as Tver, and Moscow was utterly lost in the center of a boundless plain. The Savilovsk Railway, the last of those centered on Moscow, struck on the 16th. On the evening of the 10th, striking railway employees met in the hall of Moscow University and resolved to continue the strike until all their claims were satisfied. From the center, the railway strike spread to the periphery. The Ryazan-Ural line struck on the 8th, the Bryansk line of the Polesky Railway and the Smolensk-Dankov line on the 9th, the Kursk, Kharkov, Sevastopol and Yekaterinsk railways and all those centered on Kharkov on the 10th. Prices of foodstuffs began to rise rapidly everywhere. By the 11th, Moscow was complaining of a milk shortage. On that day the railway strike spread still further. Traffic on the Samara's latest railway began to come to a halt. The Orel center was immobilized. The largest stations of the Southwest Railways Kazadin, Berzela, and Odessa as well as Kremenkog on the Kharkov-Nikolaev Railway joined the strike. Only 3 trains reached Saratov throughout the day, and those trains carried no passengers other than the strikers' elected deputies. The Telegraph reported that these delegates' trains were met with enthusiasm everywhere. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 7 The Strike in October. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch07.htm, 5 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 56 seconds. The railway strike spread inexorably, involving more and more lines, more and more trains. On October 11, the Governor-General of Kurland issued an urgent decree making the cessation of work on the railway punishable by 3 months' imprisonment. The answer to the challenge came immediately. By the 12th no trains were running between Moscow and Kreuzberg, the line was on strike, the Vindava train did not arrive. Traffic came to a halt on all branches of the Vistula region on the night of October 11 to 12. In the morning, trains for Petersburg failed to leave Warsaw. On the same day the 12th the strike encircled Petersburg itself. Revolutionary instinct prompted it to adopt the correct tactics. First it aroused the workers in all the provinces, then it bombarded Petersburg with thousands of frightened telegrams, thereby creating the psychological moment. It terrorized the central authorities, and only then arrived personally on the scene to deliver the coup de grace. On the morning of the 12th the cessation of work on all railways which centered on Petersburg was adopted with complete unanimity. Only the Finland line still operated, awaiting the revolutionary mobilization of the whole of Finland. This line did not stop until 4 days later, the 16th. On October 3 the strike reached Revel, Libava, Riga, and Brest. Work ceased at Perm station. Traffic was halted on a part of the Tashkent Railway. On the 14th, the Brest Center, the Transcaucasian Railway and the Ashgabat and Novaya Bukhara stations on the Central Asian Railway struck in their turn. On the same day the strike spread to the Siberian railways, starting at Chita and Irkutsk and moving from the east westwards, it reached Chelyabinsk and Kurgan by the 17th. Baku station struck on the 15th and Odessa on the 17th. For a time, this paralysis of the motor nerves was accompanied by a paralysis of the sensory nerves. On the 11th telegraphic communications were interrupted in Kharkov, on the 13th in Chelyabinsk and Irkutsk, on the 14th in Moscow and on the 15th in Petersburg. Because of the railway strike, the postal system was forced almost entirely to refuse intercity correspondence. A horse-drawn troika with an old-fashioned forged shaft bow was seen on the old Moscow highway. Not only all the Russian and Polish railways, but also the Vladikavkaz, Transcaucasian and Siberian railways were at a standstill. The entire army of the railways, 750,000 men, was on strike. The bread, commodities, meat, vegetables, fish, and other markets began to issue worried communiques. Prices of foodstuffs, especially meat, rose rapidly. The money exchange trembled. Revolution had always been its mortal enemy. Now that they were face to face with one another, the exchange began to behave like a thing possessed. It rushed to the telegraph, but the telegraph maintained a hostile silence. The post office, too, refused to serve. The exchange knocked on the door of the state bank, but was told that the bank could not guarantee transfers at a fixed date. Shares of railway and industrial enterprises left their perches like a flock of frightened birds, and flew off only not upwards, but downwards. Panic, accompanied by the gnashing of teeth, reigned in the shadowy world of stock exchange speculation. Money circulation was obstructed, payments from the provinces to the two capitals ceased to come in. Firms operating on a cash basis stopped their payments. The number of protested bills began to increase rapidly. All the issuers of checks and bills of exchange, all the guarantors, the payers, and the payees. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 7 The Strike in October. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch07.htm, 6 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 56 seconds. Began to fret and fuss and demand the changing of laws created for their use, because at the strike, the revolution had infringed upon all the laws of economic exchange. But the strike was not content with the railways. It aimed at becoming universal. Having let the steam out of the engines and put out the station lights, it joins the crowds of railway workers on their way to town. It halts trains, stops the horses of hackney carriages and obliges the passengers to dismount, closes down shops, restaurants, cafes and taverns, and confidently approaches the factory gates. Inside, they are already waiting. The alarm whistle starts, work stops, the crowd in the street swells. The strike marches forward, now carrying a red banner. The banner proclaims that it wants a constituent assembly and a republic, that it is fighting for socialism. It passes the editorial offices of a reactionary newspaper. It glances back with hatred at that infected ideological source and, if a stone happens to be handy, it hurls it at a window. The liberal press, which thinks that it is serving the people, sends a deputation to the strike, promising to work for conciliation and begging for mercy. Its pleas are left unheeded. The type cases are closed, the compositors come out into the street. Offices and banks are closed down. The strike rules over everything. On the 10th of October a general political strike was proclaimed in Moscow, Kharkov, and Revel. On the 11th, in Sneolansk, Kozlov, Yekaterinoslav and Lodz. On the 12th, in Kursk, Belgorod, Sanyera, Saratov and Poltava. On the 13th, in Petersburg, Orsha, Minsk, Kremenkug and Simferopol. On the 14th, in Gomel, Kalish, Rostov-on-Don, Tiflis and Irkutsk. On the 15th, in Vilna, Odessa, and Batum. On the 16th in Orenburg. On the 17th in Yuriv, Vitebsk, and Tomsk. Riga, Libava, Warsaw, Plotsk, Bialystok, Kovna, Vinsk, Pskov, Poltava, Nikolaev, Mariupol, Kazan, Chenstokhov, Zlatist, and others also struck. Industrial life, and in many places also commercial life, collapsed everywhere. Schools and universities closed down. Unions of the intelligentsia joined the strike of the proletariat. In many places juries refused to sit, lawyers to plead, doctors to attend patients. Justices of the peace closed down their courts. 6. The strike organized colossal meetings. The tension of the masses and the dismay of the authorities grew simultaneously, each feeding the other. The streets and squares were filled with mounted and foot patrols. The Cossacks provoked the strike to offer resistance. They charged crowds, slashing with whips, striking with sabers, shooting from behind corners without warning. Then the strike showed, wherever it could, that it was not a merely temporary interruption of work, a passive protest made with folded arms. It defended itself and, in its defense, passed to the offensive. In a number of towns in the south it erected barricades, seized gun shops, armed itself and offered a heroic if not victorious resistance. In Kharkov on October 10, after a meeting, the crowd seized a gun shop. On the 11th, barricades were erected by workers and students near the university. Telegraph poles were torn down and laid across the streets, iron gates, shutters, grills, packing cases, planks, and logs were piled on top, and the lot was bound together with telegraph wire. Some barricades were built on stone foundations. Heavy slabs dug up from the pavements were piled on top of logs. By 1 p.m. 10 barricades had been built according to this simple but noble architecture. Windows and passages in the university were also barricaded. The university area was declared to be in a state of siege, and command of the area was Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 7 The Strike in October. http://www.marxists.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch07.htm, 7 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 56 seconds. Entrusted to a certain, no doubt valiant, Lieutenant General Mao. However, the governor accepted a compromise solution and honorable conditions for surrender were worked out, the liberal bourgeoisie acting as mediator. A militia was organized and enthusiastically welcomed by the citizens. The militia restored order. Petersburg then demanded that this order be crushed by force. The militia was dispersed almost as soon as it had come into being, and the town was once more in the power of thugs on horseback and on foot. In Yekaterinoslav on October 11, after Cossacks had treacherously fired on a peaceful crowd, barricades first appeared in the streets. They were 6 in number. The largest stood on Briansky Square. Carts, rails, poles, dozens of small objects, all the things which, as Victor Hugo put it, the revolution can find to hurl at the head of the old order were used in building it. The skeleton of the barricade was covered with a thick layer of earth, ditches were dug on either side, and wire obstacles were erected in front of the ditches. From morning, several hundred people were present on each barricade. The first attack of the armed forces was unsuccessful, only at 3:30 p.m. did the soldiers seize the first barricade. During the attack, 2 bombs were thrown, one after the other, from the housetops. Among the soldiers there were dead and wounded. By evening, the troops had taken all the barricades. On the 12th, the peace of the graveyard reigned in the town. The army was cleaning its rifles while the revolution buried its dead. October 16 was the day of the barricades in Odessa. From morning, tramway carriages were overturned on Preobrazhenskaya and Richelieu streets, shop signs were taken down, trees were felled and street benches were gathered into a pile. 4 barricades surrounded by barbed wire obstacles were set across the entire width of the streets. They were taken by the soldiers after a fight, and were pulled down with the help of janitors. Street clashes between strikers and soldiers and attempts to erect barricades occurred in many other towns. But by and large the October days remained a political strike, a revolutionary exercise, a simultaneous review of all the revolution's fighting forces, but not an armed rising. 7. And yet absolutism gave in. The tremendous tension gripping the entire country, the confused reports arriving in vast numbers from the provinces, the total uncertainty as to what the next day had in store all created unbelievable panic in the government's ranks. There was no full and unconditional confidence in the army, soldiers were seen at meetings, officers who spoke at meetings claimed that a third of the army was with the people. Furthermore, the railway strike created unsurmountable obstacles to military pacification measures. And, finally, there was the European Stock Exchange. It understood that it was dealing with revolution, and declared that it was not prepared to tolerate such a state of affairs any longer. It demanded order and constitutional guarantees. Absolutism, in its utter confusion, began to make concessions. A manifesto was issued on October 17. Count Witt became Prime Minister thanks, let him deny this if he can, to the victory of the revolutionary strike, or, more precisely, thanks to the incompleteness of that victory. During the night small extent. What it did do was to underline the unquestionable and unlimited hegemony of the proletariat in revolutionary struggle. The liberal professions, which after January 9 had adopted the principal democratic slogans of the Petersburg workers, in October adopted the actual method of struggle typical of the proletariat, the strike. The students, the most revolutionary wing of the intelligentsia, had long since begun to carry the strike from the factories to the universities accompanied by solemn. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 7 The Strike in October. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch07.htm, 8 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 56 seconds. Protests by the entire body of liberal university professors. The further growth of the revolutionary hegemony of the proletariat spread the strike to the law courts, the chemists' shops, the rural administration offices and the town dumas. The October strike was a demonstration of the proletariat's hegemony in the bourgeois revolution and, at the same time, of the hegemony of the towns in an agricultural country. The old power of the land, deified by the Narodnik movement, gave place to the despotism of the capitalist town. The town became master of the situation. It concentrated colossal wealth within itself, it attached the villages to itself by the iron bond of rails, along these rails it gathered into its entrails the finest forces of initiative and creative power in all spheres of life, both materially and spiritually, it put the entire country in its thrall. In vain the reactionaries would calculate the small percentage of the urban population, comforting themselves with the thought that Russia was still an agricultural country. The political role of the modern town cannot be measured by the number of its inhabitants any more than its economic role can be. The retreat of reaction in the face of the towns on strike, the countryside remaining silent all the while, is the best proof of the dictatorship of the towns. The October days showed that in revolution the hegemony belongs to the towns and, in the towns, to the proletariat. But at the same time they revealed that the consciously revolutionary towns were cut off from the spontaneously aroused countryside. The October days posed, in practice and on a colossal scale, of October 17th to 18th people marched in the streets with red banners, called for an amnesty, sang eternal memory at the sites of the January massacres and shouted anathema outside Pope Donostsev's house and the offices of the New Times. On the morning of the 18th came the first killings that were to take place during the constitutional era. The enemy had not been stifled. He retreated only temporarily before the unexpected onslaught. The October strike showed that the revolution was now capable of bringing the whole of urban Russia simultaneously to its feet. This was a tremendous step forward, and the reactionary ruling clique showed a proper appreciation of this fact when it responded to the October trial of strength by, on the one hand, issuing the manifesto of October 17th and, on the other hand, by mobilizing all its fighting cadres in the cause of the Black Terror. 8. 10 years ago Plekhanov said at the London Socialist Congress that the Russian revolutionary movement would triumph as a workers' movement or not at all. On January 7, 1905, Struve wrote, "There is no such thing as a revolutionary people in Russia." On October 17 the autocratic government put its signature to the first serious victory of the revolution, and that victory was won by the proletariat. Plekhanov had been right, the revolutionary movement triumphed as a workers' movement. True, the October strike took place not only with the material help of the bourgeoisie, but also with its direct support in the form of a strike by the liberal professions. But that does not alter the situation. A strike of engineers, lawyers, and doctors could not have any independent significance, and it increased. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 7 The Strike in October. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch07.htm, 9 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 56 seconds. The political significance of the workers' strike only to vary the question, on whose side is the army? They showed that the destiny of Russian freedom depended on the answer to that question. The October days of revolution led to the October orgy of reaction. The black forces took advantage of a moment of revolutionary ebb for launching a bloody attack. This attack owed its success to the fact that the revolutionary strike, having laid down the hammer, had not yet taken up the sword. The October days showed the revolution with a terrible logic that it needed arms. To organize the countryside and bind it to itself, to establish close links with the army, to arm itself, those were the great and simple conclusions which the October struggle and the October victory dictated to the proletariat. It is on these conclusions that the revolution rests. ******. In our essay Before January, written during the period of the liberal spring, we attempted to map out the course of the future development of revolutionary relations. In doing this we put the greatest emphasis on the mass political strike as the inevitable method of the Russian Revolution. Certain people who, one should add, are estimable in every respect accused us of trying to provide a recipe for revolution. These critics explained to us that the strike, being a specific method of proletarian class struggle, would not play the role we were forcing upon it under the conditions of a national bourgeois revolution. Events as they have turned out in defiance of many a profound thinker's clichés have long ago relieved me of the necessity of replying to these estimable critics. The persons meant here are Menshevik writers such as Martov, Dan, et.al. The general strike in Petersburg, on the basis of which the drama of January 9 took place, occurred while the above-mentioned essay was not yet printed. Evidently our recipe was a simple plagiarism from actual revolutionary development. In February 1905, at the time of the chaotic disconnected strikes provoked directly by Bloody Sunday in Petersburg, we wrote, "After January 9 the revolution knows no stopping. It is no longer satisfied with the hidden underground work of continually arousing new strata of the population. It is now making an overt and urgent roll call of its fighting companies, its regiments, battalions, and divisions. The proletariat is the main force of its army, and that is why the revolution has made the strike its means of carrying out this roll call. Trade after trade, factory after factory, town after town are stopping work. The railway personnel act as the detonators of the strike, the railway lines are the channels along which the strike epidemic spreads. Economic claims are advanced and are satisfied, wholly or in part, almost at once. But neither the beginning of the strike nor its end is fully determined by the nature of the claims made or by the form in which they are met. The strike does not occur because the economic struggle has found expression in certain well-defined demands. On the contrary, the demands are chosen and formulated because there has to be a strike. The workers have to reveal to themselves, to the proletariat in other parts of the country, finally to the nation at large, their accumulated strength, their class responsiveness, their fighting readiness. Everything has to be submitted to a universal revolutionary appraisal. The strikers themselves and those who support them, those who fear them and those who hate them, all. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 7 The Strike in October. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch07.htm, 10 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 56 seconds. Realize or dimly sense that this furious strike which leaps from place to place, then takes off again and rushes forward like a whirlwind, that this strike is not merely itself, that it is obedient to the will of the revolution which has sent it down upon the land. We were not mistaken. The great October strike grew on the soil prepared by the 9-month strike campaign. For the liberals with their incurably superficial view, the October strike was as unexpected as the 9th of January had been. These events did not enter their preconceived schema of history, they cut into it like a wedge. But after the fact liberal thought accepted these events. More than that, before the October strike, liberalism placed its trust in Zemstvo congresses and contemptuously ignored the idea of a general strike. After October 17 the same liberalism, as represented by its left wing, placed its entire trust in the victorious strike and rejected all other forms of revolutionary struggle. This peaceful strike, Mr. Prokopovich wrote in Provo, this strike which involved a far smaller number of victims than the January movement, and which culminated in profound governmental change, was a revolution that radically altered the state structure of Russia. History, he continues, in depriving the proletariat of one of the means of struggle for people's rights, the street rising and the barricades, gave it a still more powerful means, the political general strike. Provo, 1905, No. 41. The foregoing quotations show the great importance we attach to the mass political strike as an inevitable method of the Russian Revolution, at a time when the radical Prokopoviches were still placing their trust in the Zemstvo opposition. But we are quite unable to admit that the general strike cancelled or replaced the earlier methods of revolution. It merely modified and supplemented them. And likewise, however highly we assess the significance of the October strike, we are quite unable to admit that it radically altered the state structure of Russia. On the contrary, all subsequent political developments can only be explained by the fact that the October strike left the state structure unchanged. More than that, the strike could not have achieved profound governmental change. Qua political strike, it completed its mission by putting the opponents face to face. The railway and telegraph strike indisputably introduced extreme disorganization into the mechanism of government, and this disorganization became greater as the strike continued. But a prolonged strike causes disintegration of economic and social life as a whole and inevitably weakens the workers themselves. In the end, the strike could not but come to an end. But as soon as the first engine began to steam and the first Morse apparatus began to click again, the state power, which was still in being, was able to replace all the broken levers and, generally speaking, to renew the worn-out parts of the old state machinery. In struggle it is extremely important to weaken the enemy. That is what a strike does. At the same time, a strike brings the army of the revolution to its feet. But neither the one nor the other, in itself, creates a state revolution. The power still has to be snatched from the hands of the old rulers and handed over to the revolution. That is the fundamental task. A general strike only creates the necessary preconditions, it is quite inadequate for achieving the task itself. The old state power rests on its material forces and, above all, on the army. The army stands in the way. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 7 The Strike in October. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch07.htm, 11 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 56 seconds. Of real, as opposed to paper, revolution. At a certain moment in revolution the crucial question becomes, on which side are the soldiers, their sympathies and their bayonets? That is not a question you can answer with the help of a questionnaire. Many useful and appropriate comments can be made concerning the width and straightness of streets in modern towns, the characteristics of modern weapons, etc., etc., but none of these technical considerations can supersede the question of the revolutionary takeover of state power. The inertia of the army must be overcome. The revolution achieves this by pitting the army against the popular masses. A general strike creates favorable conditions for such conflict. It is a harsh method, but history offers no other. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 7 The Strike in October. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch07.htm, 12 of 12, June 6, 2002, 13:41 and 56 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 8. The Creation of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. October, November, and December 1905 was the period of revolutionary culmination. It began with a modest strike of Moscow's typesetters and ended with government troops crushing the ancient capital of the Russian Tsars. But with the exception of the final moment, the Moscow Rising, Moscow did not occupy first place in the events of that period. The role of Petersburg in the Russian Revolution cannot be compared in any way with that of Paris in the French Revolution. The economically primitive nature of France, and, in particular, of the means of communication, on the one hand, and administrative centralization on the other, allowed the French Revolution to be localized to all intents and purposes within the walls of Paris. The situation in Russia was entirely different. Capitalist development in Russia had created as many independent centers of revolution as there were centers of major industry, independent, that is, but also intimately linked with one another. The railways and the telegraph decentralized the revolution despite the centralized character of the state, but, at the same time, they brought unity to all its scattered manifestations. If, as the result of all this, we recognize that Petersburg had the leading voice in the revolution, it does not mean that the revolution was concentrated in Nevsky Prospect or outside the Winter Palace, but only that the slogans and fighting methods of Petersburg found a mighty revolutionary echo in the country as a whole. The type of organization adopted in Petersburg, the tone of the Petersburg press, immediately became models for the provinces. Local provincial events, with the exception of the risings in the navy and the fortresses, had no autonomous significance. If, then, we are to recognize the capital on the Neva as the center of the events of the final months of 1905, in Petersburg itself we must recognize the Council, Soviet, of Workers' Deputies as the cornerstone of all these events. Not only because this was the greatest workers' organization to be seen in Russia up until that time. Not only because the Petersburg Soviet served as a model for Moscow, Odessa, and a number of other cities. But, above all, because this purely class-founded, proletarian organization was the organization of the revolution as such. The Soviet was the axis of all events, every thread ran towards it, every call to action emanated from it. What was the Soviet of Workers' Deputies? The Soviet came into being as a response to an objective need, a need born of the course of events. It was an organization which was authoritative and yet had no traditions, which could immediately involve a scattered mass of hundreds of thousands of people while having virtually no organizational machinery, which united the revolutionary currents within the proletariat, which was capable of initiative and spontaneous self-control, and most important of all, which could be brought out from underground. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 8 The Creation of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch08.htm, 1 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 2 seconds. Within 24 hours. The Social Democratic Organization, which welded together a few hundred Petersburg workers, and to which several thousand more were ideologically attached, was able to speak for the masses by illuminating their immediate experience with the lightning of political thought, but it was not able to create a living organizational link with these masses, if only because it had always done the principal part of its work in clandestinity, concealed from the eyes of the masses. The organization of the socialist revolutionaries suffered from the same occupational disease of clandestinity, further aggravated by instability and impotence. Internal friction between two equally powerful factions of the Social Democrats on the one hand, and the struggle of both factions with the socialist revolutionaries on the other, rendered the creation of a non-party organization absolutely essential. In order to have authority in the eyes of the masses on the very day it came into being, such an organization had to be based on the broadest representation. How was this to be achieved? The answer came of its own accord. Since the production process was the sole link between the proletarian masses who, in the organizational sense, were still quite inexperienced, representation had to be adapted to the factories and plants. Senator Shidlovsky's commission served as the organizational precedent. One delegate was elected for every 500 workers. Small industrial undertakings combined into groups for election purposes. The young trade unions also received representational rights. It must be said, however, that numerical norms were not observed too strictly. In some cases delegates represented only 100 or 200 workers, or even fewer. On October 10, at the moment when the largest of the strikes was imminent, one of the two social democratic organizations in Petersburg took upon itself the task of creating a revolutionary workers' council of self-management. The first meeting of what was to become the Soviet was held on the evening of the 13th, in the Technological Institute. Not more than 30 to 40 delegates attended. It was decided immediately to call upon the proletariat of the capital to proclaim a political general strike and to elect delegates. The proclamation drafted at the first meeting states, "The working class has resorted to the final, powerful weapon of the world workers' movement, the general strike. Decisive events are going to occur in Russia within the next few days. They will determine the destiny of the working class for many years ahead. We must meet these events in full readiness, united by our common Soviet." This immensely important decision was adopted unanimously, and, what is more, without any discussion of principle concerning the general strike and its methods, aims, and possibilities, although precisely these questions shortly thereafter provoked a passionate ideological struggle in the ranks of our party in Germany. There is no need to explain this fact by differences of national psychology. On the contrary, we Russians are almost pathologically prone to tactical sophistries and the most detailed anticipation of events. The reason lay in the revolutionary nature of the moment. From the hour it came into being until the hour it perished, the Soviet stood under the mighty, elemental pressure of the revolution, which most unceremoniously forestalled the work of political consciousness. Every step of the workers' representation was determined in advance. Its tactics were obvious. The methods of struggle did not have to be discussed, there was hardly time to formulate them. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 8, The Creation of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch08.htm, 2 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 2 seconds. The October strike was confidently nearing its climax. At its head marched the metal workers and the print workers. They had been the first to enter the fight, and on October 3 they clearly and unequivocally formulated their political slogans. "We proclaim a political strike," stated the Obukhov plant, a citadel of the revolution, "and will fight to the last for the summoning of a constituent assembly on the basis of universal, equal, direct, and secret suffrage to introduce a democratic republic in Russia." The workers of electric power stations advanced the same slogans and declared, together with the Social Democrats, "We shall fight to the end for our demands, and we proclaim before the entire working class our readiness to fight, weapons in hand, for the people's complete liberation." In sending their deputies to the Soviet, the print workers formulated the tasks of the moment in even more resolute terms. Recognizing the inadequacy of passive struggle and of the mere cessation of work, we resolve to transform the army of the striking working class into a revolutionary army, that is to say, to organize detachments of armed workers forthwith. Let these detachments take care of arming the rest of the working masses, if necessary by raiding gun shops and confiscating arms from the police and troops wherever possible. This resolution was not just empty words. Armed detachments of print workers were extraordinarily successful in seizing the city's largest print shops for the printing of Izvestia Sovieta Rabotchik Deputatov, tidings of the Council of Workers' Deputies, and performed invaluable services in organizing the postal and telegraph strike. On October 15 the majority of the textile factories were still at work. The Soviet worked out a complete range of methods, from verbal appeals to forcible coercion, to involve non-strikers in the strike. But it turned out to be unnecessary to resort to extreme methods. Where a printed appeal had no effect, it was enough for a crowd of strikers to appear on the scene, sometimes only a few men, and work was immediately interrupted. "I was walking past the Pekliet factory," one of the deputies reported to the Soviet. "I saw it was still working. I rang and asked to be announced as a deputy from the Workers' Soviet. 'What do you want?' the manager asks me. 'In the name of the Soviet I call for the immediate closing down of your factory.' 'Very well, We shall stop work at 3 p.m. By October 16, all the textile factories were out. Trade still continued only in the center of the town. In the working class areas all shops were closed. By spreading the strike, the Soviet expanded and consolidated itself. Every striking factory elected a representative and, having equipped him with the necessary credentials, sent him off to the Soviet. The second meeting was attended by delegates from 40 large plants, 2 factories, and 3 trade unions, those of the print workers, shop assistants and office clerks. At this meeting, which took place in the physics auditorium of the Technological Institute, the author of these lines was present for the first time. This was on October 14, when the strike on the one hand and the split in the government on the other were inexorably approaching the moment of crisis. That was the day of Trepov's famous order, no blank volleys, and spare no bullets. Yet on the next day, October m, the same Trepov suddenly. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 8, The Creation of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch08.htm, 3 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 2 seconds. Recognized that a need for gatherings has ripened in the people, and, while forbidding meetings within the walls of higher educational establishments, promised to set aside 3 municipal buildings for the purpose of meetings. What a change in 24 hours! We wrote in Izvestia. Yesterday we were ripe only for bullets, today we are ripe enough for popular meetings. The murderous villain is right, in these great days of struggle the people of Russia are maturing by the hour. Despite the ban, on the evening of the 14th the higher educational establishments were overflowing with people. Meetings were held everywhere. We, gathered here, declare, such was our reply to the government, that the mousetraps which General Trepov has set for us are not large enough to hold us. V/E declare that we shall continue to meet in the universities, in factories, in the streets and in all other places, wherever we may see fit. From the assembly hall of the Technological Institute, where the need for demanding that the City Duma should arm a workers' militia was discussed, we moved into the physics auditorium. Here we first saw the Soviet of Deputies, which had been formed the day before. About 100 workers' representatives and members of revolutionary parties were seated on the amphitheater benches. The chairman and secretaries were installed at the demonstration table. The meeting resembled a council of war more than a parliament. There was no trace of magniloquence, that ulcer of representational institutions. The questions under discussion, the spreading of the strike and the demands to be addressed to the Duma, were of a purely practical nature and were debated briefly, energetically, and in a business-like manner. One felt that every atom of time was AC counted for. The slightest tendency towards rhetoric was firmly checked by the chairman with the stern approval of the entire meeting. A special deputation was instructed to submit the following demands to the City Duma: 1. That measures be taken immediately to regulate the flow of food supplies to the workers. 1. That premises be set aside for meetings. 3. That all food supplies, allocations of premises and funds to the police, the gendarmerie, etc., be discontinued forthwith. 4. That funds be issued for the arming of the Petersburg proletariat in its fight for freedom. Given the fact that the Duma was composed of state officials and householders, approaching it with radical demands of this kind was a purely agitational step. It goes without saying that the Soviet entertained no illusions on that score. It neither expected nor obtained any practical results. On October 6, after a number of adventures, attempted arrests, and so forth. Let me remind the reader that all this happened before the publication of the Constitutional Manifesto. The Soviet's deputation was received in private conference by the Petersburg City Duma. Before anything else was done, the deputation, energetically supported by a group of the Duma's own members, demanded that the Duma should decide, in the event of the arrest of any workers' deputies, to send the mayor to the city governor with a declaration stating that the Duma would consider such arrest as an insult to itself. Only then did the deputation present its demands. This is how the deputation's speaker, Comrade Radin, Nuniance, now deceased, concluded his speech: the revolution taking place in Russia is a bourgeois revolution. The property-owning classes, too, have an interest in it. It is in your own interest, gentlemen, that it should be completed as soon as possible. If you are capable of any degree of farsightedness, if you have a broad understanding of what is of advantage to your own class, you must do everything in your power to help the people towards the most rapid victory possible over absolutism. We want neither resolutions of sympathy nor Platonic support for Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 8 The Creation of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch08.htm, 4 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 2 seconds. Our demands. We demand that you show your collaboration by a series of practical actions. Because of our monstrous electoral system, the property of a city with a population of 1.5 million is in the hands of the representatives of a few thousand property-owning persons. The Soviet of Workers' Deputies demands, and it has a right to demand, not to ask, since it represents several 100,000 workers, inhabitants of the city, whereas you represent only a handful of electors. The Soviet of Workers' Deputies demands that the property of the city be placed at the disposal of all the city's inhabitants for the satisfaction of their needs. And since the most important public task today is the struggle against absolutism, and for that struggle we need places where we can meet, open to us our municipal buildings. We need funds for continuing the strike, allocate municipal funds for this purpose, not for supporting the police and the gendarmerie. We need arms to gain our freedom and preserve it. Allocate funds for the organization of a proletarian militia. The deputation left the meeting under the protection of certain members of the Duma. The Duma rejected all the principal demands of the Soviet and expressed confidence in the police as the guardian of law and order. As the October strike developed, so the Soviet naturally came more and more to the political forefront. Its importance grew literally hour by hour. The industrial proletariat was the first to rally around it. The Railwaymen's Union established close relations with it. The Union of Unions, which joined the strike from October 14, was obliged to place itself under the Soviets' authority almost from the start. Numerous strike committees, those of the engineers, lawyers, government officials, adapted their actions to the Soviets' decisions. By placing many disconnected organizations under its control, the Soviet united the revolution around itself. The split in the government ranks was growing at the same time. Trepov was for stopping at nothing, his finger on the trigger. On October 12 he compelled Nicholas to place him at the head of all the troops of the Petersburg garrison. On the 14th he was already issuing the order to spare no bullets. He divided the capital into 4 military areas with a general at the head of each. In his capacity as governor-general he threatened all foodstuff dealers with expulsion from the city within 24 hours in the event of closure of their shops. On the 16th he closed down all Petersburg's higher educational establishments and had them occupied by troops. Without any formal proclamation of martial law, he in fact imposed it. Mounted patrols terrorized the streets. Troops were everywhere inside government establishments, public buildings, in the courtyards of private houses. At a time when even artists of the Imperial Ballet were joining the strike, Trepov persisted in filling the empty theaters with soldiers. He grinned and rubbed his hands in anticipation of a good fight. But he was mistaken in his calculations. The victory was won by the bureaucratic faction which was opposed to him, and which hoped to make a cunning deal with history. It is for this purpose that wit was called in. On October 17 Trepov's henchmen dispersed the meeting of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. But the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 8 The Creation of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch08.htm, 5 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 2 seconds. Soviet found a way of meeting again, decided to continue the strike with redoubled energy, advised the workers to pay no rent nor to pay for goods received on credit until the resumption of work, and called upon landlords and shopkeepers not to claim rents or cash payments from workers. On that day, October 17, the first issue of Izvestia Sovietara Hospik Deputatov came out. And on the same day the Tsar signed the Constitutional Manifesto. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 8 The Creation of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch08.htm, 6 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 2 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 9. October 18. October 18 was a day of great bewilderment. Vast crowds moved in disarray through the streets of Petersburg. A constitution had been proclaimed. What next? What was allowed and what was not? During those troubled days I slept at the house of one of my friends, who was in government service. A. Litkins, senior medical officer at the Konstantinovsk Artillery School. On the morning of the 18th he greeted MC with the Pravitelstvenny Vestnik, Government Herald, in his hand, a smile of happy excitement at odds with the customary skepticism on his intelligent face. They've issued a constitutional manifesto. It isn't possible. Read this. We started reading aloud. First the paternal heart sorrow in the face of the unrest, then an assurance that the people's grief is our grief, finally the categorical promise of all liberties, of the legislative rights of the Duma and of a broadening of the electoral laws. We exchanged a silent look. It was hard to express the contradictory thoughts and feelings evoked by the manifesto. Freedom of assembly, personal immunity, control over the administration. These, of course, were only words. But they were not the words of a liberal resolution, they were the words in a Tsar's manifesto. Nicholas Romanov, most august patron of the pogromists, Trepov's Telemachus, was the author of these words. And this miracle had been wrought by the general strike. When, 11 years earlier, the liberals had submitted a humble petition asking for closer bonds between the autocratic monarch and the people, the crown junker had tweaked their ears for such senseless dreams. Those had been his very words. Now he was standing at attention before the striking proletariat. Well, what do you make of that? I asked my friend. They're scared, the fools, was the reply. That was a classic phrase of its kind. We went on to read Witt's most loyal report bearing the Tsar's resolution, adopted in principle. You're right, I said, the fools are really scared. 5 minutes later I was in the street. The first person I met was a student, out of breath and carrying his Leon Trotsky, 1905, chapter October 9-18th. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch09.htm, 1 of 4, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 5 seconds. Cap in his hand. He was a party comrade A. Litkins, the doctor's younger son, a young Bolshevik, who died shortly thereafter following severe shock, who recognized me. Last night the troops fired on the Technological Institute. People are saying a bomb was thrown at them from inside. Obviously a provocation. Just now a patrol dispersed a small meeting in Zabolkansky Prospect, using sabers. Professor Tarl, who was the speaker, was badly wounded with a saber. They say he's dead. Well. Not bad for a start. Crowds of people are wandering everywhere, waiting for speakers. I'm on my way to a meeting of party agitators. What do you think? What should we talk about? Is amnesty the most important subject? Everybody will be talking about amnesty without us. Demand the removal of troops from Petersburg. Not a single soldier within a radius of 25 versts. The student ran on, waving his cap in the air. A mounted patrol passed by in the street. Trepov was still in the saddle. The shooting at the institute was his comment on the manifesto. The good fellow had wasted no time in destroying any constitutional illusions the people might have entertained. I walked past the Technological Institute. It was still locked and guarded by soldiers. Trepov's old promise that no bullets would be spared hung on the wall. Someone had pasted the Tsar's manifesto next to it. Small groups of people huddled on the pavements. Let's go to the university, someone said, there'll be speeches. I went with them. We walked rapidly and in silence. The crowd grew every minute. There was no sense of joy, but rather of uncertainty and disquiet. No more patrols were to be seen. Isolated policemen kept timidly out of the way of the crowd. The streets were decorated with tricolor flags. Herod's got his tail between his legs, a worker in the crowd said loudly. Sympathetic laughter greeted the remark. The mood was noticeably rising. A boy snatched a tricolor flag with its staff from above a house gate, ripped off the blue and white strips, and raised the red remainder of the national flag high above the crowd. Dozens of people followed his example. A few minutes later a multitude of red flags were waving above the mass of people. White and blue scraps of material lay everywhere and the crowd trampled them with their feet. We crossed the bridge to Vasilyevsky Island. A huge bottleneck of people formed on the quay, through which a countless mass poured. Everyone was trying to push their way through to the balcony from which the orators were to speak. The balcony, windows, and spire of the university were decorated with red banners. I got inside with difficulty. My turn to speak came third or fourth. The picture which opened before my eyes from the balcony was extraordinary. The street was packed with people. The students' blue caps and the red banners were bright spots among the 100,000-strong crowd. The silence was complete, everyone wanted to hear the speakers. Citizens. Now that we have got the ruling clique with its back to the wall, they promise us freedom. They promise us electoral rights and legislative power. Who promises these things? Nicholas II. Does he promise them of his own goodwill? Or with a pure heart? Nobody could say that for him. He began his reign by congratulating his splendid Fanagoritsy, a Cossack regiment. Author, on the murder of the workers of Yaroslav, and Leon Trotsky, 1905, chapter October 9-18th. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch09.htm, 2 of 4, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 5 seconds. Stepping over corpse after corpse, he arrived at Bloody Sunday, January 9. It is this tireless hangman on the throne whom we have forced to promise us freedom. What a great triumph! But do not be too quick to celebrate victory. Victory is not yet complete. Is a promise of payment the same thing as real gold? Is the promise of liberty the same as liberty itself? If anyone among you believe in the Tsar's promises, let him say so aloud. We'd all be glad to meet such a rare bird. Look around, citizens, has anything changed since yesterday? Have the gates of our prisons been opened? The Peter and Paul fortress still dominates the city, doesn't it? Don't you still hear groans and the gnashing of teeth from behind its accursed walls? Have our brothers returned to their homes from the Siberian deserts? Amnesty! 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 Comes the shout from below. If the government had sincerely decided to make up its quarrel with the people, the first thing it would do would be to proclaim an amnesty. But, citizens, is an amnesty all? Today they will let out hundreds of political fighters, tomorrow they will seize thousands of others. Isn't the order to spare no bullets hanging by the side of the manifesto about our freedoms? Didn't they use their sabers this morning on people peacefully listening to a speaker? Isn't Trepov, the hangman, master of Petersburg? Down with Trepov! Came the answering shout. Yes, down with Trepov. But is he the only one? Are there no villains in the bureaucracy's reserves to take his place? Trepov rules over us with the help of the army. The guardsmen covered in THC blood of January 9 are his support and his strength. It is they whom he orders not to spare bullets against your breasts and heads. We cannot, we do not want to, we must not live at gunpoint. Citizens. Let our demand be the withdrawal of troops from Petersburg. Let not a single soldier remain within a radius of 25 versts from the capital. The free citizens themselves will maintain order. No one shall suffer from violence and arbitrary rule. The people will take everyone under their protection. Out with the troops. All troops to leave Petersburg. Citizens. Our strength is in ourselves. With sword in hand we must stand guard over our freedom. As for the Tsar's manifesto, look, it's only a scrap of paper. Here it is before you, here it is crumpled in my fist. Today they have issued it, tomorrow they will take it away and tear it into pieces, just as I am now tearing up this paper freedom before your eyes. There were 2 or 3 more speakers, and all of them concluded with a call to assemble in the Nevsky at 4 p.m. and from there to march to the prisons with a demand for amnesty. Leon Trotsky, 1905, chapter October 9-18th. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch09.htm, 3 of 4, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 5 seconds. Leon Trotsky, 1905, chapter October 9-18th. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch09.htm, 4 of 4, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 5 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 10. Witt's Ministry. *******. On October 17, the Tsarist government, covered in the blood and curses of centuries, capitulated before the revolutionary strike of the working masses. No efforts at restoration can rub out this fact from the history books. The sacred crown of the Tsar's absolutism bears forever the trace of the proletarian's boot. Both in the internal and the external struggle, the herald of Tsarist capitulation was Count Witt. A plebeian parvenu among the noble ranks of the upper bureaucracy, closed, like all bureaucrats, to the influence of any general ideas or political and moral principles, Witt held an advantage over his rivals precisely because, as a parvenu, he was not bound by the traditions of the court, the nobility, or the cavalry stables. This fact helped him to develop into the ideal bureaucrat, free not only from nationality, religion, conscience, and honor, but also from caste prejudice. The same fact made him more responsive to the elementary demands of capitalist development. Among the hereditary imbeciles of the cavalry regiments he appeared as a statesman of genius. Count Witt's constitutional career was built wholly on revolution. For 10 years the autocracy's uncontrolled bookkeeper and cashier, he was relegated in 1902 by his antagonist, Plave, to the powerless post of chairman of the pre-revolutionary committee of ministers. When Plave himself had been retired by a terrorist's bomb, Witt, with the help of obliging journalists, began to put himself forward, not without success, in the role of Russia's savior. It used to be said, with suitably grave mien, that he supported all Sviatopokmersky's liberal steps. Confronted with defeats in the East he perspicaciously shook his head. On the eve of January 9 he told the terrified liberals, "You know that power is not mine." In that way terrorist assaults, Japanese victories, and revolutionary events cleared the path before him. From Portsmouth, where he had signed a treaty dictated by the World Stock Exchange and its political agents, he returned in triumph. Anyone might have thought that not Marshal Oyama but he, Witt, had won all the victories in the Asian East. The attention of the entire bourgeois world was centered on this providential man. The Paris Aladdin exhibited in its window a piece of blotting paper which Witt had used to blot his signature at Portsmouth. Everything thenceforth attracted the interest of the rubbernecks of public opinion, his tremendous height, his shapeless trousers, even his half-sunken nose. His audience with the Emperor Wilhelm confirmed still further his aureole of a statesman of the highest rank. On the other hand, his conspiratorial chat with the émigré Stroeve testified to his success in taming the seditious liberals. The bankers were thrilled. Here was a man who would make sure that interest was punctually paid. On his return to Russia, Witt resumed his powerless post with apparent confidence, made liberal speeches in the committee and, obviously gambling on revolution, called a deputation of Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 10 Witt's Ministry. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch10.htm, 1 of 3, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 8 seconds. Railwaymen on strike, the country's finest forces. He was not mistaken in his calculations. The October strike raised him to the post of autocratic Minister of Constitutional Russia. In his programmatic Most Loyal report Witt struck his highest liberal note. The report tries to rise above the court lackeys, the fiscal bureaucrats' point of view, and to achieve the heights of political generalization. It recognizes that the unrest which is gripping the country is not simply the result of incitement but is due to the disturbed balance between the ideological aspirations of Russia's thinking public and the outward forms of its life. But if one forgets for a moment the intellectual level of the milieu within which and for which the report was written, if one takes it as the program of a statesman, one cannot but be struck by the paltriness of its thought, the cowardly evasiveness of its form and the pathetic bureaucratic inadequacy of its language. The statements concerning public freedoms are made in a form whose vagueness is merely underlined by the energy of the limiting explanations. Summoning up the courage to take the initiative of constitutional reform, Witt does not pronounce the word constitution. He hopes to bring it about in practice without anybody noticing, because his power rests on the support of those who cannot bear to hear its name. But to do this he needs a period of calm. He declares that although arrests, confiscations, and shootings will still be carried out on the basis of the old laws, they will henceforth be carried out in the spirit of the manifesto of October 17. With his trickster's simple-mindedness he hoped that the revolution would immediately capitulate before his liberalism, just as, the day before, the autocracy had capitulated before the revolution. In this he was severely mistaken. Witt came to power as a result of the victory, or rather of the incomplete nature of the victory, of the October strike. But the same conditions put him into an absolutely hopeless position from the very start. The revolution proved insufficiently strong to destroy the old machinery of the state and construct a new one out of the elements of its own organization. The army continued to remain in the same hands. All the old administrators, from governor to village policeman, who had been originally selected to serve the needs of the autocracy, remained in their posts. Likewise, all the old laws remained inviolate pending the issuing of new ones. Thus absolutism as a material fact was preserved in its entirety. It was preserved even as a name, since the word Samodrajits autocrat was not removed from the Tsar's title. True, the authorities were ordered to apply the laws of absolutism in the spirit of October 17. But this was the same as telling Falstaff to lead his dissolute life in the spirit of chastity. As a result, the local autocrats of Russia's 60 satrapies completely lost their heads. They trailed in the wake of revolutionary demonstrations and saluted the red flag. They parroted Gessler and insisted that the population should take off their hats before them because they represented His Majesty's sacred person. They allowed the Social Democrats to march at the head of troops going to take the oath. They openly organized counter-revolutionary beatings. Complete anarchy reigned. No legislative authority existed, and it was not even known when and how such an authority would be set up. Doubt as to whether the Duma would ever be convened increased. And above all this chaos there hung Count Witt, trying to deceive both Peterhof and the revolution and succeeding most of all, perhaps, in deceiving himself. He received endless deputations, both radical and reactionary, as equally courteous with both, developed his plans incoherently in front of Western correspondents, wrote daily government communiques tearfully admonishing high school boys not to participate in anti-governmental demonstrations and recommending to all schoolboys and all classes of society that they pull themselves together and return to work. In short, he completely lost his head. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 10 Witt's Ministry. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch10.htm, 2 of 3, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 8 seconds. On the other hand, the counter-revolutionary elements of the bureaucracy were hard at work. They had learned to value the support of public forces, were calling pogrom organizations into being everywhere and, ignoring the official bureaucratic hierarchy, were organizing themselves into a unified body, having their own man Durnovo inside the cabinet itself. This most foul specimen of the Russian bureaucracy's foul mores, this thievish official whom even the unforgettable Alexander III himself was obliged to throw out with the energetic words, "Remove this swine," this Durnovo was now brought out of the rubbish bin to provide a counterweight to the liberal Prime Minister in the capacity of Minister of Home Affairs. Witt accepted this collaboration and indignity even to someone like himself and, presently, it reduced his own role to the same fictitious level as the actual practice of the bureaucracy reduced the manifesto of October 17. Having published a wearisome series of liberal bureaucratic commonplaces, Witt arrived at the conclusion that Russian society was bereft of elementary political sense, moral strength, and social instincts. He became convinced of his own bankruptcy and foresaw the inevitability of a bloody policy of reprisals as a preparation for the introduction of a new regime. But he did not consider himself destined to implement such a policy, lacking the necessary capabilities, and promised to cede his place to another person. Here, too, he proved a liar. He was to retain his post of powerless premier, despised by all, throughout the period of December and January, while Durnovo, the master of the situation, rolled up his sleeves and got on with his bloody work as the counter-revolution's butcher. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 10 Witt's Ministry. http://www.marxists.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch10.htm, 3 of 3, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 8 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 11. The First Days of the Freedoms. *******. The Soviets' attitude toward the manifesto was expressed very bluntly and precisely on the day of its publication. The representatives of the proletariat demanded amnesty, dismissal of the police at all levels of rank, withdrawal of troops from the city and the creation of a people's militia. Commenting on this decision in a leading article in Izvestia, we wrote, "And so we have been given a constitution. We have been given freedom of assembly, but our assemblies are encircled by troops. We have been given freedom of speech, but censorship remains inviolate. We have been given freedom of study, but the universities are occupied by troops. We have been given personal immunity, but the prisons are filled to overflowing with prisoners. We have been given wit, but we still have Trepov. We have been given a constitution, but the autocracy remains. Everything has been given, and nothing has been given." They wanted a period of calm. They would not get it. The proletariat knows what it wants and what it does not want. It wants neither the police hooligan Trepov nor the liberal stockbroker wit, neither the wolf's jaws nor the fox's tail. It does not want a whip wrapped in the parchment of a constitution. The Soviet resolved, the general strike continues. The working masses proceeded to carry out this resolution with extraordinary unanimity. Smokeless factory chimneys stood as silent witnesses to the fact that the constitutional illusion had failed to make any headway in the working class areas. Yet, despite everything, after October 18 the strike lost its directly militant character. It was transformed into a colossal demonstration of non-confidence. But the provinces, which had come out before the capital, now started going back to work. The Moscow strike ended on the 19th. The Petersburg Soviet decided to end the strike on October 21 at noon. The last to leave the field, it organized an astonishing demonstration of proletarian discipline by calling hundreds of thousands of workers back to their lathes at the same hour. Even before the ending of the October strike, the Soviet was able to test the tremendous influence it had acquired within a single week. This was when, at the demand of countless masses, it placed itself at their head and marched with them through the streets of Petersburg. At 4 p.m. on the 18th, hundreds of thousands of people gathered by the Kazan Cathedral. Their slogan was amnesty. They wanted to march to the prisons. They wanted leaders and started out to where the Soviet was sitting. At 6 p.m. the Soviet elected 3 representatives to lead the demonstration. They appeared at a second-floor window wearing white bands around their heads and arms. Below, a human ocean was seething. Red banners waved upon it like sails of the revolution. Tremendous shouts welcomed the chosen 3. The whole Soviet walks downstairs and enters the crowd. Speaker. Dozens of arms stretch out towards the speaker, an instant later his feet are resting on someone's shoulders. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 11 The First Days of the Freedoms. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch11.htm, 1 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 10 seconds. Amnesty. To the prisons. Revolutionary anthems, shouts. In Kazansky Square and by Alexandrovsky Square, they bare their heads. Here the procession is joined by the ghosts of the victims of January 9. The crowd sings eternal memory and you have fallen victim. Red banners outside Pope Donostsev's house. Whistling, curses. Does the old vulture hear them? Let him look out of the window without fear, they will not touch him at this hour. Let him gaze with his old, guilty eyes at the revolutionary masses, masters of the streets of Petersburg. Forward. 2 or 3 more streets, and the crowd is outside the house of preliminary confinement. News is received that a strong army ambush is waiting there. The leaders of the demonstration decide to set out on a reconnaissance. At the same time a deputation, as it turned out later, largely self-appointed, arrives from the Union of Engineers and announces that the amnesty decree has already been signed. All places of imprisonment have been occupied by troops, and the Union has been reliably informed that in the event of the masses approaching the prisons, Trepov has been given a free hand. Bloodshed is therefore inevitable. After brief consultation, the leaders disperse the crowd. The demonstrators undertake, should the decree not be published, to meet again at the Soviet summons and march on the prisons. The struggle for amnesty went on everywhere. In Moscow on October 18 the crowd, many thousand strong, compelled the Governor-General to release all political prisoners immediately. A list of their names was handed to a deputation of the strike committee. The committee was soon to develop into the Moscow Soviet of Workers' Deputies. Author, which supervised their release from the prisons. On the same day a crowd in Simferopol smashed the gates of the prison and drove the political prisoners away in carriages. In Odessa and Revel prisoners were released at the insistence of demonstrators. In Baku, an attempt to achieve the release of prisoners led to a clash with the troops which resulted in 3 dead and 18 wounded. In Saratov, Vindava, Tashkent, Poltava, Kovno, everywhere large demonstrations marched to the prisons. Amnesty. Not only the paving stones, the Petersburg City Duma itself echoed the cry. Well, God be praised. My congratulations, gentlemen, said Witt as he left the telephone, addressing 3 workers, representatives of the Soviet. The Tsar has signed the amnesty. Is the amnesty complete or partial, Count? The amnesty has been granted with all due prudence, but nevertheless it is sufficiently broad. On October 22 the government at last published the Tsar's decree concerning the relief of the fate of persons who, prior to the issuing of the manifesto, had perpetrated criminal acts against the state. A pathetic, niggardly, mercenary document with its careful grading of mercy, a true product of a power in which Trepov represented state authority and withstood for liberalism. But there was a category of state criminals whom this decree did not and could not affect. They were those who had lost their lives by being tortured, by being slashed with sabers, by being strangled, by being pierced with bayonets, by being shot with bullets, all those murdered in the people's cause. At the same moment during the October demonstration, when the revolutionary masses in the blood-stained squares of Petersburg were reverently honoring the memory of those killed on January 9, the steaming cadavers of the first victims of the constitutional era already lay in the police mortuaries. The revolution could not give life back to its new martyrs. It decided to put on mourning and solemnly inter their bodies. The Soviet announces a universal funeral demonstration for October 23. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 11, The First Days of the Freedoms. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch11.htm, 2 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 10 seconds. A proposal is made that the government should be notified in advance, and precedents are quoted. In one case, at the demand of a deputation from the Soviet, Count Witt had arranged the release of 2 arrested leaders of a street meeting. In another, he had ordered the opening of the state-owned Baltovsky plant, which had been closed down in reprisal for the October strike. Despite warnings from the official representatives of the Social Democrats, the Soviet decides to inform Count Witt through a special deputation that the Soviet will assume responsibility for order during the demonstration, and demands the withdrawal of the police and troops. Count Witt is very busy, and has just refused to receive 2 generals, but he receives the Soviet's deputation without protest. A procession? He personally has nothing against it. Such processions are permitted in the West. But the matter is not within his competence. The Soviet should apply to Mr. Trepov, since the city is under his protection. We cannot apply to Trepov, we have not been authorized to do so. A pity. You might have found out for yourselves that he is not at all the monster people say he is. What about the famous order to spare no bullets, Count? Oh, that just slipped out in the heat of the moment. Witt rings up Trepov, respectfully conveys his wish that there should be no bloodshed, and waits for a decision. Trepov arrogantly refers him to the city governor. The Count hastily writes a few words to the latter and hands the letter to the deputation. We will take your letter, Count, but we reserve our freedom of action. We are not sure that we shan't have to make use of it. Of course, of course. I have nothing against that. At Count Witt's, a documentary essay by P.A. Zlidnev, a member of the deputation, in the collective work history of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies of Petersburg, 1906. The Executive Committee, having heard the report of the deputation, decided to instruct the chairman of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies to return the letter to the chairman of the Council of Ministers. Here is a living example of life in October. Count Witt congratulates the revolutionary workers on the signing of the amnesty. Count Witt wants things to go off without bloodshed, just like in Europe. Uncertain whether he will succeed in pushing Trepov off his perch, he attempts, in passing, to reconcile the proletariat with Trepov. The highest representative of power asks a workers' deputation to act as his intermediary in begging the city governor to take the constitution under his protection. Cowardice, trickery, and stupidity were the watchwords of the constitutional cabinet. Trepov, on the other hand, did not shilly-shally. He announced that at these troubled times, when one section of the population is prepared to rise up in arms against the actions of another section, no political demonstrations can be allowed in the interests of the demonstrators themselves, and invited the organizers of the demonstration to abandon their project in view of the possibly extremely grave consequences of the drastic measures to which the police authorities may be compelled to resort. This was as sharp and clear as a saber stroke or the report of a rifle. Arm the scum of the city in the police stations, let them loose against the demonstrators, create confusion, and then take advantage of the scuffle to order the police and troops to intervene, sweep. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 11, The First Days of the Freedoms. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch11.htm, 3 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 10 seconds. Through the city like a storm, leaving blood, fire, and devastation in your wake. Such was the invariable program of the police scoundrel to whom the crowned imbecile had entrusted his country's destiny. At that moment, the scales of power began to oscillate, wit or Trepov. To expand the constitutional experiment, or to drown it in a pogrom. Dozens of cities, in those honeymoon days of the new policy, were to become the arena of blood-curdling events, and the threads of those events were held in Trepov's hand. But Mendelssohn and Rothschild were for the Constitution. The laws of the stock exchange, like those of Moses, forbid the consumption of fresh blood. Therein lay wit's strength. Trepov's official position began to totter, and Petersburg was his last throw of the die. It was a moment of extreme responsibility and importance. The Soviet of Deputies had no interest in supporting Witt, nor any desire to do so, as it was to show clearly a few days later. But it was still less inclined to support Trepov, and to come out into the streets was to fall in with his plans. The political situation was not, of course, merely a matter of a conflict between the stock exchange and the police bullies. It was possible to rise above the plans of both Witt and Trepov and consciously to invite a clash in order to get rid of them both. That was the general trend of the Soviets' policy. It went towards the inevitable conflict with its eyes open. But it did not feel itself called upon to accelerate the conflict. The later, the better. To make the decisive struggle coincide with a funeral demonstration at a moment when the titanic tension of the October strike was already beginning to slacken and yield to a temporary psychological reaction of satisfied fatigue would have been to commit a monstrous error. The author of this book considers it necessary to mention this fact, since afterwards he was often severely rebuked on this score, introduced a proposal to cancel the funeral demonstration. At an emergency meeting of the Soviet, past 1 a.m. on the morning of October 22, after passionate debate, the resolution we had submitted was adopted by an overwhelming number of votes. Here is its text: the Soviet of Workers' Deputies intended to hold a solemn funeral for the victims of the government's villainies on Sunday, October 23. But the peaceful intention of the workers of Petersburg brought all the murderous representatives of the dying system to their feet. General Trepov, who rose to power on the corpses of January 9 and who has nothing more to lose before the face of the revolution, today threw down the final challenge to the Petersburg proletariat. Trepov insolently implies in his declaration that he means to set gangs of the Black Hundreds, armed by the police, against the peaceful procession, and then, in the guise of pacification, once more to cover the streets of Petersburg in blood. In view of this diabolical plan, the Soviet of Deputies states, the Petersburg proletariat will give final battle to the Tsarist government not on the day of Trepov's choice, but when the proletariat itself, organized and armed, considers it appropriate. For that reason, the Soviet of Deputies resolves, to replace the mass funeral procession by large and widespread meetings in honor of the victims, remembering that our fallen brothers, by their very death, have imposed on us the solemn duty to increase our efforts tenfold to arm ourselves and to bring the day closer when Trepov, together with the entire police gang, will be dumped on the rubbish heap of the monarchy's remnants. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 11, The First Days of the Freedoms. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch11.htm, 4 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 10 seconds. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 11, The First Days of the Freedoms. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch11.htm, 5 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 10 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 12. The Tsar's Men at Work. ******. The Soviet brought the strike to an end during those terrible black days when the cries of slaughtered infants, the frenzied curses of mothers, the dying gasps of old people, and savage howls of despair rose to the heavens from every corner of the country. 100 of Russia's towns and townlets were transformed into hells. A veil of smoke was drawn across the sun. Fires devoured entire streets with their houses and inhabitants. This was the old order's revenge for its humiliation. It recruited its fighting battalions everywhere, from every alley, every slum. Here was the petty shopkeeper and the bedgar, the publican and his perennial clients, the janitor and the police spy, the professional thief and the amateur housebreaker, the small artisan and the brothel doorkeeper, the hungry, dumb muzhik and yesterday's villager deafened by the roar of the machine. Embittered poverty, hopeless ignorance, and debauched corruption placed themselves under the orders of privileged self-interest and ruling class anarchy. These people had acquired their first experience of mass street actions during the so-called patriotic demonstrations at the beginning of the Russo-Japanese War. It was then that their basic props came to be known: the Tsar's portrait, a bottle of vodka, a tricolor flag. Since that time, the planned organization of society's rejects had been developed on a colossal scale. Whereas the mass of the pogromists, if mass is the right word, remained more or less haphazard, the nucleus was always disciplined and organized in paramilitary style, receiving its slogans and its watchwords from above and deciding the time and scope of every murderous operation. Komisarov, an official of the police department, said, "It is possible to arrange any kind of pogrom, involving 10 people if you like, or 10,000 if yon like." This fact was reported in the First Duma by Prince Urasov, former Deputy Minister of Home Affairs. Author: everyone knows about a coming pogrom in advance. Pogrom proclamations are distributed, bloodthirsty articles come out in the official provincial gazettes, sometimes a special newspaper begins to appear. The town governor of Odessa issues a provocational proclamation in his own name. When the ground has been prepared, a visiting company of specialists appears. They spread sinister rumors among the ignorant masses: the Jews are planning an attack on the Russians, some socialists have defiled a holy icon, some students have torn up the Tsar's portrait. Where there is no university, the rumor is made to fit the liberal rural council or even the high school. The wildest news travels along the telegraph wires, sometimes bearing an official stamp. Meanwhile the preparatory technical work is accomplished, lists are drawn up of people, houses are singled out for special attention, a general strategic plan is drawn up, on an appointed date the hungry mob is called from the suburbs. On that date a special service is held in the cathedral. The bishop makes a solemn oration. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 12: The Tsar's Men at Work. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch12.htm, 1 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 12 seconds. A patriotic procession starts out, with the clergy in the front, with a portrait of the Tsar taken from police headquarters, with many national flags. A military band plays without cease. At the sides and at the rear of the procession march the police. The governor salutes, the police chief publicly embraces the leading members of the Black Hundreds. Churches along the way of the procession ring their bells. Hats off to visiting instructors and local policemen in civilian clothes, though frequently still wearing their uniform trousers which they have not had time to change, are scattered among the crowd. They keep a watchful eye on the proceedings, excite the crowd and urge it on, giving the impression that everything is allowed, and all the time looking for a pretext for open action. To start with, a few windows are smashed, a few passers-by beaten up, the wreckers enter every tavern on their way and drink, drink, drink. The band never stops playing God Save the Tsar, that hymn of the pogroms. If no pretext is at hand they create one: someone climbs into an attic and fires on the crowd, usually with blank cartridges. Patrols armed with police revolvers make sure that the anger of the crowd is not paralyzed by fear. They respond to the provocateur's shot with a volley at the windows of previously selected apartments. A few shops are raided and stolen cloth and silk is spread on the ground at the feet of the patriotic procession. If any resistance is offered, regular troops come to the rescue. With 2 or 3 volleys they shoot down the resistors or render them powerless by not allowing them within range. Protected in the front and rear by army patrols, with a Cossack detachment for reconnaissance, with policemen and professional provocateurs as leaders, with mercenaries filling the secondary roles, with volunteers out for easy profit, the gang rushes through the town, drunk on vodka and the smell of blood. In many cases policemen themselves directed the crowd of hooligans in their wrecking and robbing of Jewish houses, apartments, and shops, equipped the hooligans with cudgels made from cut-down trees, participated in the destruction of property, robberies, and killings, and themselves controlled the actions of the crowd. Most loyal report by Senator Kuzminsky concerning the Odessa pogrom. The TSM Governor Nadegaard admits that crowds of hooligans engaged in wrecking and robbing greeted him enthusiastically, with cries of hurrah. Barson Kalbars, commander of the local troops, addressed the police with a speech beginning with the following words: "Let's call a spade a spade. Let's admit that all of us, in our heart of hearts, sympathize with this pogrom. The Das House tramp is king. A trembling slave an hour ago, hounded by police and starvation, he now feels himself an unlimited despot. Everything is allowed to him, he is capable of anything, he is the master of property and honor, of life and death. If he wants to, he can throw an old woman out of a third-floor window together with a grand piano, he can smash a chair against a baby's head, rape a little girl while the entire crowd looks on, hammer a nail into a living human body. He exterminates whole families, he pours petrol over a house, transforms it into a mass of flames, and if anyone attempts to escape, he finishes him off with a cudgel. A savage horde comes tearing into an Armenian almshouse, knifing old people, sick people, women, children. There exist no tortures, figments of a feverish brain maddened by alcohol and fury, at which he need ever stop. He is capable of anything, he dares everything. God save the Tsar. Here is a young man who has seen the face of death, his hair has turned white within an instant. Here is a 10-year-old boy who has gone mad over the mutilated corpses of his parents. Here is an army doctor who went through all the horrors of the siege of Port Arthur, but who, unable to stand a few hours of pogrom in Odessa, has sunk into the eternal night of madness. God save the Tsar. The victims, blood-stained, charred, driven frantic, still search for salvation within the nightmare. Some put on the blood-stained clothes of people already dead, lie down in a pile of corpses and stay there for a whole day, for 2 or 3 days. Others fall on their knees before the officers, the policeman, the raider, they stretch out their arms, crawl in the dust, kiss the soldiers' boots, beg for mercy. In reply they hear only. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 12 The Tsar's Men at Work. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch12.htm, 2 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 12 seconds. Drunken laughter. You wanted freedom. Here, look, this is it. In these words is contained the whole infernal morality of the pogrom policy. The Das Haus tramp, gorged with blood, rushes further. He is capable of everything, he dares everything, he is king. The White Tsar has permitted him everything, long live the White Tsar. In one such procession the tricolor flag was carried in front, the Tsar's portrait immediately behind, and directly behind the portrait a silver dish and a sack containing stolen goods. Report by Senator Dura. Author, and the tramp is not mistaken. None other than the autocrat of all the Russias is the supreme protector of this semi-official gang of pogromists and thieves which weaves in and out of the official bureaucracy, which can call more than 100 major local administrators its own, and whose headquarters is among the court camarilla. Dull-witted and scared, an all-powerful nonentity, the prey of prejudices worthy of an Eskimo, the royal blood in his veins poisoned by all the vices of many generations, Nicholas Romanov, like many others of his profession, combines filthy sensuality with apathetic cruelty. By tearing every sacred veil from his person on January 9, the revolution finally corrupted him. The times when he was content to remain in the shadows, using Trepov as his secret service agent in pogrom affairs, according to widespread opinion, Trepov reports to His Majesty on the state of affairs and influences the policy line. On his appointment to the post of Palace Commandant, General Trepov demanded and received the allocation of special funds for Secret Service expenses. Letter by Senator Lofyukin, have gone. Now he flaunts his connections with the savage scum of the taverns and convict labor gangs. Trampling underfoot the foolish fiction of the monarch who stands above all parties, he exchanges friendly telegrams with well-known thugs, grants audiences to patriots despised by everyone and, at the demand of the Union of the Russian people, pardons without exception all the killers and robbers condemned by his own courts of justice. It is hard to imagine a more barefaced mockery of the solemn mystique of the monarchy than the behavior of this monarch whom any court in any country would be obliged to condemn to forced labor for life, always provided that it recognized him as being of sound mind. During this Black October bacchanalia, compared with which St. Bartholomew's Night looks like the most innocent piece of theater, 3,500 to 4,000 people were killed and as many as 10,000 maimed in 100 towns. Material losses, amounting to tens if not hundreds of millions of rubles, were several times greater than those suffered by the landowners as a result of agrarian riots. Thus did the old order avenge its humiliation. What was the workers' role in these devastating events? At the end of October the president of the Federation of North American Trade Unions sent a telegram addressed to Count Witt in which he energetically called upon Russian workers to take a stand against the pogroms which represented a threat to their newly won freedom. On behalf not only of the 3 million organized workers, the telegram ended, but also of all the workers of the United States, I beg you, Count, to transmit this dispatch to your fellow citizens, our brother workers. But Count Witt, who had only recently posed as a true Democrat in the United States, declaring that the pen is mightier than the sword, now found a sufficient reserve of shamelessness within himself to let him put the dispatch quietly away in a secret drawer of his desk. Not until November did the Soviet, by devious ways, hear of its existence. However, it should be said to the honor of the Russian workers that they did not have to wait for the warning from their friends across the ocean to intervene actively in the bloody events. In a number of towns they organized armed detachments which offered active, and in some places heroic. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 12 The Tsar's Men at Work. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch12.htm, 3 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 12 seconds. Resistance to the thugs, and wherever the troops behaved in a more or less neutral fashion, the workers' militia found no difficulty in putting an end to the hooligans' excesses. Nemirovich Danchenko, an old writer very far away from socialism or the proletariat, wrote during those days, side by side with this nightmare, this Walpurgis night of a dying monster, see how majestically, with what astonishing fortitude, order, and discipline, the workers' movement developed. They did not defile themselves with murders or robberies, on the contrary, they came to the aid of the public everywhere, and, needless to say, protected the public far better than the police, the Cossacks, or the gendarmes from the destructive delirium of the blood-gorged camps. The workers' armed detachments appeared wherever the hooligans began their foul work. This new force, entering the historical arena for the first time, showed itself calm in the consciousness of its right, moderate in the triumph of its ideals of liberty and goodness, organized and obedient like a real army that knows that its victory is the victory of everything for whose sake humanity lives, thinks, and rejoices, fights and suffers. No pogrom took place in Petersburg. But overt preparations for a pogrom went on at full strength. The Jewish population of the capital was in a state of constant dread. After the 18th, students, worker agitators, and Jews were beaten up daily in different parts of the city. Separate gangs, yelling and whistling, attacked not only in the suburbs but in the Nevsky itself, using knuckle dusters, jackknives and whips. Several attempts were made on the lives of deputies to the Soviet, who lost no time in equipping themselves with revolvers. Police agents urged shopkeepers and shop assistants to attack the funeral procession planned for October 23. It was not the fault of the Black Hundreds that, nevertheless, they had to content themselves with guerrilla action. The workers made active preparations to defend their city. In certain cases whole plants undertook to go out into the streets at any threat of danger. The gun shops, ignoring all police restrictions, carried on a feverish trade in Brownings. But revolvers cost a great deal and the broad masses cannot afford them. The revolutionary parties and the Soviet had difficulty in arming their fighting detachments. Meanwhile rumors of a pogrom were growing. All plants and workshops having any access to iron or steel began, on their own initiative, to manufacture side arms. Several thousand hammers were forging daggers, pikes, wire whips and knuckle dusters. In the evening, at a meeting of the Soviet, one deputy after another mounted the rostrum, raising their weapons high above their heads and transmitting their elector's solemn undertaking to suppress the pogrom as soon as it flared up. That demonstration alone was bound to paralyze all initiative among rank-and-file pogromists. But the workers did not stop there. In the factory areas, beyond the Nevsky Gate, they organized a real militia with regular night watches. In addition to this they ensured special protection of the buildings of the revolutionary press, a necessary step in those anxious days when the journalist wrote and the typesetter worked with a revolver in his pocket. By arming itself against the Black Hundreds, the proletariat was automatically arming itself against Tsarist power. The government could not fail to understand this, and it raised the alarm. On November 8, the Pravitelstvenny Vestnik, government gazette, informed the public of facts which everyone knew anyway, namely, that the workers have recently begun to arm themselves with revolvers, sporting guns, daggers, knives, and pikes. Out of these armed workers, the government communique continued, whose number, according to available information, reaches 6,000 men, there has been formed a so-called self-defense force or militia, numbering approximately 300 men, who walk the streets at night in groups of 10 under the pretext of defense. Their real aim, however, is to protect revolutionaries against arrest by Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 12 The Tsar's Men at Work. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch12.htm 4 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 12 seconds. The police or troops. A regular armed campaign against the militiamen opened in Petersburg. The workers' detachments were dispersed, their arms confiscated. But by that time the danger of a pogrom had already passed, to be replaced by another, far greater danger. The government was giving temporary leave to its irregular troops and putting into action its regulars, the Cossack and Guards regiments. It was preparing for war on a wide front. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 12 The Tsar's Men at Work. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch12.htm 5 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 12 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 13. Storming the Censorship Bastilles. ******. The Petersburg Soviet wages a splendid campaign, well organized, politically perfect and victorious in defense of the freedom of the press. Its faithful comrade in this struggle was a young but united political and trades organization, the Union of Print Workers. "Freedom of the press," said a working-class speaker at a large meeting of the Union preceding the October strike, "is necessary to us not only as a political right. It is an economic claim. Literature freed from the clamp of censorship will extend the printer's trade and other related branches of the industry." From that moment on, the print workers opened a systematic campaign against censorship restrictions. Even earlier, throughout 1905, illegal literature had been printed in legal print shops, but this was done clandestinely, on a small scale and with the greatest caution. From October on, the mass of rank-and-file typesetters were drawn into the work of publishing illegal literature. Conspiratorial methods within the print shops disappeared almost entirely. The workers' pressure on the publishers increased at the same time. The typesetters insisted on newspapers being published in disregard of the conditions of censorship, threatening otherwise to withhold their services. A meeting of representatives of periodical publications took place on October 13. At this meeting, the reptiles from Novoye Vremya sat side by side with extreme radicals. And this Noah's Ark of the Petersburg press decided not to address any claim for freedom of the press to the government, but to institute such freedom without preliminary permission. The resolution breathed civic courage. Luckily, the general strike helped the publishers by making it unnecessary for their valor to be put to the test, and, afterwards, the Constitution came to their aid. The Golgotha of political martyrdom happily receded before the more tempting prospect of agreement with the new ministry. The manifesto of October 17 was silent on the freedom of the press. Count Witt explained to liberal deputations, however, that this silence was a sign of consent and that the proclaimed freedom of speech extended also to the press. But, the Premier added, censorship proved as impotent as he himself. Its fate was decided, not the publishers, but by the workers. The Soviet stated on October 19, the Tsar's manifesto proclaims freedom of speech in Russia, yet the Central Directorate of Affairs of the Press still exists, the censor's blue pencil is still in force. Freedom of the press still has to be won by the workers. The Soviet of Deputies resolves that only those newspapers may be published whose editors ignore the censorship committee, refuse to submit their issues for censorship, and generally act in the same way as the Soviet in publishing its newspaper. For this reason typesetters and other workers of the press will. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 13 Storming the Censorship Bastilles. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch13.htm 1 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 16 seconds. Work only after editors have declared their readiness to put the freedom of the press into practice. Until that time, newspaper workers will remain on strike, and the Soviet of Deputies will take all necessary measures to pay the comrades on strike all wages due to them. Newspapers which fail to accept the present resolution will be confiscated from their sellers, and any workers who do nor accept the decision of the Soviet of Deputies will be boycotted. This resolution, extended a few days later to all journals, brochures, and books, became the new press law. The typesetters' strike, together with the general strike, continued until October 2. The Union of Print Workers resolved not to interrupt the strike even in order to print the Constitutional Manifesto, and this decision was strictly observed. The manifesto appeared only in the government gazette, which was printed by soldiers. Apart from that, only the reactionary Svet, Light, issued the Tsar's underground proclamation of October 17 without the knowledge of its own typesetters. Svet was to pay a heavy price for this action. Its print shop was wrecked by factory workers. Is it possible that only 9 months had passed since the January pilgrimage to the Winter Palace? Was it only the previous winter that these same people had entreated the Tsar to grant them freedom of the press? No, our old calendar lies. The revolution has its own system of chronology, where months are decades and years are whole centuries. Among 20,000 workers, the Tsar's manifesto could not find a single loyal printer to print it. But social democratic proclamations containing reports of the manifesto and commenting upon it were disseminated in enormous numbers as early as October 18, and the second issue of the Soviet's own Izvestia, published on the same day, was distributed at every street corner. After the strike, all the newspapers announced that henceforth they would be published without censorship. Most of them, however, failed to breathe a single word about the real initiator of their decision. Only Novoye Vrysya, through the pen of its Srolopin brother of the future premier, timidly expressed its indignation. We were quite prepared to make the sacrifice on the altar of a free press, but they came to us, they demanded from us, they forced us and poisoned our pleasure in our own selflessness. Apart from this, there was only a certain Bashmakov, editor of the reactionary Narodny Gobs, People's Voice, and of a French-language diplomatic paper, Journal de St. Petersburg, who failed to show the liberals' general readiness to grin and bear it. He obtained permission from the ministry not to submit proofs of finished copies of his newspapers for censorship, and published the following indignant statement in Narodny Gobs. Committing an infringement of the law under duress, wrote this knight of police legality, despite my firm conviction that a law, even if it is a bad law, must be observed until the legal authorities have repealed it, I am publishing this issue against my will without consulting the censorship, although I have no right to do so. I protest with all my heart against the moral coercion practiced against me and declare that I intend to observe the law as soon as the slightest physical possibility for doing so exists, as I would consider it a dishonor to have my name counted among the strikers at the present turbulent time. Alexander Bashmakov. This statement perfectly characterizes the real correlation of forces between official legality and revolutionary law as it established itself during this period. In the interests of justice, we feel we should add that Mr. Bashmakov's action compares very favorably with the behavior of the semi-Octobrists Bovo, which officially applied for, and obtained, the Soviets' written instructions not to submit its issues to the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 13, Storming the Censorship Bastilles. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch13.htm 2 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 16 seconds. Censorship. Such people needed the new master's permission before they dared to flout the authority of the old regime. The Union of Print Workers was on its guard the whole time. Today it puts a stop to a publisher's attempt to circumvent the Soviets' resolution by getting in touch with the idle censorship office. Tomorrow it cuts short a scheme to use an idle printing machine to publish a pogrom proclamation. Cases of this kind become more and more frequent. The struggle with pogrom literature began with the confiscation of an order for 100,000 copies of a proclamation signed by a group of workers and calling for a rising against the new Tsars, i.e., the Social Democrats. The original draft of this pogrom proclamation carried the signatures of Count Orlov Davidov and Countess Musin Pushkin. The typesetters asked the Soviet for directives. The executive committee replied, "Stop the presses, destroy the stereotypes, confiscate any finished copies." And the executive committee published the original proclamation of the nobly born hooligans, accompanied by its own comments, in the Social Democrats' paper. The general principle adopted both by the executive committee and by the Union of Print Workers was to allow the printing of texts which did not contain direct appeals to violence and pogroms. Thanks to the united efforts of the typesetters, all purely pogrom literature was excluded from the private print shops, so that appeals to violate were now printed only in the Department of Police and the Directorate of the Gendarmerie, with the doors and shutters tightly closed, on hand-operated presses previously confiscated from the revolutionaries. Generally speaking, the reactionary press appeared without any let or hindrance. During the first few days, it is true, there were a small number of exceptions. We know of one attempt by typesetters to publish their comments on a reactionary article and of several protests against crude anti-revolutionary statements. In Moscow, some typesetters refused to publish the program of the Octoberist group which came into being at that time. "There's freedom of the press for you." Gukakov, the future head of the Union of October 17, complained at a rural congress. "Why, it's the old regime, only the other way around. All that's left for us is to use the methods used under the old regime, send materials for printing abroad or start an underground print shop." It goes without saying that the indignation of the Pharisees of capitalist freedom knew no bounds. They considered themselves right because they held that the typesetter is not responsible for the text he sets up. But at that exceptional time political passions had reached such a pitch that a worker, even while at work, never for a moment lost the sense of his revolutionary responsibility. Typesetters in certain reactionary publishing houses even went so far as to give up their jobs, thus voluntarily condemning themselves to penury. Of course they were in no sense infringing the freedom of the press by refusing to set reactionary or liberal slanders against their own class. At the worst, they were violating their own contracts. But capital is so deeply saturated with the brutal metaphysic of free employment, which compels workers to do the most disgusting kinds of work, building prisons and warships, forging leg irons, printing sheets of bourgeois lies, that it never tires of branding a morally motivated refusal to perform such work as a physical violation, either of the freedom of labor, or of the freedom of the press. October 22 saw the first appearance of Russian newspapers freed from an age-long bondage. Amidst the swarm of old and new bourgeois newspapers for whom the possibility of saying whatever they wanted. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 13 Storming the Censorship Bastilles. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch13.htm, 3 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 16 seconds. Was not a blessing but a curse, because at that great time they had nothing to say, because their vocabulary did not include the words with which they might have, or should have, addressed the new reader, because the collapse of censorship had left inviolate their inner censor, their cautious habit of always looking over their shoulder at authority. Amidst this brotherhood, who now dressed their political inarticulateness in the toga of superior statesmanship, now adorned it with the cap and bells of marketplace radicalism, the clear and virile voice of the socialist press immediately stood out. "Our newspaper is the organ of the revolutionary proletariat," the Social Democratic Nakavo declared. "With its selfless struggle, the Russian proletariat has opened to us the freedom of the word. We dedicate our free word to the service of the Russian proletariat. We, the Russian journalists of socialism, who for many years had led, like moles, the life of the revolution's underground, knew the value of open skies, fresh air, and the free word. We, who had served our apprenticeships in the dark night of the reaction, when harsh winds blew and owls hooted. We, small in numbers, weak, scattered, lacking experience, almost boys, against the terrible apocalyptic beast. We, armed only with our boundless faith in the gospel of international socialism, against the powerful enemy clad from head to foot in the armor of international militarism. Hiding in the nooks and crannies of legal society, we had declared war on the autocracy, a struggle for life or death. What was our weapon? The word. If anyone were to calculate the number of hours of prison and exile our party paid for each revolutionary word, the figures would be horrifying, a gruesome statistic of vital energy and life's blood. On the long road strewn with traps and pitfalls, there stand between the illegal writer and the illegal reader a number of illegal intermediaries, the typesetter, the carrier, the distributor. What a chain of effort and danger! One false step and the work of all is lost. How many printing presses were confiscated before they were able to commence work? How much literature was burned in the courtyards of gendarmerie offices before it was able to reach the reader? How much work wasted, how many forces paralyzed, how many existences ruined? Our pathetic clandestine hectographs, our homemade clandestine hand presses were what we pitted against the rotary presses of lying officialdom and licensed liberalism. Was it not like fighting Crook's guns with a Stone Age axe? They had laughed at us. And now, in the October days, the Stone Age axe had won. The revolutionary word was out in the open, astonished and intoxicated by its own power. The revolutionary press met with colossal success. 2 large social democratic newspapers were published in Petersburg, each of them with more than 50,000 subscribers from the first days of their existence, as well as a cheaper paper whose circulation rose to 100,000 within 2 or 3 weeks. The Social Revolutionaries paper also had a large circulation. At the same time the provinces, which had created their own socialist press within a short time, were also crying out for the capital's revolutionary publications in large and constantly increasing numbers. Conditions for the press, like all other political conditions, varied between one part of the country and another. Everything depended on whether the reaction or the revolution felt itself to be the stronger in a particular place. In the capital, censorship virtually ceased to exist. In the provinces it maintained itself, but, influenced by the tone of the capital's newspapers, it let the reins hang very loose. The struggle of the police against the revolutionary press lacked any unifying idea. Orders for the confiscation of individual publications were issued, but no one seriously tried to implement them. Issues of social democratic papers supposed to have been confiscated were sold openly not only in the working-class districts but also in Nevsky Prospect. The provinces devoured the capital's press like manna from heaven. Long. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 13 Storming the Censorship Bastilles. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch13.htm, 4 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 16 seconds. Queues of newspaper buyers waited at railway stations for the arrival of postal trains. Vendors were practically torn to pieces. People would open a fresh issue of Russkaya Gazeta and start reading the main articles out loud. The railway station would become filled to capacity and transformed into a tumultuous auditorium. This happened for 2 days, 3 days, and then became part of the system. But sometimes the total passivity of the police was replaced by unbridled violence. Gendarmerie NCOs would confiscate the seditious Petersburg press before it had time to leave the railway wagons, and destroy it on the spot. The satirical magazines provided a special target for the frenzy of the police. The campaign against them was led by Durnovo, the Home Minister, who later proposed the re-establishment of preliminary censorship of press drawings. He had good cause to dislike them, invoking the authoritative description once made by Alexander III, the cartoonists never failed to depict the Home Minister's stupid head as attached to the body of a pig. But Durnovo was not the only one to hate the satirical magazines. All the Tsar's aides-de-camp, gentlemen-in-waiting, chamberlains, equerries, and the rest, were united with him in a passion of vindictive rage. And this gang finally succeeded in tampering with the press law by which the ministry had decided immediately, prior to legislative sanction by the State Duma, to put into effect the freedom of the press. In other words, they effectively succeeded in curtailing that freedom of the press which, thanks to the Petersburg proletariat, had already been won. The provisional rules of November 24, which put the press back into the hands of the administration, made punishable offenses of any incitement to strike or demonstrate, insults to the armed forces, the dissemination of false information concerning the government's activities, and, finally, the dissemination of false rumors in general. In Russia, provisional rules of every kind are usually the most long-lasting form of legislation. This is proving true of the provisional rules governing the press. Issued pending the convening of the State Duma, they were subjected to a general boycott and, like the whole of Witt's ministry, remained suspended in mid-air. But the triumph of the counter-revolution in December cleared the ground for their enforcement. The provisional rules came into force and were accompanied by a new clause penalizing the glorification of crimes on the one hand and, on the other hand, granting discretionary powers to provincial and town governors. These vicious rules have survived the First Duma, the Second Duma, and will doubtless safely survive the Third. In connection with the history of the struggle for the freedom of the press, it still remains for us to tell the story of how the Izvestia of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies was published. The history of the publication of these bulletins of the revolution forms an interesting page in the chapter on the Russian proletariat's struggle for the freedom of speech. The first issue, published before the Constitution, was small both in size and in the number of copies printed. It was printed clandestinely, for money, in a private print shop. The second issue was printed on October 18. All subsequent episodes, as related by us, are based on notes published by Comrade Simonovsky, chief organizer of the Soviet's flying print shop under the title How We Published the Soviet's Izvestia. Author, a group of volunteers went to the printing works of the radical Syn Otechества, Son of the Fatherland, which a little later passed into the hands of the socialist revolutionaries. The management hesitated. The situation was still confused and no one could tell what the consequences of printing a revolutionary publication might be. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 13 Storming the Censorship Bastilles. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/ch13.htm 5 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 16 seconds. Now if you were to arrest us, hazard someone from the management. You are under arrest, is the reply. By force of arms, adds another volunteer, pulling a revolver out of his pocket. You're under arrest. All under arrest. Everybody in, nobody out. Where's your telephone? Take the telephone. Work begins. New people keep arriving: journalists, typesetters. The typesetters are invited to go to the workshops and get down to work, the journalists are asked to write news items. The place is a hive of activity. The Obchestvenaya Poisa, the public will, print shop is occupied. Entrances are locked. Sentries are posted. The foreman comes into the stereotype workshop. The matrices are being knocked out, the furnace is being lit. Unfamiliar faces all around. All subsequent episodes, as related by us, are based on notes published by Comrade Simonovsky, chief organizer of the Soviets' flying print shop, under the title How We Published the Soviets' Izvestia. Author: who are you? Who allowed you to do this? The newcomer demands, getting excited, and trying to put out the furnace. He is told to keep off, otherwise they'll lock him up in a closet. What's going on here? He is told that the third issue of the Soviets' Izvestia is being printed. Why didn't you say so to start with? I don't mind. I'm always ready. And the experienced craftsman gets down to work. How are you proposing to do the printing? The electricity supply is cut off, says the manager who is under arrest. Which is your power station? We'll get the current restored within half an hour. The manager names the power station, but is skeptical. He has been trying in vain for several days to get the current restored, if only to get some light in the private apartments. The power station, where the strikers are being replaced by seamen, is supplying current only to state institutions. Exactly half an hour later the light comes on, the machines can start working. The management's faces reflect a respectful surprise. A few moments later the worker sent to the power station returns with a note from the officer in charge. At the request of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, the electricity supply to Bolshaya Podyachtskaya, 39, has been restored for the Obchestvenaya Poisa print shop. A signature follows. In harmony and even gaily, the raiders and the arrested together produce a large number of copies of the third issue. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 13, Storming the Censorship Bastilles. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch13.htm 6 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 16 seconds. In the end the police discover where Izvestia is being printed. They appear at the print shop, but too late, all copies have been taken away, the galleys have been removed. Not until the night of November 3 to 4 during the second strike did the police succeed in catching the Izvestia flying squad in action. This happened in the print shop of Nasha's Hizn, Our Life, where work was continuing for the second day running. Meeting with a refusal to unlock the doors, the police broke them open. Simonovsky writes. Under the protection of a company of riflemen with rifles at the ready, the police broke into the print shop, revolvers in hand, but were themselves embarrassed by the peaceful picture of the print workers calmly continuing their business despite the appearance of bayonets. We are all here by order of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, the workers declared, and we demand the withdrawal of the police, since otherwise we cannot be responsible for the safety of the equipment. While negotiations were going on with the police, and while the latter were gathering up the originals and proofs and sealing them to the tables and composing frames, the arrested workers wasted no time. They began at once to carry on agitational work among the soldiers and policemen, quietly reading the Soviets' address to them and handing out copies of Izvestia. Then the typesetters had their names taken and were released, the doors of the print shop were sealed and a police guard was mounted. But the investigating authorities who arrived on the next day found nothing. The doors were locked, the seals unbroken, but neither composition nor proofs nor originals were to be seen. Everything had been transferred to the print shop of the Bolshevik Vedomosti, Stock Exchange Gazette, where the sixth issue of Izvestia was being printed without hindrance. The evening of November 6 saw the biggest action of this kind. The huge print works of Novoye Vremya were taken over. On the day after, that influential reptile of a newspaper devoted 2 articles to the event, one of which was headed, "How the Official Proletarian Was Paper is Printed." This is how the story appeared to the victim. At about 6 p.m. 3 young men called at the print works. The manager happened to come in at the same time. The callers were announced to him and he invited them into the print works office. "Send everybody out," one of the three told the manager. "We have to speak to you alone." "There are 3 of you and I am alone," said the manager. "I prefer to talk to you in front of witnesses. We request you to ask everyone to wait in the next room, we have only a few words to say to you." The manager agreed. Then the callers told him that they had come by order of the executive committee and that they were instructed to seize the print works of Novoy Severnya and print the 7th issue of Izvestia there. "I can't discuss this with you," declared the manager. "The place isn't mine, I must consult the owner." "You cannot leave the premises, ask the owner to come here if you need him," replied the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 13 Storming the Censorship Bastilles. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch13.htm, 7 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 16 seconds. Deputies. "I can tell him over the telephone." "No, all you can do over the telephone is ask him to come here." "Very well." The manager, accompanied by the deputies, went to the telephone and asked Suverin, Jr., to come around. Suverin declined, saying that he was unwell, and sent Goldstein, a member of the editorial board, instead. Goldstein describes the further course of events fairly accurately except that he emphasizes a few points intended to show up his own civic courage. "When I came to the print works the gas lighting was off and the street was almost entirely dark. Outside the print works building and nearby I noticed several small groups of people. On the pavement outside the door there were 8 or 10 men. Inside the courtyard, directly by the gate, there were 3 or 4 more. A foreman met me and took me to the office. There I found the print works manager and 3 young men unknown to me, evidently workers. When I entered they rose to their feet. 'What have you to say, gentlemen?' I asked. Instead of a reply one of the young men handed me a paper with instructions from the Soviet of Workers' Deputies to print the next issue of Izvestia at the Novoye Vremya print works. The order was written on a scrap of paper and rubber stamped. 'The turn of your print works has come,' one of the messengers said to me. 'What do you mean by that?' I asked. 'We printed our paper at Rus, Nashaz Hizn, Sinateshistva, and Birzhevai Vedomosti, and now we're going to print it here. You must give us your word of honor, on behalf of Suverin as well, that you won't report us until we have finished our work.' 'I can't answer for Suverin and I don't intend to give my own word of honor.' 'In that case we shan't let you out of here.' 'I'll force my way out, I warn you FM armed.' 'We're armed just as much as you,' said the deputies, pulling out their revolvers. 'Call the watchman and the foreman,' they told the manager. He looked at me inquiringly. I shrugged my shoulders. They called in the watchman and asked him to take off his sheepskin. The foreman, too, was called into the office. We were all arrested. A minute later I could hear a crowd coming up the stairs. In the office door and in the anteroom there were people. The takeover had taken place. The 3 deputies went in and out, behaving in an extremely active manner. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 13 Storming the Censorship Bastilles. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch13.htm, 8 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 16 seconds. 'Do you mind if I ask you,' I said to one of the deputies, 'which machine you propose to use, or the rotary machine? And if you damage it? We've got a first-class man to operate it.' 'What about paper?' 'We'll take yours.' 'But that's plain robbery.' 'Can't be helped.' In the end Mr. Goldstein gave in, promised to keep quiet and was allowed to go. I went downstairs. The gateway was in total darkness. Directly by the gate, wearing the sheepskin taken from the watchman, a proletarian with a revolver was on duty. Another struck a watch, a third put the key in the lock. The lock clicked, the gate opened and I went out. The night passed quietly. The print works manager, who had been told that he could go if he gave his word of honor not to say anything, refused to leave. The proletarians let him stay on. The work of composing proceeded rather slowly, and copy came in very gradually. The latest materials for printing had not yet come in. When the manager offered advice about speeding up the work, the answer was, "There's no hurry, we've got plenty of time." The makeup man and the proofreader, both very experienced men, did not turn up until 5 a.m. Typesetting was finished by 6 a.m. Then they started knocking out the matrix molds and pouring off the stereotype. Because of the strike there was no gas to heat the furnaces for the stereotype. 2 workers were sent off somewhere and the gas came on. All the shops were shut, but food was obtained without difficulty all through the night. The shops opened up for the proletarians. At 7 a.m. the printing of the official proletarian newspaper began. They used the rotary press and they worked efficiently. Printing continued until 11 a.m. The print shop was then cleared and bundles of the printed newspaper were carried away and carted off in cabs, a sufficient number of which had been assembled outside. The police learned about all this on the next day and seemed very surprised. Only an hour after the work was finished, a large police detachment accompanied by a company of infantry, some Cossacks, and some uniformed janitors, burst into the premises of the Union of Print Workers to confiscate the 7th issue of Izvestia. They met with the most energetic resistance. They were told that the available copies, only 153 out of the 35,000 printed, would not be handed over voluntarily. Workers in many print shops, hearing of the police invasion of their union's premises, stopped work which they had only just resumed after the November strike, to await further developments. The police suggested a compromise: those present would look away, the police would snatch the copies of Izvestia, and the official report would state that the confiscation had been carried out by force. But this compromise was indignantly rejected. The police did not venture to use force, and Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 13 Storming the Censorship Bastilles. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch13.htm, 9 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 16 seconds. Retreated in full battle order, having failed to seize a single copy of Izvestia. After the takeover of the Novoye Vremya print works, the city governor informed the police administration that all police officers in whose district a similar takeover took place in the future would be severely penalized. The executive committee replied by announcing that Izvestia, which appeared only during general strikes, would when necessary continue to be printed in the same way. And indeed, during the December strike, the Second Soviet of Workers' Deputies, after the arrest of the first, published 4 more issues of Izvestia. The detailed report of the raid on its print works published by Novoye Vremya had a very unexpected result. Revolutionaries in the provinces took advantage of the model thus provided, and the seizure of print works for the publication of revolutionary literature thenceforth became widespread throughout Russia. However, the word seizure should only be used with considerable reservations. We are not thinking of the print works of liberal newspapers, where the management wanted only one thing: to evade responsibility and therefore expressed their full readiness to be arrested. But even in the most publicized episode involving Novoye Vremya, the takeover would not have been possible without the passive or active sympathy of the entire personnel. Once the leader of the takeover proclaimed a state of siege, thus removing responsibility from the print works personnel, the distinction between the besieged and the besiegers disappeared. The arrested typesetters were quite willing to set revolutionary manuscripts, the machine operator took his place at the press, and the manager encouraged both his own men and the others to work more quickly. Success was not assured by any carefully prepared takeover plan, and certainly not by physical force, but by that revolutionary atmosphere of unity without which none of the Soviets' activities would have been conceivable. At first glance it may be difficult to understand why the Soviet chose the risky method of night raids for publishing its paper. The Social Democratic press was appearing quite openly at this time. Its tone differed little from that of Izvestia. It published the Soviets' decisions and reported its meetings in full. True, Izvestia appeared almost exclusively during periods of general strike, when the rest of the press was silent. But would it not have been possible for the Soviet to exempt the legal Social Democratic papers from the strike, thus relieving itself of the necessity to raid the print works of the bourgeois press? Yet it did not do this. Why? If the question is put in isolation, it cannot be answered. But everything becomes clear if we see the Soviet as a whole, in its origins and in all its tactics, as the organized embodiment of the supreme rights of the revolution at its moment of extreme tension, when it cannot and does not wish to adapt itself to the enemy, when it marches straight ahead, heroically extending its territory and sweeping all obstacles from its path. During general strikes, When all life came to a standstill, the old regime considered it a point of honor to continue printing its government gazette without interruption, and it did so under the protection of its troops. To this the Soviet opposed its armed workers' detachments, which ensured the publication of the revolution's own newspaper. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 13 Storming the Censorship Bastilles. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch13.htm, 10 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 16 seconds. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 13 Storming the Censorship Bastilles. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch13.htm, 11 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 16 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 14. Opposition and Revolution. *******. Far from restoring order, the Tsar's manifesto helped to reveal the full extent of the contradiction between the two poles of Russian society, the reactionary pogrom mentality of the nobility and bureaucracy, and the workers' revolution. During the first days, or rather hours, it looked as though the manifesto had not made any difference to the mood of the most moderate elements of the opposition. But it only looked that way. On October 18 the so-called Iron Founders Consultative Office, one of capital's most powerful organizations, wrote to Count Witt. "We must say it straight out, Russia believes only in facts, her blood and her poverty will no longer allow her to believe in words." Putting forward the demand for a full amnesty, the office noted with especial pleasure that demonstrative violence on the part of the revolutionary masses had been extremely limited and that they had proceeded with unheard of discipline. Without being, according to its own declaration, a supporter in theory of universal franchise, the office had arrived at the conviction that the working class, which has demonstrated with such force its political consciousness and party discipline, must participate in popular self-government. All this was generous and broad-minded, but, alas, extremely short-lived. To say that it was a purely cynical gesture would be too crude. Undoubtedly illusion played an important part in the matter. Capital still had some hope that far-reaching political reform might immediately allow the flywheel of industry to turn unhindered. This explains the fact that a large part of the entrepreneurs, if not the majority, adopted an attitude of friendly neutrality towards the October strike itself. There was almost no closing down of plants. The owners of engineering works in the Moscow region decided to refuse the services of Cossacks. But the most usual expression of sympathy towards the political aims of the struggle was the payment of wages throughout the period of the October strike. While awaiting the flowering of industry under a rule of law, the liberal entrepreneurs were perfectly prepared to enter this expenditure under the heading of special production costs. However, as capital paid the workers for these strike days, it made it abundantly clear that it was doing so for the last time. The power of the workers' action had shown them the necessity of being on guard. Capital's fondest hopes remained unrealized. The movement of the masses did not calm down after the manifesto. On the contrary, with every passing day it displayed more and more clearly its strength, its independence, its socially revolutionary character. While the plantation owners of the sugar industry were threatened with confiscation of their lands, the capitalist bourgeoisie was compelled as a whole to retreat before the workers step by step, raising their wages and shortening the working day. Besides the fear of the revolutionary proletariat, which reached fever pitch during the 2 last months of Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 14 Opposition and Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch14.htm, 1 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 19 seconds. 1905 There were narrower but no less acute interests which drove capital towards an immediate alliance with the government. In the first place there was the prosaic but irresistible need for money, and the object of the entrepreneurs' concupiscence as well as of their attacks was the state bank. This institution served as the hydraulic press for the autocracy's economic policy, of which Witt had been the grand master during the decade of his financial rule. On the bank's operations, and together with these, on the minister's views and sympathies, the life and death of the largest industrial undertakings depended. Unconstitutional loans, the discounting of fantastic bills, widespread favoritism in the sphere of economic policy, these and other factors greatly contributed towards turning capital into an oppositional force. But when, under the triple effect of war, revolution, and economic crisis, the bank reduced its operations to a minimum. Many capitalists found themselves in a really tight spot. They no longer cared tuppence for general political perspectives, they needed money, at whatever cost. "We don't believe in words," they told Count Witt at 2 a.m. on October 19, "give us facts." Count Witt plunged his hand into the cash box of the state bank and gave them facts. A lot of facts. The volume of discounts rose abruptly 138.5 million rubles in November and December 1905 as against 83.1 million for the same period in 1904. Credits to private banks rose to an even greater extent, 148.2 million rubles on December 1, 1905 as against 39 million in 1904. All other operations underwent a similar increase. Russia's blood and poverty, advanced, as we have seen, as a slogan by a capitalist syndicate, were duly taken into account by Witt's government. The result was the setting up of the Union of October 17. This party was born not so much from a political maneuver, as from an ordinary bribe. From the first, the Soviet of Workers' Deputies encountered a resolute and conscious enemy in the entrepreneurs organized in their professional or political unions. But while the Octobrists at least adopted a clearly anti-revolutionary position from the start, the most pathetic political role during those days was played by the party of lower middle class and intellectual radicals. 6 months later this party was to put on an extraordinary show of false classical pathos on the stage of the Tauride Palace. We have in mind the Cadet Party. The Constituent Congress of the Constitutional Democratic Party, Cadets, was in progress at the very peak of the October strike. Less than half the delegates turned tip for the Congress, the rest had been immobilized by the railway strike. On October 14 the new party defined its attitude to the events as follows: "In view of our complete agreement with the claims being made, the party considers it its duty to declare its full solidarity with the strike movement. It categorically, rejects the notion of achieving its aims by means of negotiations with the representatives of power. It will do everything to prevent a clash, but, should this fail, it declares in advance that its sympathy and its support are on the side of the people." 3 days later the Tsar's manifesto was signed. The revolutionary parties at last escaped from the curse of clandestinity and, before they had time to wipe the blood and sweat off their foreheads, plunged headlong among the popular masses, appealing to them and uniting them for the struggle. It was a time of greatness, when the heart of the people was forged anew by the hammer of the revolution. What were the cadets, those frock-coated politicians, those tribunes of the rural assemblies, to do in such a situation? They passively waited for the constitutional waters to start flowing. There was a manifesto, but there was no parliament. And they did not know when and how it would come, or whether it would come at all. Their secret dream was to save the revolution from itself, but they could not see any means of doing so. They did not dare to venture forth to the popular meetings. Their press revealed their flabbiness and pusillanimity. It was not widely read. Thus at this most testing period of the Russian. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 14 Opposition and Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch14.htm, 2 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 19 seconds. Revolution. The cadets found themselves outside active political life. A year later, fully admitting this fact, Milyukov tried to justify his party not for failing to throw its weight into the balance on the side of revolution, but for not attempting to stop the revolution. Any protest, even by a party such as the Constitutional Democratic Party, he wrote at the time of elections to the Second Duma, would have been completely impossible during the last months of I-905. Those who now reproach the party for failing to protest at the time, by organizing meetings, against the revolutionary illusions of Trotskyism, do not understand, or have forgotten the mood of the democratic audiences who were attending the public meetings. Such is the popular party's self-vindication, it did not dare to confront the people, lest the people were put off by its ugly face. The Union of Unions played a less unworthy role during this period. The radical intelligentsia actively helped to make the October strike general. By organizing strike committees and sending deputations on their behalf, it stopped the activities of establishments outside the workers' direct sphere of influence. In this way work was stopped in rural and town councils, banks, offices, courts, schools, even in the Senate. The financial aid offered by the left wing of the intelligentsia to the Soviet of Workers' Deputies also played a not unimportant role. Nevertheless, the picture of the titanic role of the Union of Unions created by the bourgeois press in Russia and the West appears absurd if we consider its activities in the public arena. The Union of Unions took care of the revolution's supplies, and, at best, it acted as an auxiliary fighting unit. It never claimed a leading position. Indeed, could it have done so? The Union's typical member was and remained the same old educated Philistine, his wings clipped by history. The revolution aroused him and raised him higher than himself. It left him without his daily newspaper, put out his electric light, and on the darkened wall it wrote in letters of fire the names of new and great, though vague, ideals. He wanted to have faith, but he did not dare. Perhaps we shall obtain a better insight into the drama of his soul if we look at him, not while he is writing a radical resolution, but while seated at his own tea table. The day after the end of the strike I went to see a family of my acquaintance which lived in the normal urban atmosphere of lower middle class radicalism. The program of our party, which had just been printed on large sheets of paper, hung on the dining room wall. It had appeared as a supplement to the first issue of the Social Democrats newspaper published after the strike. The whole family was in a state of excitement. Well, not bad. What isn't bad? How can you ask? Your own program. Just read what it says here. I've had occasion to read it more than once. Listen to me then. It literally says, the party sets as its immediate political objective the overthrow of the Tsar's autocracy. You hear me, overthrow. And its replacement by a democratic republic. A republic. Do you understand what that means? I think I do. But this has been printed legally, this is sold openly under the eyes of the police, you can buy it for 5 kopecks outside the Winter Palace. The overthrow of the Tsar's autocracy, retail price 5 kopecks. Just. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 14 Opposition and Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch14.htm, 3 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 19 seconds. Try and beat that. And do you like it? What does it matter whether I like it or not? We aren't talking about me. It's they, down there in Peterhof, who have to face it now. Let me ask you, do they like it? I doubt it. The paterfamilias was the most excited of all. Only 2 or 3 weeks previously he had hated social democracy with the blind hatred of the petty bourgeois steeped in populist prejudices from early youth. Today his feelings towards it were entirely different, a mixture of worship and dread. This morning we were reading the same program in the office of the Imperial Public Library. The same issue of the paper was delivered there, you know. You should just have seen those gentlemen. The director asked his 2 deputies and myself into his office, locked the door and read the program out loud to us from A to Z. I give you my word of honor, we all hadn't any breath left. What do you say to this? The director asks me. What do you say to it, sir? I reply. You know, he says, I've lost the use of my tongue. A little while ago it was a crime to criticize a policeman in a newspaper. Today they're openly telling His Imperial Majesty, get out. These people don't care a hang about etiquette, no, they certainly don't. Whatever they think, they say. Then one of the deputies said, the writing is a bit heavy, isn't it? They want a lighter style. The director looked at him over the top of his glasses. This isn't a Sunday feature, my dear sir, this is the program of a party. And do you know the last thing they said, these gentlemen in the public library? They asked each other. How does one join the Social Democratic Party? How do you like that? I like it very much. I. How does one really join? My host asks, a little hesitantly. Nothing could be simpler. The main condition is that you endorse the program. Then you join your local organization and you pay your dues regularly. You like the program, don't you? Damn it, it's not bad at all, nobody could deny that. But what do you think of the present position? Only mind you, don't speak as the editor of a social democratic paper, but absolutely frankly. Of course it's a long way yet to a democratic republic, but the Constitution's there, isn't it? No, in my view the republic is much closer and the Constitution much further away than it seems to you. But what have we got now, damn it all? Isn't it a constitution? No, it's merely a prologue to martial law. What? Nonsense. That's your newspaperman's jargon. You can't believe what you're saying. It's wild talk. No, it's the purest realism. The revolution's strength and boldness are growing. Look at what is. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 14 Opposition and Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch14.htm, 4 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 19 seconds. Happening in the factories, in the streets. Look at the sheet of paper you've pinned to your wall. You wouldn't have put it there a fortnight ago. Now let me ask you what you asked me a moment ago: what do they in Peterhof think about it all? They're still alive, you know, and they want to go on living. And they've still got the army. Are you by any chance hoping that they'll surrender without a fight? No, believe me, before they go they'll put all they've got into action, down to the last bayonet. And the manifesto? The amnesty? They're facts, aren't they? The manifesto is only the proclamation of a momentary truce, only a breathing space. And the amnesty? From your windows you can see the spire of the Peter and Paul fortress, it's still standing pretty solidly. And Cresty prison too. And the secret political police department. You doubt my frankness, but let me tell you this: I personally am perfectly eligible for amnesty, but I'm in no hurry to resume legal status. Until the whole business is over I'll go on living on my false passport. The manifesto has not changed either my status in law or my tactics. But perhaps in that case, you fellows ought to follow a more cautious policy. Such as refrain from talking about the overthrow of the autocracy. Do you mean to say you think that if we use a more polite form of language, Peterhof will agree to a republic and the confiscation of lands? I think, after all, you're exaggerating. We shall see. Goodbye. I'm off to a meeting of the Soviet. But what about joining the party? You need only say the word, we'll sign you up in no time. Thank you, thank you. There's plenty of time. The situation is so uncertain. We'll have another talk. Goodbye and all the best. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 14 Opposition and Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch14.htm, 5 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 19 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 15. The November Strike. *******. The October Ministry was feeling its way from danger to danger, amidst 1,000 underwater reefs. Where to? It did not know itself. On October 26 and 27 a mutiny flared up in Kronstadt, at a distance of 3 gunshots from Petersburg. The politically conscious among the soldiers tried to restrain the mass, but a spontaneous fury broke out. Having proved unable to halt the movement, the best elements in the army placed themselves at its head. But they did not succeed in preventing some hooligan pogroms, provoked by the authorities. The major role in this was played by the gangs of the well-known miracle worker Iowan of Kronstadt, who carried with them the most ignorant of the sailors. Martial law was declared in Kronstadt on October 28, and the unfortunate mutiny was crushed. The best of the soldiers and sailors were threatened with execution. On the day the Kronstadt fortress was captured, the government issued a strong warning to the country by placing the whole of Poland under martial law. This was the first large bone which, on the 11th day of its existence, the Manifesto Ministry threw to the Peterhof Camarilla. Count Witt assumed entire responsibility for this step. In a government communiqué he lied about the Poles having made an insolent attempt at secession, and warned them against entering upon a dangerous path, not for the first time. The very next day, so as not to find himself Trepoff's prisoner, he was obliged to sound the retreat. He admitted that the government was not so much taking into account actual events as anticipating the possible consequences of their development, given the excessive impressionability of the Poles. Thus martial law was, in a sense, the constitution's tribute to the political temperament of the Polish people. A number of districts of Chernigov, Saratov, and Tambov provinces, where agrarian unrest had broken out, were placed under martial law on October 29. It appeared that the Tambov mujiks, too, suffered from excessive impressionability. The teeth of liberal society began to rattle with fear. For all the contemptuous grimaces the liberals had made at Witt, they nevertheless in their heart of hearts firmly believed in him. But now Durnovo had stepped out confidently from behind Witt's back, and Durnovo was just intelligent enough to adapt Cavour's aphorism "the state of siege is the method of government of fools" into a theory for his own guidance. The workers' revolutionary instinct told them that to allow the counter-revolution to get away with this open attack was to encourage its insolence. On October 29 and 30 and November mass meetings, held at most of the Petersburg industrial plants, called for drastic protest measures by the Soviet. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 15 The November Strike. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch15.htm, 1 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 22 seconds. At a crowded and tumultuous meeting on November I, after heated discussion, an overwhelming majority of the Soviet's members adopted the following decision: the government continues to march on corpses. It is court-martialing the valiant soldiers and sailors of Kronstadt who rose to the defense of their rights and the people's freedom. It has thrown the noose of martial law around the neck of oppressed Poland. The Soviet of Workers' Deputies calls upon the revolutionary proletariat of Petersburg to manifest its fraternal solidarity with the revolutionary soldiers of Kronstadt and the revolutionary workers of Poland by means of a political general strike, which has already shown its formidable power, and by means of mass protest meetings. Tomorrow, November 2nd, at 12 o'clock noon, the workers of Petersburg will stop work under the following slogans: down with courts-martial, down with the death penalty, down with martial law in Poland and throughout Russia. The success of the appeal surpassed all expectations. Despite the fact that barely 2 weeks had passed since the cessation of the October strike which had required so much sacrifice, the workers of Petersburg stopped work with extraordinary unanimity. All large plants and factories represented on the Soviet were on strike before 12 o'clock noon on the 2nd. Many medium-sized and small industrial undertakings which had not hitherto participated in political struggle now joined the strike, elected deputies, and sent them to the Soviet. The Regional Committee of the Petersburg Railway Center adopted the Soviet's decision, and all railways with the exception of the Finland Railway ceased to operate. The absolute number of working-class strikers involved in the November strike exceeded not only that of the January strike but also that of the October strike. The postal and telegraph services, horse cab drivers, the horse tramway and the majority of shop assistants did not strike. Among the newspapers, only the Government Herald, the Petersburg City Governor's Gazette and Izvestia were published, the first two under the protection of troops, the third under that of workers' armed detachments. Count Witt was taken completely unawares. 2 weeks previously he had thought that since power was in his hands, all he had to do was to lead, encourage, restrain, threaten, administer. The November strike, the proletariat's indignant protest against the government's hypocrisy, knocked the great statesman sideways. Nothing is so characteristic of his total failure to understand the meaning of revolutionary events, his childish confusion in the face of them, and at the same time his self-opinionated conceit than the telegram with which he hoped to pacify the proletariat. Here is the text in full: brother workers, go hack to work, abandon sedition, think of your wives and children. Do not heed bad advice. The Tsar has instructed us to pay special attention to the workers' problems. For this purpose His Imperial Majesty has set up a Ministry of Trade and Industry, which is to establish just relations between workers and employers. Give us time and everything possible will be done for you. Listen to the advice of a man who is well disposed towards you and wishes you well. Count Witt. This shameless telegram, where cowardly hatred, concealing a knife in its pocket, attempted to posture as friendly condescension, was received and made public at the Soviet's meeting on November 3, and provoked a storm of indignation. Immediately, with fervent single-mindedness, the reply proposed by us was adopted and was published in Izvestia on the next day. Here is its text: the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, having taken note of Count Witt's telegram to his brother workers. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 15 The November Strike. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch15.htm, 2 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 22 seconds. Wishes first of all to express its extreme surprise at the Tsar's favorite's extraordinary familiarity in permitting himself to address the workers of Petersburg as his brothers. There exists no family kinship whatsoever between the proletarians and Count Witt. On the substance of the matter, the Soviet declares: 1. Count Witt calls upon us to think of our wives and children. In reply, The Soviet of Workers' Deputies calls upon all workers to count how many widows and orphans have been added to the ranks of the working class since the day Count Witt assumed state power. 2. Count Witt draws attention to the Tsar's gracious attention to the working people. The Soviet of Workers' Deputies reminds the Petersburg proletariat of Bloody Sunday, January 9. 3. Count Witt asks for time and promises to do everything possible for the workers. The Soviet of Workers' Deputies knows that Witt has already found time to hand Poland over to the military hangman, and the Soviet of Workers' Deputies does not doubt that Count Witt will do everything possible to strangle the revolutionary proletariat. 4. Count Witt calls himself a man who is well disposed towards us and wishes us well. The Soviet of Workers' Deputies declares that it has no need of favors from the Tsar's favorites. It demands a people's government on the basis of universal, equal, direct, and secret franchise. Well-informed persons reported that when the Count received this reply from his striking brothers, he suffered an attack of asphyxia. On November 5 the Petersburg Telegraph Agency reported, in view of the rumors being spread in the provinces about the use of courts-martial and the execution of other ranks who took part in the Kronstadt disorders, we are authorized to state that all such rumors are premature and unfounded. Participants in the Kronstadt events have not been and will not be judged by court-martial. This categorical statement meant nothing other than the government's capitulation in the face of the strike. The puerile reference to rumors in the provinces at a time when the protesting proletariat of Petersburg had brought the capital's commercial and industrial life to a temporary halt could not, of course, disguise this fact. On the Polish question, the government began to make concessions even earlier by declaring its intention to lift martial law in the provinces of the Kingdom of Poland as soon as the excitement there died down. Martial law was lifted by ukase on November 12. On the evening of November 5 the Executive Committee, considering that the supreme psychological moment had come, submitted to the Soviet a resolution to end the strike. As a description of the political situation at that moment, we quote the speech made by the Executive Committee's rapporteur, a government telegram stating that the Kronstadt sailors are not to be judged by court-martial but by a military district court has just been made public. This telegram is nothing but a demonstration of the weakness of the Tsarist government, nothing but a demonstration of our strength. Once more we can congratulate the Petersburg proletariat on a tremendous moral victory. But let us say straight out, even if this government telegram had not appeared, we should. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 15 The November Strike. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch15.htm, 3 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 22 seconds. Still have had to call upon the workers of Petersburg to stop the strike. Today's news shows that the political manifestation all over Russia is on the wane. Our strike, real as it is in the nature of a demonstration. Only from this viewpoint can we judge its success or failure. Our direct and immediate aim was to show the awakening army that the working class is on its side, that it will stand up for the army. Have we not achieved this aim? Have we not brought every honest soldier's heart over to our side? Who can deny it? And if that is so, can anyone assert that we have achieved nothing? Can the ending of the strike be viewed as our defeat? Have we not demonstrated to the whole of Russia that only a few days after the ending of the Great October struggle, before the workers had had time to wash away their blood and heal their wounds, the discipline of the masses proved to be so great that at a single word from the Soviet they struck again as one man? Look. This time the strike has been joined even by the most backward factories which had never been on strike before, and their deputies are sitting here in the Soviet with us. Leading elements in the army have organized protest meetings and in that way have taken part in our manifestation. Is that not victory? Is that not a brilliant success? Comrades, we have done all that we had to do. Once more the European Stock Exchange has saluted our strength. The Soviets' decision to call for a strike was immediately reflected in a considerable drop of our exchange rate abroad. Thus every one of our actions, whether it was our reply to Count Witt or to the government as a whole, struck a decisive blow at absolutism. Certain comrades are demanding that the strike should continue until the Kronstadt sailors have been placed under trial by jury and martial law in Poland has been lifted. In other words, until the fall of the present government, for Tsarism will move all its forces against our strike. Comrades, we have got to face that fact. If we consider that the purpose of our action is the overthrow of the autocracy, then, of course, we have not attained that aim. From that point of view we should have concealed our indignation and refrained from making a demonstration of protest. But our tactics, comrades, are not at all based on that model. Our actions are a series of consecutive battles. Their purpose is to disorganize the enemy and to win new friends. And whose sympathy is more precious to us than the army's? Understand this: in discussing whether or not we should continue the strike, we are in substance discussing whether to retain the demonstrative nature of the strike or to turn it into a decisive struggle, that is, to continue it to the point of total victory or defeat. We are not afraid of battles or defeats. Our defeats are but steps to our victory. But for each battle we seek the most favorable conditions. The events are working for us and there is no advantage for us in forcing their progress. I ask you, to whose advantage is it to put off the decisive clash, ours or the government's? Ours, comrades. For tomorrow we shall be stronger than we are today, and the day after tomorrow stronger than tomorrow. Do not forget, comrades, that the conditions under which we can hold meetings of thousands of people, organize the broad of the proletariat and address the entire population through our revolutionary press were created for us only recently. We must make the utmost use of these conditions for the widest possible agitation and organization among the ranks of the proletariat. We must extend the period of preparation of the masses for decisive action, extend it out as much as we can, perhaps by a month or two, in order then to act as an army which is as united and organized as absolutely possible. Of course the government would prefer to shoot us to pieces now, when we are less prepared for the final battle. Some comrades have the following doubt today, as they did on the day when the funeral demonstration was cancelled: by beating a retreat today, shall we be able to arouse the masses at another moment? Will the masses not go back to sleep? My reply is, do you really think that the present regime can create the conditions for the masses to sleep peacefully? Do we really need to worry that there will be no future? Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 15, The November Strike. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch15.htm, 4 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 22 seconds. Events to rouse them again? Believe me, there will be all too many such events. Tsarism will take care of that. Do not forget, too, that the electoral campaign, which must bring the entire revolutionary proletariat to its feet, lies ahead of us. And who knows whether this electoral campaign will not end by blowing the existing regime sky high? Let us keep cool, let us not anticipate events. Let us have more trust in the revolutionary proletariat. Did it go to sleep after January 9th? After Shidlovsky's commission? After the Black Sea events? No, THC revolutionary tide is steadily rising, and the moment when it breaks and drowns the whole autocratic regime is not far off. A decisive and merciless struggle lies ahead. Let us call off the strike now, let us be satisfied with its tremendous moral victory. Let us exert every effort to create and consolidate the thing we need more than anything else: organization, organization, and organization. We need only look around us to see that every day is bringing us new conquests in that field. The railway employees and postal and telegraph officials are organizing. With the steel of their rails and the wires of their telegraph, they will bind into a single whole all the revolutionary centers of our country. They will enable us to bring the whole of Russia to her feet within 24 hours when the time comes. We must prepare for that moment and carry discipline and organization to their highest point. Comrades, to work. We must immediately proceed to organize and arm the workers for battle. You must form fighting tens with elected leaders at every plant, hundreds with other leaders and a commander over the hundreds. You must develop discipline in these cells to such a high point that at any given moment the entire plant will march forward at the first call. Remember that at the moment of decision we can count only on ourselves. The liberal bourgeoisie is already beginning to treat us with distrust and hostility. The democratic intelligentsia is vacillating. The Union of Unions, which joined us so readily during the first strike, is far less sympathetic to the second. One of their members told me the other day, "You are turning the public against you with your strikes. Do you really expect to win without help?" I reminded him of a moment in the French Revolution when the convention decreed that the French nation will not sign any treaty with the enemy on its territory. One of the members of the convention called out, "Have you then concluded a treaty with victory?" The answer was, "No, we have concluded a treaty with death." Comrades, when the liberal bourgeoisie, as though proud of its treachery, asks us, "Do you expect to fight alone, without our help? Have you then concluded a treaty with victory?" We shall hurl into its face the answer, "No, we have concluded a treaty with death." The Soviet by an overwhelming majority of votes adopted the decision to call off the strike on Monday, November 7, at 12 o'clock noon. Printed posters of the Soviets' decision were distributed in the plants and factories and posted in the city. On the appointed day, at the appointed hour, the strike ended with the same unity with which it had begun. It had lasted 120 hours, 3 times less long than martial law in Poland. The significance of the November strike did not, of course, lie in the fact that it removed the noose from the necks of a few dozen sailors. What do a few lives matter in a revolution that devours tens of thousands? Nor did it lie in the fact that it forced the government hastily to abandon martial law in Poland. What does another month of emergency rule matter in the history of that long-suffering country? The November strike was a cry of warning addressed to the country at large. Who knows if a savage bacchanalia of reaction would not have set in throughout the country if the experiment in Poland. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 15. The November Strike. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch15.htm, 5 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 22 seconds. Had been successful, if the proletariat had not demonstrated that it was alive and fit and ready to give blow for blow. A textual quote from a resolution of the Soviet. Author: in a revolution where complete solidarity among the many races of the population made a glorious contrast to the events in Austria in 1848, the Petersburg proletariat, in the name of the revolution itself, could not and dared not hand over its Polish brothers without protest into the impatient hands of the reaction. And, concerned though it was about its own future, it could not and dared not pass the Kronstadt rising in silence. The November strike was a cry of solidarity hurled by the proletariat over the heads of the government and the bourgeois opposition to the prisoners in the barracks. And the cry did not remain unheard. Reporting on the November strike, the correspondent of the London Times quoted a Guards colonel who made the following remark: "Unfortunately, it cannot be denied that the intervention of the workers on behalf of the Kronstadt mutineers had a regrettable moral influence on our soldiers. It is in this regrettable moral influence that the main significance of the November strike must be sought. With a single blow it stirred the consciousness of many circles within the army and, in a matter of a few days, gave rise to a number of political meetings in the barracks of the Petersburg garrison. Not only individual soldiers but also soldiers' delegates began to show up in the executive committee and even at meetings of the Soviet itself, making speeches, demanding support. Revolutionary liaison among the troops was reinforced, proclamations were widely read. During those days the agitation within the ranks of the army reached even its aristocratic leadership. During the November strike the author had occasion to participate as a workers' speaker at a military gathering which was unique of its kind. It is worthwhile to tell the story here. Armed with an invitation from Baroness X. She can now be named, Yuxkull von Hildebrandt. I arrived at 9 p.m. at one of the wealthiest houses in Petersburg. The doorman, looking like a man who has made up his mind to be surprised at nothing in those days, took my overcoat and hung it up in the middle of a long row of officers' greatcoats. A footman stood waiting for me to give him my visiting card. Alas, what kind of a visiting card can an illegal person have? To help him out of his difficulty, I handed him the hostess invitation card. A student, followed by a radical university lecturer and, finally, by the Baroness herself, came out into the hall. Evidently they had expected the workers' speaker to have been a more formidable person. I gave my name. They cordially asked me to enter. Lifting aside the door curtain, I saw a company of 60 or 70 persons. On one side of the aisle, 30 or 40 officers, including some elegant guardsmen, were seated on rows of chairs. On the other side were ladies. In the front corner there was a group of black-coated journalists and radical lawyers. An old gentleman I had not seen before, seated behind a small table, acted as chairman. At his side I saw Rodiche, the future tribune of the cadets. He was speaking about the establishment of martial law in Poland, and about what ought to be the attitude to the Polish question of the liberal public and of the thinking elements of the army. The speech was dull and limp, the thoughts expressed were short and limp, and the applause at the end was limp too. After him spoke Peter Struve, yesterday's exile of Stuttgart, who owed his return to Russia to the October strike and had used the opportunity thus offered in order immediately to occupy a position on the extreme right flank of Zemstvo liberalism and, from that position, to unleash a violent campaign against the Social Democrats. A hopelessly poor speaker, stammering and gasping, he tried to prove that the army should stand on the ground of the manifesto of October 17 and defend it against attacks both. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 15 The November Strike. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch15.htm 6 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 22 seconds. From the right and from the left. This conservative piece of poisonous wisdom sounded particularly odd on the lips of a former social democrat. As I listened to his speech, I recalled that 7 years previously this man had written, "The further to the east of Europe, the weaker, more cowardly and more low becomes the bourgeoisie," after which he had himself crossed over to the camp of the liberal bourgeoisie on the crutches of German revisionism to prove the truth of his historical generalization by his own example. After Struve, the radical journalist Prokopovich spoke about the Kronstadt Rising. Then there was a professor who had fallen into disgrace, and who was hesitating whether to choose liberalism or social democracy, and in the meantime talked about everything and nothing. Then a well-known lawyer, Sokolov, who invited the officers not to oppose political agitation in the barracks. The speeches became more and more resolute, the atmosphere more heated, the applause more energetic. When my turn came, I pointed out that the workers were unarmed, that, together with them, liberty was unarmed too, that the keys to the nation's arsenals were in the officers' hands, and that at the decisive moment those keys must be handed over to the people, to whom they belonged by right. It was the first, and probably the last time in my life that I had to address an audience of such a kind. The regrettable moral influence of the proletariat on the soldiers led the government to institute a number of repressive measures. Arrests were made in one of the Guards regiments, a number of sailors were transferred under escort from Petersburg to Kronstadt. From all sides soldiers were asking the Soviet what they should do. To these inquiries we answered with a proclamation which became known as the Manifesto to the Soldiers. Here is its text. The Soviet of Workers' Deputies replies to the soldiers. Brother soldiers of the Army and Navy. You often turn to us, the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, for advice and support. When soldiers of Preobrazhensky Regiment were arrested, you turned to us for help. When students of the Army Electrotechnical School were arrested, you turned to us for support. When naval crews were being sent under escort from Petersburg to Kronstadt, they sought our protection. Many regiments are sending deputies to us. Brother soldiers, you are right. You have no other protection but the working people. Unless the workers stand up for you, there is no salvation for you. The accursed barracks will strangle you. The workers are always on the side of honest soldiers. In Kronstadt and Sevastopol workers fought and died together with sailors. The government set up a court-martial to judge sailors and soldiers in Kronstadt, and immediately the workers of Petersburg went on strike everywhere. They are willing to go hungry, but not willing to look on in silence while soldiers are ill-treated. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 15 The November Strike. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch15.htm 7 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 22 seconds. We, the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, tell you in the name of all Petersburg workers. Your troubles are our troubles, your needs our needs, your struggle our struggle. Our victory will be your victory. We are bound by the same chains. Only the united efforts of the people and the army will break those chains. How to free the men of Preobrazhensky Regiment? How to save the men of Kronstadt and Sevastopol? For this it is necessary to clear the country of the Tsar's prisons and courts-martial. We shall not free the men of Preobrazhensky Regiment nor save the men of Kronstadt and Sevastopol by a single blow. With a united, mighty thrust we must sweep arbitrary rule and absolutism from the face of our motherland. Who can perform this great deed? Only the working people together with their brothers in the armed forces. Brother soldiers, awake! Arise! Come over to us! Honest and courageous soldiers, for your unions. Wake the slumberers! Help the stragglers! Come to agreement with the workers. Establish links with the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. Forward, for truth, for the people, for freedom, for our wives and children. The Soviet of Workers' Deputies holds out to you its fraternal hand. This manifesto was adopted and published during the last days of the Soviet's existence. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 15 The November Strike. http://www.marxists.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch15.htm 8 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 22 seconds. Leon Trotsky's. 1905. Chapter 16. 8 hours and a gun. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In this struggle the proletariat stood alone. No one wanted or was able to help it. The point at issue this time was not the freedom of the press, nor the arbitrary rule of uniformed thugs, nor even universal franchise. The working man was demanding a guarantee that his muscles, his nerves, his brain should be safeguarded. He had decided to win back for himself a part of his own life. He could not wait any longer and he did not want to. In the events of the revolution he had sensed his own strength for the first time, and through the same events he had first come to glimpse a different, higher form of life. It was as though he had been born again for the life of the spirit. All his senses were tensed like strings on a musical instrument. New, immeasurable, radiant worlds opened up before him. Will he be born soon, the great poet who is to recreate for us the revolutionary resurrection of the working masses? After the October strike which had transformed smoke-grimmed factories into temples of revolutionary speech, after a victory which had filled the weariest hearts with pride, the worker found himself once more in the damnable grip of the machine. In the half-sleep of a grey dawn, he plunged into the gaping mouth of the industrial hell. Late in the evening, after the placated machine had blown its whistle, again half asleep, he dragged his weary body to the dark, repellent hole that was his home. Yet all around bright lights were burning, so near and yet so far lights that he himself had lit. The socialist press, political meetings, the party struggle. A tremendous and beautiful feast of interests and passions. Where was the solution? In the 8-hour working day. This was the program of programs, the precept of precepts. Only the 8-hour day could immediately release the class force of the proletariat for the revolutionary politics of the time. To arms, proletarians of Petersburg! A new chapter opens in the grim book of struggle. Already during the Great Strike delegates had often said that, when work was resumed, the masses would on no account agree to work under the old conditions. On October 26 delegates from one of the Petersburg districts decided, without the knowledge of the Soviet, to introduce the 8-hour working day at their factories by revolutionary means. On the 27th the delegates' proposal was unanimously adopted at several workers' meetings. At the Alexandrovsky Mechanical Engineering Works the question was decided by secret ballot to avoid pressure. The results were 1,668 for, 14 against. As of the 28th, several major metalworking plants began to work the 8-hour day. An identical movement flared up simultaneously at the other end of Petersburg. On the 29th the initiator of the campaign reported to the Soviet that the 8-hour day had been introduced by takeover means, at 3 large plants. Thunderous applause. No room for doubts and hesitations. Was it not the takeover that had given us the freedom of assembly and of the press? Was it not by revolutionary initiative that we had harvested the constitutional manifesto? Were the privileges of capital more sacred to us than the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 16 8 hours and a gun. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch16.htm, 1 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 24 seconds. Privileges of the monarchy? The timid voices of the skeptics were drowned in a wave of universal enthusiasm. The Soviet adopted a decision of enormous importance. It called on all factories and plants to introduce the 8-hour working day by takeover means on their own initiative. This decision was adopted almost without debate, as though it were a completely natural step. The Soviet gave the workers of Petersburg 24 hours for preparatory measures. And the workers found this long enough. The Soviet's proposal was received with enthusiasm by author workers, wrote my friend Nemtsov, a delegate from a metalworking plant. In October we fought for the whole country's demands, but now we are putting forward our own proletarian claim, which will clearly show our bourgeois bosses that we never for a moment forget the demands of our class. After discussion, the Works Committee, an assembly of workshop representatives, the leading role in the Works Committees was played by delegates from the Soviet, decided unanimously to introduce the 8-hour day as from November 1. On the same day the deputies announced the Works Committee's decision in all the workshops, suggesting that the workers should bring food to work with them so as not to have to take the usual midday break. On November the workers turned up at the plant at 6:45 a.m. as always. At noon the whistle blew for the midday break. This provoked many jokes among the workers. who had decided to take only 30 minutes off for lunch instead of the prescribed 1 hour 45 minutes. At 3:30 p.m., the entire personnel of the plant stopped work, having worked exactly 8 hours. On Monday, October 31, we read in number 31 of Izvestia, all factory workers in our district, in accordance with the Soviets' decision, having completed 8 hours work, left their workshops and went out into the streets carrying red banners and singing the Marseillaise. On their way, the demonstrators swept up several smaller enterprises which were still continuing to work. The Soviets' decision was carried through with the same revolutionary unity in other districts. On November, the movement spread to almost all metalworks and the larger textile factories. Workers at Schlüsselburg factories telegraphed the Soviet with the query, "How many hours should we work as of today?" The campaign developed with irresistible unanimity. But the 5-day November strike cut into the campaign like a wedge at its very start. The situation became more and more difficult. The reactionary element within the government was making desperate efforts to rise to its feet, not without success. The capitalists were uniting energetically for a counterblow under Witt's protection. The bourgeois Democrats, wearied by the strikes, longed only for peace and quiet. Until the November strike, the capitalists had reacted to workers reducing the duration of the working day in different ways. Some threatened immediately to close down their plants, others merely deducted the corresponding amounts from wages. At a number of plants and factories, the management made concessions, agreeing to reduce the working day to 9½ and even to 9 hours. The Print Workers' Union, for example, accepted such an offer. The employers' mood was generally uncertain. But by the end of the November strike, United Capital had had time to recover its forces and adopted a completely intransigent position: there would be a universal lockout. The government, clearing the way for the employers, was the first to close the state plants. Meetings were more and more frequently dispersed by armed forces in order to demoralize THC workers. The situation became increasingly acute. After the state-operated enterprises, a number of private ones were closed down. Several tens of thousands of workers were thrown into the streets. The proletariat was tip against the wall. A retreat became unavoidable. But the working masses persisted in their claim, refusing even to hear of a return to. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 16, 8 Hours and a Gun. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch16.htm, 2 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 24 seconds. Work under the old conditions. On November 6, the Soviet adopted a compromise solution by declaring that the claim was no longer universal and calling for a continuance of the struggle only in those enterprises where there was some hope of success. The solution was clearly an unsatisfactory one because it failed to provide a clear-cut slogan and so threatened to break up the movement into a series of dissociated struggles. In the meantime, the situation continued to deteriorate. While the state-operated plants were reopened, at the delegates' insistence, for work under the old conditions, the gates of 13 more factories and plants were closed by private employers. An additional 19,000 people were left without work. Concern with reopening of the plants, even under the old conditions, pushed the question of the forcible introduction of the 8-hour day more and more into the background. Drastic steps were required, and on November Z the Soviet decided to sound the retreat. This was the most dramatic of all the meetings of the Workers' Parliament. The vote was divided. 2 leading metalworking plants insisted on continuing the struggle. They were supported by representatives of several textile, glassmaking, and tobacco factories. The Putilov works were definitely against. A middle-aged woman weaver from Maxwell's factory rose to speak. She had a fine, open face, she wore a faded cotton dress although it was late autumn. Her hand trembled with excitement as she nervously fingered her collar. Her voice had a ringing, inspired, unforgettable quality. "You've let your wives get accustomed to sleeping in soft beds and eating sweet food," she hurled at the Putilov delegates. "That's why you are afraid of losing your jobs. But we aren't afraid. We're prepared to die, but we'll get the 8-hour day. We'll fight to the end. Victory or death. Long live the 8-hour day." To this day, 30 months later, this voice of hope, despair, and passion is still ringing in my ears, a lasting reproach, an indomitable call to action. Where are you now, heroic comrade in faded cotton? Ah, you were accustomed to sleep in a soft bed and eat sweet food. The ringing voice came to a halt. There was a moment of painful silence. Then a storm of passionate applause. At that moment the delegates, who had been bowed down by an oppressive sense of helplessness under the capitalist yoke, rose high above their everyday cares. They were applauding their future victory over cruelty and inhumanity. After a debate lasting 4 hours, the Soviet by an overwhelming majority adopted a resolution to retreat. After pointing out that the coalition between United Capital and the government had transformed the question of an 8-hour working day in Petersburg into a state problem, and that the workers of Petersburg could not therefore achieve victory in isolation from those of the country at large, the resolution stated, for this reason, the Soviet of Workers' Deputies considers it necessary temporarily to halt the immediate and universal introduction of the 8-hour working day by takeover. Methods. To carry out the retreat in an organized fashion required a great deal of effort. Many workers preferred the course indicated by the woman weaver from Maxwell's. Comrade workers from other factories and plants, the workers of a large factory who had decided to continue the struggle for a 9.5-hour working day wrote to the Soviet, "Forgive us for doing this, but we have no strength left to suffer this gradual exhaustion of ourselves both physical and moral. We shall fight to the last drop of our blood." When the campaign for an 8-hour working day was opened, the capitalist press naturally screamed. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 16 8 Hours and a Gun. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch16.htm, 3 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 24 seconds. That the Soviet was out to ruin the country's industry. The liberal democratic press, which during this period went in fear and trembling of its master on the left, was silent, as though struck dumb. Only when the December defeat of the revolution had freed it from its bonds did it begin to translate all the reaction's charges against the Soviet into its own liberal jargon. The struggle for the 8-hour day was the action the liberal Democrats most strongly condemned in retrospect. But it should be borne in mind that the idea of reduction of the working day by takeover methods, that is, by de facto stoppage of work without previous agreement with the employers, was not born in October, nor within the Soviet. Attempts of this kind were made many times in the course of the strikes of 1905, and they were not always unsuccessful. Thus at the state-operated works, where political motives are stronger than economic ones, the workers obtained a 9-hour day by such action. Nevertheless, the idea of introducing a normal working day by revolutionary means in Petersburg alone, after a preparation of only 24 hours, may appear utterly fantastic. The respectable treasurer of a respectable trade union, for instance, might find it downright lunatic. And indeed it was lunatic from the viewpoint of normal rational times. But under the conditions of revolutionary madness it had its own rationale. Of course a normal working day in Petersburg alone makes no sense. But the Soviet believed that the Petersburg campaign would bring the proletariat of the entire country to its feet. Of course the 8-hour working day can only be introduced with the cooperation of state power. But state power is precisely what the proletariat was fighting for at that moment. Had it won a political victory, the introduction of the 8-hour day would have been no more than a natural consequence of the fantastic experiment. But it failed to win, and therein, of course, lay its gravest fault. And yet we believe even now that the Soviet acted as it was entitled to do and as it should have done. In effect, it had no choice. If, guided by realistic considerations of expediency, it had begun calling on the masses to turn back, the masses would simply not have obeyed it. The struggle would have flared up all the same, but without leadership. Strikes would have occurred, but in an isolated manner. Under such conditions a defeat would have led to total demoralization. The Soviet took a different view of its task. Its leading elements by no means counted on immediate and full success for the campaign, but they saw the mighty, spontaneous movement as an incontrovertible fact, and they decided to transform it into a majestic demonstration, such as had never yet been seen in any socialist movement, in favor of the 8-hour working day. The practical fruits of this campaign, namely considerable reductions of working hours in a number of enterprises, were promptly snatched back again by the employers. But the political results left an indelible mark on the consciousness of the masses. Henceforth the idea of an 8-hour working day achieved a popularity among even the most backward strata of the working class that many years of laborious propaganda could not have ensured. At the same time this claim became organically united with the fundamental slogans of political democracy. Having met with the organized resistance of capital, the working masses again returned to the basic issue of revolution, the inevitability of an uprising, the essential need for arms. Defending the resolution to drop the campaign in the Soviet, The rapporteur of the executive committee summed up the campaign in the following words: "We may not have won the 8-hour day for the masses, but we have certainly won the masses for the 8-hour day." Henceforth the war cry, 8 hours and a gun, shall live in the heart of every Petersburg worker. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 16, 8 hours and a gun. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch16.htm, 4 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 24 seconds. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 16, 8 hours and a gun. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch16.htm, 5 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 24 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 17. The Peasant Riots. *******. The decisive events of the revolution took place in the towns. But the countryside was not quiet either. It began to stir noisily, clumsily, stumbling as though awakened from a long sleep, but even its first, uncertain movements made the ruling class's hair stand on end. During the 2 or 3 years preceding the revolution, relations between peasants and landowners had become extremely exacerbated. Misunderstandings were constantly flaring up, now here, now there. From the spring of 905 the ferment in the countryside grew in a menacing way, assuming different forms in different parts of the country. In rough outline there were 3 principal areas of the peasant revolution: 1, the north, which was distinguished by considerable development of the processing industries; 2, the southeast, relatively rich in land; and 3, the center, where land penury was further aggravated by the piteous state of industry. The peasant movement, in turn, developed 4 main types of struggle: takeover of landowners' lands accompanied by eviction of the landowners and wrecking of their estates, with the object of extending the lands available to peasants for their own use; seizure of grain, cattle, and hay, and felling of forests, for the immediate satisfaction of the needs of famine-stricken villages; a strike and boycott movement aimed either at reduction in land rents or wage increases; and, finally, refusal to supply recruits or pay taxes and debts. These forms of struggle, in different combinations, spread over the country, being adapted to the economic conditions of each region. The peasant movement was at its most violent in the underprivileged central region. Here, the wrecking of landowners' homes and property was devastating. Strikes and boycotts were practiced principally in the south, and in the north, where the movement was weakest, the felling of forests was its most common form of expression. Wherever economic discontent began to be mixed with radical political demands, the peasant refused to recognize the administrative authorities and to pay taxes. Let us take a closer look at the peasants' way of making revolution. In Samara province the disorders spread to 4 districts. At first, the peasants would come to farms owned by landowners and take away nothing but cattle food, making a precise count of the cattle belonging to each farm, leaving the exact amount of food necessary to feed it, and removing the rest in their carts. The peasants acted quietly, without violence, trying to reach agreement so that there might be no unpleasantness. They explained to the owner that these were new times and people had to live in a new way, more fairly; those who owned a lot should share with those who owned nothing, etc. Later, groups of delegates would appear at the railway stations where large quantities of landowners' grain were stored. They would ascertain whose grain it was and announce that by common decision they were going to take it away with them. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 17. The Peasant Riots. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch17.htm, 1 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 27 seconds. How do you mean, take it away, brothers? The station master would protest, and then continue, I shall be held responsible, you know. Have pity on me, that's true. The terrible expropriators then agreed, we've no wish to get you into trouble. The point is, the railway station's nearer, we didn't want to go all the way to the farm, it's so far. But there's nothing for it, we'll have to go to himself and take the grain straight out of his barn. The grain stored at the station would remain untouched, the peasants would go off to the farm and share out the grain stored there in a fair manner. But soon the arguments about the new times began to lose their effect on the landowner. He plucked up courage and tried to send the peasants packing. Then the good-natured peasants reared up and not a stone would be left standing on the master's property. In Kherson province large crowds of peasants walked from one estate to another with carts for taking away shared-out property. There was no violence and no killing because the frightened landowners and their stewards fled, opening all bolts and shutters at the first demand from the peasants. In the same province an energetic battle was fought for the lowering of land rent. The prices were fixed by the peasants' associations on the basis of justice. From Baziokov Monastery alone 15,000 desyatins were taken without payment on the ground that monks ought to pray to God, not buy and sell land for profit. The most stormy events, however, occurred in Saratov province at the end of 1905. Not a single passive peasant was left in the villages which were drawn into the movement, all were involved in the rising. The landowners and their families were expelled from their homes, all movable property was shared out, the cattle were led away, the laborers and house servants were paid off and, finally, the red cockerel was set on the buildings, that is, they were set on fire. Armed detachments headed the peasant columns carrying out these raids. The village police and watchmen made themselves scarce, and in certain places were arrested by the armed peasants. The landlord's buildings were set on fire to make it impossible for the landlord to return to his lands after a certain time, but there was no violence. Having destroyed the entire property, the peasants would compose a verdict stating that from the following spring the lands would pass to the peasant community. Money seized in farm offices, state-owned liquor shops and from collectors of payments for liquor were immediately made communal property. Local peasants' committees or brotherhoods were in charge of sharing out the expropriated goods. Estates were sacked almost regardless of the existing relations between peasants and individual landowners. If the estates of reactionary landlords were wrecked, so were those of liberals. Political nuances were washed away by the wave of class hatred. The homes of local liberals empty were razed to the ground. Old country houses with their valuable libraries and picture galleries were burned down, leaving no trace. In certain districts, the landowners' houses that were left standing could be counted on one's fingers. The story of this peasants' crusade was the same everywhere. A newspaper wrote, "It begins, and the sky is lit tip by fires all night long." It is a terrible picture. In the morning you see long lines of horse carriages filled with people fleeing from the estates. As soon as night falls, it is as though the horizon wore a necklace of fires. Some nights you could count up to 16 fires. The landowners flee in panic, and panic spreads everywhere along their path. Within a short time more than 2,000 landowners' estates were wrecked and burned all over the country, including 272 in Saratoy province alone. The landowners' losses, according to official data for the 10 worst-hit provinces, amounted to 29 million rubles, including approximately 10 million for Saratov province. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 17 The Peasant Riots. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch17.htm, 2 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 27 seconds. If it is generally true that the course of class struggle is not determined by political ideology, this truth applies 3 times over to the peasantry. The Saratov muzhik must of course have had weighty reasons, concrete ones within his own homestead, his threshing floor and village, for throwing a lighted bundle of straw on the landowner's roof. Yet it would be a mistake to ignore completely the effect of political agitation. Confused and chaotic as the peasant rising was, it nevertheless contained the unmistakable elements of an attempt at political generalization, and these elements had been introduced by the work of the PARTIs. In 1905 even the liberals MC tried to bring oppositional enlightenment to the peasants. Semi-official peasant representation was introduced in a number of rural councils, and questions of a general nature were put up for discussion. The employees of the rural councils, statisticians, teachers, agronomists, nurses, were incomparably more active than the landed liberals. Many of these people belonged to the Social Democrats or Social Revolutionaries. The majority were non-party radicals, for whom private land ownership was by no means a sacred institution. For a number of years prior to 1905 the socialist parties had organized, through rural employees, revolutionary groups among the peasants and had disseminated illegal political literature. In 1905 the political agitation assumed mass proportions and emerged from underground. The absurd ukase of February 18, which established something like the right of petitioning, played an important role in this development. Taking advantage of this right, or rather of the confusion among local authorities created by the ukase, political agitators organized village meetings and encouraged the peasants to adopt resolutions on the abolition of private ownership of the land and the introduction of popular representation. In many places, peasants who had signed such a resolution regarded themselves as members of a peasants' union and elected committees from among their own ranks, who in many cases completely thrust aside the legal village authorities. This is what happened, for example, among the Cossack population of the Don region. Meetings of 600 or 700 people assembled in the Cossack villages. A curious gathering, one of the agitators wrote. Behind the table sits the Cossack ataman, headman, fully armed. Men with and without sabers are standing and sitting everywhere. We have become accustomed to seeing such men as a somewhat disagreeable climax to our meetings and assemblies. Now, it is strange to look into their eyes as they slowly light up with anger against the landlords and officials. What an incredible difference there is between the Cossack on military duty and the Cossack at the plough. Agitators were enthusiastically welcomed. Parties of Cossacks rode to fetch them over distances of dozens of miles and carefully guarded them from the police. But many peasants in the remoter areas had only a confused idea of their own role. These are kind gentlemen, many a muzhik would say after signing his name under a resolution, they'll get us a bit of land of our own. The first Peasants' Congress took place near Moscow in August 1905. More than 100 representatives from 22 provinces met for 2 days in a large old barn well off the road. At this Congress the idea of the All-Russian Peasants' Union, which was to unite many party and non-party peasants and intellectuals, first took shape. The manifesto of October 17 opened up still wider horizons for political agitation in the countryside. Even Count Hesdin, now deceased, an extremely moderate member of the Zemstvo of Pskov province, began organizing local meetings to explain the new system. At first the peasants took little interest, but eventually they were aroused and decided that it was time to pass from words to deeds. For a start, they would strike a privately owned forest. The term striker came to be synonymous with revolutionary among the peasants and the broad masses of the population. To strike meant to perform any. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 17 The Peasant Riots. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch17.htm, 3 of 6, June 6, 2002, 1342 and 27 seconds. Revolutionary action. To strike the district police officer meant to arrest or kill him. This curious use of the word testifies to the tremendous revolutionary influence of the workers and their methods of struggle. The liberal count had not reckoned with anything like that. Thus the landed liberals only burned their fingers in their attempts to establish class harmony on the basis of the Tsar's manifesto, but the revolutionary intelligentsia enjoyed a tremendous success. Peasant congresses were held in individual provinces, political agitation became feverish, mountains of revolutionary literature were deposited in the villages, the Peasants' Union grew in strength and size. A congress of 200 peasants' deputies was held in remote Vyatka province. 3 companies of the local army battalion also sent their delegates, expressing sympathy and promising support. A similar declaration was made by the representatives of local workers. The authorities, taken by surprise, gave permission to the Congress to organize meetings in the towns and villages. Meetings went on continuously for a fortnight, and a Congress resolution to refuse to pay taxes was energetically followed. For all the diversity of its forms, the peasant movement produced mass phenomena throughout the country. Near the frontiers it immediately assumed a clearly defined revolutionary character. The Lithuanian peasantry, acting in accordance with a decision adopted by a congress at Vilno attended by more than 2,000 representatives, used revolutionary means to replace village clerks, elders, and elementary school teachers, sacked gendarmes and rural district commandants, and introduced elective courts and district executive committees. The Georgian peasantry in the Caucasus took even more drastic forms of action. The Second Congress of the Peasants' Union opened in Moscow on November 6 without any attempt at secrecy. It was attended by 187 delegates from 27 provinces, 105 of whom were accredited by village and district communities and the rest by provincial and area committees and local groups of the Union. The delegates included 145 peasants, the remainder being intellectuals closely associated with the peasantry, such as men and women school teachers, rural council employees, doctors, etc. In a folkloric sense this was one of the revolution's most interesting gatherings. One saw many picturesque characters, provincial naturals, spontaneous revolutionaries who had thought it all out for themselves, village politicians with passionate temperaments and even more passionate hopes, but with rather confused ideas. Here are a few profile sketches drawn by one of the participants in the Congress, Anton Cheherbach, a Cossack father, tall, gray-haired, with a short mustache and piercing eyes, looking as if he had walked straight out of the canvas of Rapin's Zaporozhye. He described himself, however, as a farmer from both hemispheres, having spent 20 years in America and owning a well-equipped farm with his Russian family in California. The priest Myraysky, a delegate from Voronezh province, submitted 5 verdicts passed by district communities. In one of his speeches, Father Myraysky described Jesus Christ as the first socialist. If Christ were alive today, he would be on our side. 2 peasant women wearing cotton blouses, woolen shawls, and goatskin shoes attended as delegates from the women of a village in the same Voronezh province. Captain Perelishin came as delegate from the cottage craftsmen of the same province. He turned up in uniform and carrying a saber, and caused quite a stir. Someone in the hall shouted, "Out with the police." Then the captain rose to his feet and declared, to universal applause, "I'm Captain Perelishin from Voronezh province. I've never concealed my convictions and have acted completely openly, that's why I'm wearing my uniform." Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 17 The Peasant Riots. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch17.htm, 4 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 27 seconds. The central discussion was about tactics. Some of the delegates were in favor of peaceful struggle meetings, verdicts, peaceful boycotting of authorities, creation of revolutionary self-government, peaceful takeover of arable land, peaceful refusal to pay taxes and supply recruits. Others, especially those from Saratov province, called for armed struggle and immediate support of any uprisings wherever they flared up. In the end, a compromise decision was adopted. The people's grievous troubles due to land penury, the resolution read, can only be ended by the transfer of all land into the communal property of the entire people, on condition that land is used only by those who work it themselves, assisted only by their families or in free association with others. The establishment of a just agrarian system was entrusted to the Constituent Assembly, which was to be convened on the basis of the purest democratic principles not later than in February next. To achieve this end, the Peasants' Union will enter into agreement with its brother workers, with municipal, factory, works, and railway unions etc., and also with all other organizations defending the interests of working people. In the event that the people's demands are not satisfied, the Peasants' Union will resort to a general agrarian strike, that is, it will withhold its labor from the owners of agrarian enterprises of all descriptions and will thus close down those enterprises. As for the organization of a general strike, this will be decided by agreement with the working class. Having further resolved to discontinue the consumption of liquor, the resolution finally stated on the basis of information received from all corners of the Russian countryside that failure to satisfy the people's demands would cause great troubles in our country and inevitably lead to a universal peasant uprising, for the cup of the peasants' patience has spilled over. Naive though this resolution was in certain of its passages, it nevertheless showed that the progressive peasantry was adopting a revolutionary course. From the meetings of this peasants' parliament the specter of land expropriation rose before the eyes of the government and the nobility in all its cruel reality. The reaction sounded the alarm and it had every reason to do so. On November 3, that is, only a few days before the Congress, the government published a manifesto proclaiming the gradual abolition of redemption payments for land allocations and the enlargement of the peasant bank funds. The manifesto expressed the hope that the government, in alliance with the Duma, would succeed in satisfying the essential needs of the peasants without detriment to any other owners of land. The resolution of the Peasants' Congress did not appear to correspond with these hopes. But the actual local practice of the peasant population so dear to our heart was even less satisfactory. Wreckings and burnings, peaceful takeovers of private arable land, the unilateral fixing of wage rates and land rents caused the landowners to exert furious pressure on the government. Demands for the sending of troops came from all corners of the land. The government shook itself awake and realized that the time for sentimental effusions was past and the moment had come for business. The Peasants' Congress closed on November 12. On the 14th the Moscow officers of the Union were already under arrest. That was the beginning. 2 or 3 weeks later, in reply to inquiries concerning further peasant unrest, the Minister for Home Affairs issued the following instructions, which we reproduce verbatim: rioters to be exterminated immediately by force of arms, their dwellings to be burned down in the event of resistance. Arbitrary self-rule must be eradicated once and for all now. Arrests would not serve any purpose at present and anyway it is impossible to try hundreds and thou. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 17 The Peasant Riots. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch17.htm 5 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 27 seconds. Sands of persons. It is essential that the troops should fully understand the above instructions. P. Novo. This cannibalistic order opened a new phase in the counter-revolution's infernal Saturnalia. This new phase first developed in the towns, and only then spread to the countryside. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 17 The Peasant Riots. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch17.htm 6 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 27 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 18. The Red Fleet. *******. Revolution, old sovereign, that arch-reptile of the Russian bureaucracy, wrote at the end of November, gives an extraordinary elan to men and gains a multitude of devoted, fanatical adherents who are prepared to sacrifice their lives. The struggle against revolution is so difficult precisely because it has so much fervor, courage, sincere eloquence, and ardent enthusiasm to contend with. The stronger the enemy, the more resolute and courageous revolution becomes, and with every victory it attracts a swarm of admirers. Anyone who does not know this, who does not know that revolution is attractive like a young, passionate woman with arms flung wide, showering arid kisses on you with hot, feverish lips, has never been young. The spirit of mutiny swept the land. A tremendous, mysterious process was taking place in countless hearts, bonds of fear were being broken, the individual personality, having hardly had time to become conscious of itself, became dissolved in the mass, and the mass itself became dissolved in the revolutionary elan. Having freed itself from inherited fears and imaginary obstacles, the mass did not want to, and could not, see the real obstacles in its path. Therein lay its weakness, and also its strength. It rushed forward like the ocean tide whipped by a storm. Every day brought new strata of the population to their feet and gave birth to new possibilities. It was as though someone were stirring the social cauldron, right to its very bottom, with a gigantic spoon. While liberal officials were cutting and recutting the as yet unworn robe of Buligin's Duma, the country did not know a moment of quiet. Workers' strikes, incessant meetings, street processions, wreckings of country estates, strikes of policemen and janitors, and finally unrest and mutiny among the soldiers and sailors. Everything disintegrated, everything turned to chaos. Yet at the same time within this chaos there arose a need for a new order, and elements of that order began to crystallize. Regularly recurring meetings in themselves introduced the principle of organization. The meetings elected deputations, the deputations grew into representative assemblies. But just as spontaneous indignation outpaced the work of political consciousness, so the desire for action left the feverish attempts at organization far behind. Therein lies the weakness of the revolution, any revolution, but therein also lies its strength. Anyone who wants to play an influential part in a revolution must grasp the whole of it. Those wise tacticians who think that revolution can be treated like a stick of asparagus, the edible part being separated at will from the useless part, are condemned to play the sterile role of mere reasoners. Since no revolutionary event creates rational conditions for the application of their rational tactics, such are fatally doomed to remain outside and behind all events. In the end nothing is left for them but to repeat Figaro's words. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 18 The Red Fleet. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch18.htm 1 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 29 seconds. Alas, there will not be a second performance in which we can give you reason to forget the shortcomings of the first. Our aim is not to describe nor even to list all the events of 1905. We are drawing a very general sketch of the progress of the revolution and, moreover, if we may so express ourselves, on the scale of Petersburg, although from the viewpoint of the nation as a whole. But even within our chosen framework we cannot leave aside one of the most important events of the fateful year which took place between the October strike and the December barricades, the military rising in Sevastopol. It began on November 2, and on the 17th Chuknin was already reporting to the Tsar. The military storm has abated, not so the revolutionary storm. The traditions of the Potemkin were still alive in Sevastopol. Chuknin had dealt cruelly with the sailors of the Red battleship, 4 were shot, 2 hanged, several dozen were sent to hard labor, and finally the Potemkin itself was renamed Panteleimon. But he failed to instill terror in anyone, and succeeded only in intensifying the mutinous feelings within the navy. The October strike started a phase of colossal street meetings, with sailors and infantry soldiers acting not only as constant participants but also as speakers. A sailors' orchestra played the Marseillaise at the head of a revolutionary demonstration. In short, total demoralization reigned. An order forbidding military personnel to attend popular meetings led to special military meetings being held in the courtyards of naval and army barracks. The officers did not dare to protest, and the doors of the barracks were open day and night for the representatives of our party's Sevastopol committee. The committee had continuously to contend with the impatience of the sailors, who demanded action. The front, transformed into a hard labor prison ship, which was cruising nearby, served as a constant reminder that the victims of the June Rising were still stiffering for their part in the Potemkin affair. The Potemkin's new crew declared their readiness to take the battleship to Baturi in support of the Caucasian Rising. The recently built cruiser Okakov showed equal readiness to fight. But the Social Democratic Organization insisted on wait-and-see tactics, and suggested the creation of a Soviet of soldiers and sailors deputies in close liaison with the workers' organization, and a naval rising in support of the imminent political strike of the proletariat. The Sailors' Revolutionary Organization accepted this plan. But the revolution went beyond it. Meetings continually became larger and more frequent. They began to take place in the square lying between the naval barracks and those of the Brest Infantry Regiment. Since the military were not allowed to attend workers' meetings, workers in the thousands began coming to the soldiers' meetings. The gatherings included tens of thousands of people. The idea of joint action was enthusiastically received. The most progressive companies elected deputies. The military authorities decided to take measures. Officers' attempts to make patriotic speeches at the meetings yielded lamentable results. The sailors, well versed in the art of discussion, put their superiors to shameful flight. Then it was decided to ban all political meetings. An armed company was posted at the gate of the naval barracks on November 2. Rear Admiral Pisarevsky, in everyone's hearing, issued the following order. No one to be let out of the barracks, in the event of insubordination, fire. Petrov, a sailor in the company which had just received this order, stepped forward, charged his rifle in sight of everyone and, with one shot, killed Major Stein of the Brest regiment, and with a second shot wounded Pisarevsky. An officer immediately ordered arrest him. No one moved. Petrov threw down his rifle. What are you waiting for? Take me. Petrov was arrested. Sailors came running from all sides, demanding his release and offering to stand surety for him. The excitement reached a peak. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 18 The Red Fleet. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch18.htm, 2 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 29 seconds. An officer, trying to find a solution, questioned Petrov. Petrov, did you fire accidentally? How, accidentally? I stepped forward, I charged my rifle, I took aim. What's accidental about that? But they're asking for your release. And Petrov was released. The sailors were eager to go into action at once. All officers on duty were arrested, disarmed, and locked in the office. In the end, influenced by a Social Democrat speaker, the sailors decided to await the next morning's meeting of deputies. About 40 sailors' representatives met all night. They decided to release the officers from arrest but not to allow them to enter the barracks. They also decided to continue carrying out the duties they considered essential. A gala procession with bands was to go to the infantry barracks to involve the soldiers in the movement. In the morning a workers' deputation arrived for consultation. A few hours later the entire port was at a standstill, the railways also stopped operating. The situation was developing fast. Semi-official telegrams reported. Inside the naval barracks, perfect order reigns. The sailors' conduct is extremely correct. No drunkenness. All sailors, without arms, were divided into companies. Only one company left behind to protect the barracks against sudden attack was armed. Petrov was elected its commander. Some of the sailors, led by 2 Social Democrat speakers, went off to the neighboring barracks of the Brest regiment. The soldiers' mood was far less certain. Only under strong pressure from the sailors was the decision taken to disarm the officers and remove them from the barracks. The officers of Mukden surrendered their sabers and revolvers without any resistance and, saying, "We're unarmed, you aren't going to touch it," passed through the soldiers' ranks. But the soldiers were hesitant from the start, and it was at their insistence that a few duty officers were allowed to remain in the barracks. This had a tremendous influence on the subsequent course of events. The soldiers began to form ranks, intending to march through the town together with the sailors to the barracks of the Belostoke Regiment. As they formed ranks, they made sure that any freemen, civilians, should march separately and not join them. At the peak of these preparations, the fortress Mandant Mplioev, together with General Sedlnikov, a divisional commandant, drove up in his carriage. He was asked to remove the machine guns which had been placed on Istorishevsky Boulevard since morning. Mplioev replied that this did not depend on him but on Chuknin. Then he was asked to give his word of honor that, as fortress commandant, he would not make use of the machine guns. The general showed sufficient courage to refuse. It was decided to disarm and arrest him. He refused to hand over his arms, and the soldiers could not make up their minds to use force. Finally, a few sailors had to jump into the carriage and drive the generals across to their own naval barracks. There they were disarmed immediately, sans phrases, in French in the original, and placed under arrest in the office. Later, however, they released. The soldiers, with bands playing, marched out of their barracks. The sailors, in strict marching order, came out of theirs. Masses of workers were already waiting in the square. What a moment! The encounter was enthusiastic. Handshakes, embraces. The air was filled with fraternal greetings and solemn promises to support one another to the end. After reforming ranks, the procession set out right across the town to the barracks of the Belostoke Regiment. The soldiers and sailors carried St. George's banners, the workers those of the Social Democratic Party. The semi-official agency reports, the demonstrators held a march through the town in exemplary order, with a band at the head of the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 18 The Red Fleet. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch18.htm, 3 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 29 seconds. Procession and with red banners. The way lay along Istorishevsky Boulevard, where the machine guns were. The sailors appealed to the machine gunners' company to remove the machine guns. They did. Later, however, the machine guns reappeared. Armed companies of the Belostoke Regiment, the agency reports, in the presence of their officers, presented arms and allowed the demonstrators to pass. A grandiose meeting was held outside the barracks of the Belostoke Regiment. The success, however, was incomplete. The soldiers vacillated, some expressed solidarity with the sailors, others merely promised not to fire. In the end, the officers actually succeeded in marching the Belostoke Regiment out of the barracks. The procession did not return to the naval barracks until evening. Meanwhile, the Social Democratic banner had been run up on the Potemkin. The Rostislav signaled back, "I see you." Other warships failed to respond. Reactionary elements among the sailors protested because the revolutionary banner had been placed above the St. Andrew's flag. The red banner had to be taken down. The situation still remained uncertain. But already there was no turning back. A commission made up of sailor and soldier delegates from different units, including 7 warships, and of several representatives of the Social Democratic Organization who had been invited by the sailors, was in constant session in the offices of the naval barracks. A Social Democrat was elected its permanent chairman. Here all information was collected, and from here all decisions came. Here, too, the special demands of the sailors and soldiers were formulated and combined with general political demands. For the broad masses, these special demands took first place. The Commission's chief worry was its shortage of ammunition. The number of rifles was adequate, but cartridges were very scarce. The lack of a leader well versed in military matters, writes an active participant in the events, was also acutely apparent. The Deputies' Commission urgently insisted that the naval units should disarm their officers and remove them from the ships and barracks. This was an essential measure. Those officers of the Brest Regiment who had remained in the barracks were having a very disruptive effect on the soldiers. They made active propaganda against the sailors, the freemen, and the yids, and they added ample supplies of alcohol to their rations. At night, led by these officers, the soldiers shamefully fled to a camp not through the main gate but through a hole in the wall. Next morning they once more returned to barracks, but took no further active part in the struggle. The indecision of the Brest regiment was bound to affect the mood of the sailors. On the next day, however, success returned like the sun. The sappers had joined the rising. They arrived at the naval barracks in marching order and bearing arms. They were enthusiastically received and quartered in the barracks. The mood rose once more. Deputations came from all sides. The fortress artillery, the Belostoke regiment and the frontier guards undertook not to fire. The authorities, no longer relying on the local regiments, began to draw in troops from the neighboring towns, Simferopol, Odessa, Feodosia. Active and successful revolutionary agitation was carried on among these newcomers. The commission's communications with the naval ships met with many difficulties, especially because the sailors were unable to read signals. Even so, assurances of complete solidarity were received from the cruiser Okakov, the battleship Potemkin, the torpedo boats Volny and Zavatny and, later, from several other torpedo boats. The other vessels hesitated and, in their turn, merely promised not to fire. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 18 The Red Fleet. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch18.htm, 4 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 29 seconds. On the 13th a naval officer came to the barracks with a telegram. The Tsar demanded that the mutineers should lay down their arms within 24 hours. The officer was jeered at and driven outside the gates. To protect the town against a possible pogrom, sailors formed patrols. This measure immediately reassured the population and won their sympathy. The sailors themselves guarded the liquor shops to prevent drunkenness. Throughout the rising, exemplary order reigned in the town. The evening of November 3 was a decisive moment. The Deputies' Commission invited Lieutenant Schmidt, a retired naval officer, who had gained great popularity at the time of the October meetings, to take over military command of the operations. He courageously accepted the invitation and from that day stood at the head of the movement. By the following evening Schmidt had taken up quarters on the cruiser Okakov, where he remained until the last. He raised the admiral's flag on the Okakov and sent out a signal, "I am in command of fleet, Schmidt," hoping thereby to draw the entire squadron into the rising. Then he sailed his cruiser to the prow to release the Potemkin men. No resistance was offered. The Okakov took the prisoners on board and sailed with them around the whole squadron. Shouts of hurrah were heard from every ship. Some vessels, including the battleships Potemkin and Rostislav, ran up the red banner, but on the latter it remained up only for a few minutes. Having taken over the leadership of the rising, Schmidt announced his course of action by the following declaration, to the mayor of Sevastopol. "I have today dispatched the following telegram to the Tsar Emperor. The glorious Black Sea Fleet, holding sacred its allegiance to the people, calls upon you, sire, immediately to convene a constituent assembly, and ceases to obey your ministers. Citizen Schmidt, commander of the fleet." The order to suppress the rising was telegraphed from Petersburg. Chuknin was replaced by the hangman Meller Zakomelsky, soon to acquire his sinister fame. The town and fortress were placed under martial law and all streets were occupied by troops. The decisive hour had come. The mutineers were counting on the troops' refusal to fire and on the remaining vessels of the squadron joining them. And indeed the officers on several vessels were arrested and placed at Schmidt's disposal on the Okakov. Among other things, it was hoped that this measure would protect the flag cruiser from enemy fire. Large crowds waited on shore for the salute which was to announce the squadron joining the movement. But this hope was not fulfilled. The pacifiers did not let the Okakov cruise around the squadron for a second time. They opened fire. The crowds mistook the first salvo for the salute, but soon realized what was happening and fled from the harbor in terror. Firing began on all sides. Firing from the ships, firing from the fortress and field artillery guns, firing by the machine guns on Istorishevsky Boulevard. One of the first salvos destroyed the electrical engine of the Okakov. Having fired only 6 times, the Okakov fell silent and had to raise the white flag. Despite this, firing against the cruiser continued until a fire broke out on board. The fate of the Potemkin was still worse. Here the gun crews did not have time to place the firing pins and locks in position, and so were completely helpless when fired upon. The Potemkin raised the white flag without firing a single shot. The sailors' shore units held out longest, and surrendered only when they had not a. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 18 The Red Fleet. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/y/work/1905/ch18.htm 5 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 29 seconds. Single cartridge left. The red banner flew over the mutinous barracks until the end. The barracks were finally occupied by government troops at about 6 a.m. When the first fear caused by the firing had passed, part of the crowd returned to the harbor. The picture before our eyes was truly dreadful, writes the participant in the rising whom we have quoted before. Several torpedo boats and sloops were immediately sunk by artillery crossfire. Soon flames appeared on the Okokov. Sailors were trying to swim to safety and calling for help. They were shot dead in the water. Boats which went to their rescue were also fired upon. Sailors who managed to swim to the shore where troops were standing were killed on the spot. Only those who swam ashore where there was a sympathetic crowd were saved. Schmidt attempted to escape dressed as a common sailor, but was captured. The bloody work of the hangman of pacification was done by 3 a.m. Now they had to transform themselves into the hangman of justice. The victors reported, more than 2,000 men have been captured and arrested. 19 officers and civilians arrested by the revolutionaries have been released, 4 banners, money safes, and a large quantity of state property, cartridges, arms and equipment, as well as 12 machine guns, have been seized. Admiral Chuknin telegraphed to Tsarskoye Selo, "The military storm has abated, not so the revolutionary storm." What a tremendous step forward compared with the Kronstadt mutiny. There, a spontaneous flare-up that ended in savage excesses. Here, a rising that developed according to plan and consciously sought to achieve order and unity of action. In the rebellious town, the Social Democratic paper Nakolo wrote at the height of the Sevastopol events, "Nothing is heard of hooligans and looters, and the number of eases of simple theft is less than normal for the simple reason that the embezzlers of state property in army and navy uniform have left this happy place." You want to know, citizens, what is democracy backed by an armed population? Look at Sevastopol. Look at Republican Sevastopol, whose only authorities are elected and responsible ones. And yet this revolutionary Sevastopol held out for only 4 or 5 days and surrendered long before it had exhausted all its reserves of military force. Strategic errors. Indecision on the part of the leaders. Neither the one nor the other can be denied. But the final result was due to deeper causes. The rising was led by sailors. The very nature of their activities demands from sailors a greater degree of independence and resourcefulness, makes them more self-reliant than land soldiers. The antagonism between common sailors and the closed upper-class caste of naval officers is even deeper than it is in the army, where half the officers are plebeians. Lastly, the disgrace of the Russo-Japanese War, the onus of which had been borne by the Navy, destroyed any last vestiges of respect the sailors might still have had for their grasping and cowardly captains and admirals. As we have seen, it was the sappers who were most resolute in joining the sailors. They came armed, and took up quarters in the naval barracks. The same fact can be observed in all revolutionary movements in our army. The most revolutionary are sappers, engineers, gunners, in short, not the grey illiterates of the infantry, but skilled, highly literate, technically trained soldiers. To this difference at the intellectual level corresponds one of social origin. The vast majority of infantry soldiers are young peasants, whereas the engineers and gunners are recruited chiefly from among industrial workers. We have seen the indecision shown by the Brest and Białystok regiments throughout the days of the rising. They decided to remove all their officers. At first they joined the sailors, then they fell away. They. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 18 The Red Fleet. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/y/work/1905/ch18.htm 6 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 29 seconds. Promised not to fire, and then, in the end, they were completely dominated by their superiors and shamefully agreed to fire on the naval barracks. Later we were to observe the same revolutionary instability among the peasant-bred infantry, both on the Siberian Railway and in the Sikaborg fortress. But it was not only in the army that the technically trained, that is, proletarian elements played the principal revolutionary role. The same also happened within the navy. Who were the men who led the sailors' mutinies? Who raised the red banner on the battleship? The technicians, the engine men. These industrial workers in sailors' uniforms who form a minority among the crew nevertheless dominate the crew because they control the engine, the heart of the battleship. Friction between the proletarian minority and the peasant majority in the armed forces is a characteristic of all our military risings, and it paralyzes them and robs them of power. The workers carry their class advantages with them to the barracks: intelligence, technical training, resoluteness, and ability for concerted action. The peasants contribute their overwhelming numerical strength. The army, by universal conscription, overcomes the mujik's lack of productive coordination in a mechanical way, and his passivity, his chief political fault, is transformed into an irreplaceable virtue. Even when the peasant regiments are drawn into the revolutionary movement on the ground of their immediate needs, they are always inclined to adopt wait-and-see tactics, and at the enemy's first decisive attack they abandon the mutineers and allow themselves to be placed once more under the disciplinary yoke. It follows from this that attack is the only proper method for military risings, attack without any interruptions that might engender hesitation and disorder. But it also follows that the tactics of revolutionary attack encounter their greatest obstacle in the backwardness and distrustful passivity of the mujik soldier. This contradiction was shortly to reveal itself with full force in the suppression of the December Rising, which closed the first chapter of the Russian Revolution. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 18, The Red Fleet. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch18.htm, 7 of 7, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 29 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 19. On the Threshold of Counter-Revolution. *******. For a bad government, writes that shrewd conservative, de Tocqueville, the most dangerous moment is usually the one when it begins to change. Events were furnishing more and more decisive proof of this truth to Count Witt each day. The revolution was resolutely and mercilessly against him. The liberal opposition did not dare to support him openly. The court camarilla was against him. The government apparatus was crumbling in his hands. And, finally, he was his own enemy, understanding nothing of the events, lacking any plan, relying upon intrigue instead of on a program for action. And while he fussed and fidgeted, revolution and reaction were moving inexorably against each other. We read in a secret memorandum against Trepov's men written in November 1905 on Count Witt's instructions, facts, including some taken from the files of the police department, clearly demonstrate that a significant part of the serious charges leveled at the government by the public and the people during the days directly following the manifesto were well-founded. Parties were created by some of the highest government officials to offer organized resistance to extreme elements. Patriotic manifestations were organized by the government, while other demonstrations were dispersed. Peaceful demonstrators were fired upon, people were beaten up, and the offices of a provincial rural council were set on fire in full view of the police and troops. Pogromists were left untouched while salvos were fired at people who ventured to defend themselves against them. The crowd was egged on to violence, consciously or unconsciously, by means of official announcements signed by the highest representative of the state power in a large town, and when, following this, disorders occurred, no measures were taken to suppress them. All these facts took place within 3 or 4 days in widely separated parts of Russia and provoked a storm of indignation among the population which completely cancelled out the initial enthusiastic welcome accorded to the manifesto of October 17. The population became firmly convinced that all these pogroms which so unexpectedly and yet simultaneously swept Russia had been provoked and dire root by the same hand, which, moreover, was a very powerful hand indeed. Unfortunately, the population had very serious grounds for believing this. When the Governor-General of Kurlandia sent a telegram supporting the demand by a meeting of 20,000 persons that martial law be lifted and expressing the view that martial law is incompatible with the new circumstances, Trepov confidently wired back the following text: "Re your telegram of." Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 19, On the Threshold of Counter-Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch19.htm, 1 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 31 seconds. October 20. Disagree your conclusion: martial law incompatible. New situation. Witt silently accepted his subordinate's barefaced statement that martial law in no way ran contrary to the manifesto of October 17 and even tried to convince a workers' deputation that Trepov isn't at all the monster he's said to be. True, Trepov was obliged to resign from his post under the pressure of universal indignation. But Durnovo, who replaced him as Minister of Home Affairs, was no better. Besides, Trepov himself, being appointed palace commandant, retained all his influence on the running of affairs. The behavior of the provincial bureaucracy depended far more on him than on Witt. The extreme parties, the same November memorandum states, have gained strength because, in sharply criticizing all the government's actions, they all too often proved to be right. These parties would have lost much of their prestige if the masses had seen, immediately after the publication of the manifesto, that the government had really decided to follow the new path outlined in the manifesto, and that it was in fact following that path. Unfortunately, the exact opposite happened, and the extreme parties had yet another occasion, the importance of which can hardly be appreciated, of priding themselves on the fact that they, and they alone, had correctly estimated the value of the government's promises. In November, as the memorandum shows, Witt began to understand this. But he was deprived of the possibility of applying his understanding in practice. The memorandum to the Tsar, written on his instructions, remained a dead letter. This interesting memorandum was published in a collection of documents, which, needless to say, was confiscated, entitled Materials for a History of the Russian Counter-Revolution, St. Petersburg, 1908. Floundering helplessly, Witt was henceforth merely towed along by the counter-revolution. A Congress of Zemsty met in Moscow on November 6 to determine the liberal opposition's attitude towards the government. Its mood was one of vacillation, but with an undoubted bias to the right. True, some radical voices were heard. It was said that the bureaucracy is incapable of creative action but only of destruction, that any creative force must be sought in the mighty workers' movement which produced the manifesto of October 17, that we do not want a constitution granted as a favor, and will accept it only from the hands of the Russian people. Rodyshev, who had an irresistible fondness for the pseudo-classical style, exclaimed, "Either there will be universal direct franchise, or there will be no Duma." But at the same Congress it was also stated, agrarian disturbances and strikes all create fear, capital has taken fright, and so have men of property who are taking their money out of the banks and going abroad. Cautious landowners asked, the institution of satrapies as a means of fighting agrarian disorders is sneered at, but who can suggest a more constitutional means of fighting them? It is better to accept no matter what compromise than to make the struggle more acute. The time has come to call a halt, cried Gukakov, here appearing on the political arena for the first time. We are only adding fuel to a fire that will consume us all. Early news of the rising of the Sevastopol fleet put the oppositional courage of the Zemsty to an impossible test. What we have here, said Petronkevic, that Nestor of Zemstvo-liberalism, is not revolution but anarchy under the direct impact of the Sevastopol events. The argument for immediate agreement with Witt's ministry prevailed. Milyukov made an attempt to restrain the Congress from taking any obviously compromising steps. He reassured the Zemsty by saying that the insurrection in Sevastopol is ending, the chief mutineers have been arrested, and any fears would seem to be premature. In vain. The Congress decided to send a deputation to Witt with a resolution of conditional confidence couched in oppositional democratic phrases. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 19 on the Threshold of Counter-Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch19.htm, 2 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 31 seconds. Meanwhile, the Council of Ministers, with the participation of several public figures from the liberal right wing, was discussing the system of elections to the State Duma. These so-called public figures defended universal franchise as a regrettable necessity. Witt tried to prove the advantages of gradually perfecting Bulygin's brilliant system. No results were reached, and from November 21 the Council of Ministers proceeded without the assistance of the public figures. On November 22 the ZNLTSY deputation, composed of Messrs. Petronkevic, Muramtsev, and Kokoshkin, handed the Zemstvo resolution to Count Witt and, having received no answer at the end of 7 days, returned in shame to Moscow. The Count's reply, couched in a tone of high-ranking bureaucratic arrogance, followed on their heels. The Council of Ministers' task, the reply stated, consisted first and foremost in executing His Imperial Majesty's will. Anything that went beyond the limits of the manifesto of October 17 must be swept aside. The prevailing unrest made it impossible to abandon the manifesto's restrictive clauses. As for those social groups which were unwilling to support the government's only concern was that such groups should realize the consequences of their conduct. As a counterweight to the Zemstvo Congress, which, for all its flaccid pusillanimity, still undoubtedly stood far to the left of the Zemstvos and Provincial Duma's real mood, A deputation from the Tula provincial Zernstvo was taken to Tsarskoye Selo on November 24. The head of the deputation, Count Bobrinsky, in a speech of unparalleled Byzantine servility, said inter alia, "We do not ask for many rights, because our own good demands that the Tsar's power be great and effective. Sire, it is not from single voices raised in clamor that you will learn the truth about the people's needs, but only from the State Duma, lawfully convened by you. We beseech you not to tarry in convening it. The nation has already taken to its bosom the decree for the holding of elections on August 6. Events seem to conspire to force the property-owning classes into the camp of order. A postal and telegraph strike flared up spontaneously and unexpectedly in the middle of November. It was the response of the awakening helots of the postal administration to a circular issued by Durnovo forbidding officials to form unions. The Postal and Telegraph Union addressed an ultimatum to Count Witt asking for the withdrawal of Durnovo's circular and the reinstatement of officials dismissed for belonging to the union. On November 15 the Congress of 73 delegates of the union meeting in Moscow unanimously decided that the following telegram be dispatched on all lines, no reply received from Witt. Strike. Tension was so great that in Siberia the strike began before the time limit indicated in the ultimatum had expired. By the next day the strike, applauded by wide circles of progressive officials, had spread to the whole of Russia. Witt sagely explained to various deputations that the government had not expected such a turn of events. The liberals, worried by the harm to culture caused by the interruption in postal communications, began with furrowed brows to study the limits of the freedom of professional associations in Germany and France. The Petersburg Soviet of Workers' Deputies did not hesitate for a single moment. And, although the postal and telegraph strike had certainly not broken out at the Soviets' initiative, it continued in Petersburg with its active support. A sum of 2,000 rubles was issued to the strikers from the Soviets' treasury. The executive committee sent speakers to their meetings, printed their proclamations, and organized pickets. It is hard to assess the effect of these tactics on culture, but there can be no doubt that it made the postal officials sympathetic towards the proletariat. At the very beginning of the strike the Postal and Telegraph Congress sent 5 delegates to the Soviet. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 19 on the Threshold of Counter-Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch19.htm, 3 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 31 seconds. The interruption of postal communications certainly caused great harm to trade, if not to culture. The merchants and stockbrokers ran backwards and forwards from the strike committee to the ministry, now imploring the postal officials to end the strike, now demanding repressive measures against the strikers. As a result of ever new threats to their pockets, the capitalist classes became more reactionary day by day. The reactionary insolence of the conspirators of Tsarskoye Selo also increased continually. If anything still restrained the onslaught of reaction, it was only fear of the revolution's inevitable response. This is graphically demonstrated by an incident which occurred in connection with a verdict passed on some railway officials by a court-martial at the Central Asian fortress of Kushka. The incident is so striking that we must report it here, however briefly. On November 23, at the height of the postal and telegraph strike, the committee of the Petersburg Railway Center received a telegraphic message from Kushka saying that an engineer Sokolov and several other officials had been court-martialed on a charge of revolutionary agitation and had been condemned to death, the sentence to be carried out at midnight on the 23rd. Despite the strike, all railway centers were put in telegraphic contact with one another within a few hours. The railway army wanted an urgent ultimatum to be issued to the government. And an ultimatum was issued. Acting in agreement with the Executive Committee of the Soviet of Deputies, the Railwaymen's Union told the ministry that unless the death sentence were rescinded by 8 p.m. all traffic on the railways would be brought to a halt. The author has a vivid recollection of the memorable meeting of the Executive Committee at which a plan of action was drawn up while waiting for the government's reply. Everyone's eyes were on the clock. Representatives of different railway lines came one after the other to report that more and more lines had sent messages by telegraph associating themselves with the ultimatum. It was clear that unless the government gave in, a desperate struggle would begin. What happened? At 8 the Tsarist government had lingered for only 300 seconds to save face. The Minister of Communications informed the Railwaymen's Committee by urgent telegram that execution of the sentence would be halted. On the next day the ministry itself made its capitulation public in a government communiqué saying that it had received a request to repeal the sentence, accompanied by an expression of the intention, failing such a step, to declare a strike. The government was not in receipt of any reports from the local military authorities, which was probably due to the fact that the state telegraph is on strike. At all events, immediately upon receiving these telegraphic messages, the Minister of War had sent orders to defer the execution of the sentence, if sentence had been passed, pending elucidation of the facts of the case. The official Munich fails to mention that the Minister of War was obliged to send his orders through the Railwaymen's Union, since the telegraph, being on strike, was not accessible to government agencies. This handsome victory was, however, the revolution's last. After this it suffered only defeats. At first its organizations were under intermittent attack. It became evident that a ruthless assault was being prepared. As early as November 14, the officers of the Peasants' Union were arrested in Moscow on the strength of a government decree instituting reinforced security measures. At about the same time the arrest of the chairman of the Petersburg Soviet was decided upon in Tsarskoye Selo. But the administration delayed carrying out this decision. It did not yet feel completely confident, it tested the ground and hesitated. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 19 on the Threshold of Counter-Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch19.htm, 4 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 31 seconds. The Minister of Justice opposed the Tsarskoye Selo plot, arguing that the Soviet could not be considered a secret association because it acted absolutely openly, announced its meetings, printed reports of its proceedings in the newspapers and even entered into contact with persons within the administration. The fact that neither the government nor the administration, the well-informed press wrote in summing up the minister's viewpoint, took any measures to stop activities designed to overthrow the existing order, that the administration on a number of occasions, actually sent patrols to the Soviets' meetings to preserve order, and that the Petersburg city governor himself received Khrushchev, the chairman of the Soviet, knowing who he was and in what capacity he appeared. All this entitles the members of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies to regard their activities as by no means contradictory to the policies being followed in government spheres, and, therefore, as not criminal. However, in the end the Minister of Justice found ways of overcoming his legalistic scruples, and on November 26 Khrushchev was arrested at the premises of the Executive Committee. A word concerning the significance of this arrest. At the second meeting of the Soviet on October 14, the young lawyer Georgy Nosar, later to acquire great popularity under the name of Khrushchev, was elected chairman at the proposal of the representative of the Social Democratic Organization. He remained chairman of the Soviet until the day of his arrest on November 6, and all the organizational threads of the Soviet's practical activities were gathered in his hands. Within a few weeks the cheap radical press on the one hand, and the reactionary police press on the other, had created a historical legend around Khrushchev's personality. Just as, on an earlier occasion, January 9 had seemed to them the fruit of Georgy Gapon's inspired thinking and demagogical genius, so the Soviet of Workers' Deputies appeared to them as a pawn in the titanic hands of Georgy Khrushchev Nosar. The error in the second case was even more flagrant and absurd than in the first. Although the work done by Khrushchev as chairman was immeasurably richer in content than Gapon's adventurous activities, the personal influence exerted by the chairman of the Soviet on the course and the end result of events was incomparably smaller than the influence gained by the mutinous priest from the Department of Police. That is not Khrushchev's fault, it is the revolution's merit. Between January and October it had put the proletariat through an intensive political school. The notions of hero and crowd were no longer applicable in the revolutionary practice of the working masses. The leader's personality became dissolved in the organization, and, at the same time, the united mass itself became a political entity. A man of practical ability and resourcefulness, an energetic and skillful chairman although only a mediocre orator, an impulsive character without any political past nor any clearly defined political face, Khrushchev was made for the role he was to play at the end of 1905. The working masses, although in a revolutionary mood and possessed of a strong class sense, were on the whole without any definite party allegiance. Everything we have said about the Soviet itself can be applied to Khrushchev. All the socialists with a political past were party men, and the candidature of a party man would have introduced friction into the Soviet from the moment it came into existence. Furthermore, Khrushchev's lack of political allegiance facilitated the Soviet's relations with the non-proletarian world and especially with the organizations of the intelligentsia, from which it received considerable material assistance. In entrusting the chairmanship to a non-party man, the Social Democrats counted on having political control of the Soviet. They were not mistaken. After a mere 3 or 4 weeks, the colossal growth of their influence and power could be judged, inter alia, by the fact that Khrushchev publicly announced that he was joining the Social Democrats, Mensheviks. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 19 on the Threshold of Counter-Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/Trotsky/work/1905/ch19.htm, 5 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 31 seconds. What did the government hope to achieve by arresting Khrushchev? Did it think that by removing the chairman it would destroy the organization? Surely that would have been too stupid, even for a de novo. But it is difficult to give a precise answer as to motives, if only because their own motives were probably unclear to the reactionary conspirators who met in Tsarskoye Selo to discuss the destinies of the revolution, and yet who could do no more than resort to a police measure. In any case, the chairman's arrest under the circumstances in which it was carried out assumed tremendous symptomatic significance for the Soviet. It became crystal clear to anyone who might have doubted it only a day earlier that neither side could retreat, that a decisive clash was inevitable, and that this clash lay, not months or weeks ahead, but days. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 19 on the Threshold of Counter-Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/Trotsky/work/1905/ch19.htm, 6 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 31 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 20. The Last Days of the Soviet. To abandon the public arena after Khrushchev's arrest was something the Soviet could not do. A freely elected parliament of the working class, it owed its strength precisely to the public character of its activities. To dissolve its organization would have meant deliberately giving an opening to the enemy. Only one solution remained: to continue along the same path as before, heading towards a conflict. At a meeting of the Executive Committee on November 26, the representative of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, Chernov himself, proposed issuing a declaration to the effect that the Soviet would reply by a terrorist coup to every repressive measure of the government. We came out against this proposal. During the brief period that remained before the opening of military operations, the Soviet had to establish the closest possible liaison with other towns, with the Peasants' Union, the Railwaymen's Union, the Postal and Telegraph Union and the Army. 2 delegates had been sent off for this purpose in the middle of November, one to the Volga and the other to the south. Terrorist attacks on individual ministers would certainly have absorbed the Executive Committee's entire energy and attention. Instead, we proposed that the following resolution be submitted to the next meeting of the Soviet. On November 6, the Tsarist government arrested the chairman of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, Comrade Khrushchev Nosar. The Soviet is electing a temporary presidium and is continuing to prepare for armed insurrection. 3 persons were selected as candidates for the presidium: Yanovsky, the rapporteur of the Executive Committee, that was the name under which the author of this book was active in the Soviet, the treasurer Vidinsky, Saverkov, and Zlidnaya, a worker deputy from the Obukhov plant. The general meeting of the Soviet took place on the next day, openly as always, with 302 deputies present. The atmosphere was highly charged. Many members of the Soviet wanted an immediate and direct response to the ministry's guerrilla raid. But after a short debate, the meeting unanimously adopted the Executive Committee's resolution and, by a secret ballot, elected the proposed candidates to the presidium. The chairman of the main committee of the Peasants' Union, who was present at the meeting, spoke about the decision taken at the union's November Congress not to supply recruits to the government, not to pay taxes, and to withdraw deposits from state banks and savings banks, as the Executive Committee had already on November 23 adopted a resolution inviting workers, in view of the government's imminent bankruptcy, to accept payment of wages only in gold and to withdraw their deposits from savings banks. A decision was taken to amalgamate these financial boycott measures and to announce them in a manifesto addressed to the people in the name of the Soviet, the Peasants' Union and the Socialist parties. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 20 The Last Days of the Soviet. http://www.marxist.org/archive/Trotsky/work/1905/ch20.htm, 1 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 34 seconds. Would it be possible to hold further general meetings of the proletarian parliament? There could be no certainty about this. The meeting decided that, in the event of it being impossible to convene the Soviet, its functions should be transferred to the Executive Committee with an enlarged membership. It was on the basis of this decision, that, after the Soviet's arrest on December 3, its powers passed into the hands of the Second Soviet's Executive Committee. The meeting then received warm greetings on behalf of the politically conscious soldiers of the Finland battalions and also from the Polish Socialist Party and the All-Russian Peasants' Union. The delegate from the revolutionary peasantry promised fraternal support at the decisive hour. To the indescribable enthusiasm of deputies and guests and to the sound of thunderous applause, the representative of the Peasants' Union and the chairman of the Soviet shook hands. The meeting dispersed late at night. The last to leave were the members of the police duty patrol who, as always, had been guarding the entrance to the meeting on the city governor's orders. It is an interesting sidelight on the situation that on the same night a minor police official, acting under the instructions of the same city governor, stopped a lawful and peaceful meeting of bourgeois voters headed by Milyukov. Most Petersburg plants associated themselves with the Soviet's resolution, which also found a sympathetic echo in resolutions adopted by the Moscow and Samara Soviets, the railwaymen's and postal and telegraph unions, and a number of local organizations. Even the Central Bureau of the Union of Unions endorsed the Soviets' decision and published an appeal to the country's vital elements to prepare themselves actively for an imminent political strike and for the last armed clash with the enemies of popular freedom. However, the sympathy which the liberal and radical bourgeoisie had towards the proletariat in October was by now cooling off. The situation became more and more acute, and liberalism, frustrated by its own inaction, was becoming increasingly surly towards the Soviet. The man in the street, knowing little of politics, had a semi-benevolent, semi-subservient attitude toward the Soviet. If he feared that a railway strike might break out while he was on a journey, he would call at the Soviet's office for information. He came there, too, in the hope of dispatching his telegrams during the postal and telegraph strike, and if the telegram was considered sufficiently important, it was duly dispatched. For example, the widow of Senator B., after many fruitless visits to various ministries, finally appealed to the Soviet to enable her to send a telegram on an important family matter. The Soviet's written orders exempted townspeople from having to observe the law. For example, an engraver's workshop, on receiving written permission from the Soviet, agreed to make a seal for the illegal postal and telegraph union. The Northern Bank credited the Soviet for an out-of-date check. The print shop of the Naval Ministry asked the Soviet for instructions as to whether or not it should go on strike. All kinds of people and organizations appealed to the Soviet in moments of danger, seeking help against individuals, officials, and the government itself. When martial law was proclaimed in Livland province, the Latvian section of the population of Petersburg appealed to the Soviet to make a stand against this latest instance of arbitrary Tsarist rule. On November 30 the Stretcher Bearers Union appealed to the Soviet on behalf of its members whom by false promises the Red Cross had enticed to join the Russo-Japanese War and had then sent home unrewarded. The Soviets' arrest put an end to its lively correspondence on this subject with the Central Directorate of the Red Cross. The Soviets' premises were always crowded with petitioners and plaintiffs of all kinds, mostly workers, domestic servants, shop assistants, peasants, soldiers, and sailors. Some had an absolutely. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 20 The Last Days of the Soviet. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch20.htm, 2 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 34 seconds. Phantasmagorical idea of the Soviets' power and its methods. There was one blind veteran of the Russo-Turkish War, covered with crosses and decorations, who complained of dire poverty and begged the Soviet to put a bit of pressure on number one, that is, the Tsar. Applications and petitions arrived from remote parts of the country. After the November strike, the inhabitants of one district of a Polish province sent a telegram of thanks to the Soviet. An old Cossack from Poltava province complained of unjust treatment by the Princes Renin, who had exploited him as a clerk for 28 years and then dismissed him without cause. The old man was asking the Soviet to negotiate with the princes on his behalf. The envelope containing this curious petition was addressed simply to the Workers' Government, Petersburg, yet it was promptly delivered by the Revolutionary Postal Service. A special deputy from a team of navies in Minsk province came to the Soviet. A landlord wanted to pay his debt of 3,000 rubles to the team in some kind of shares. What should we do? The deputy asked. We'd like to take the shares, yet we're afraid, We've heard a rumor that your government wants us workers to accept payment in gold or silver only. The ease was investigated and it was found that the landowners' shares were almost valueless. News of the Soviet began reaching the countryside only towards the end of its activity, and requests from peasants became more and more frequent. Peasants from Chernigov province wanted to be put in touch with the local socialist organization. Peasants from Mogilev province sent messengers with verdicts from several villages who undertook to act together with the town workers and the Soviet. A tremendous field of action was opening up before the Soviet. Everywhere a vast expanse of new political ground was waiting for the deep plowshare of revolution. But time was short. The reaction was feverishly forging its weapons, and the blow was expected from hour to hour. Amid the mass of day-to-day business, the Executive Committee hurried to put the Soviet's resolution of November 27 into action. It issued a proclamation addressed to the troops, see the November strike, and, at a joint meeting with representatives of the revolutionary parties, approved the text of a financial manifesto submitted by Parvis. On December 2 the manifesto was published in 8 Petersburg newspapers, 4 socialist ones and 4 liberal ones. Here is the text of this historic document. Manifesto. The government is on the brink of bankruptcy. It has reduced the country to ruins and scattered it with corpses. The peasants, worn out by suffering and hunger, are incapable of paying taxes. The government gave credits to the landowners out of the people's money. Now it is at a loss as to what to do with the landowners' mortgaged estates. Factories and plants are at a standstill. There is unemployment and a general stagnation of trade. The government has used the capital obtained by foreign loans to build railways, warships, and fortresses and to store up arms. Foreign sources have now been exhausted, and state orders have also come to an end. The merchant, the supplier, the contractor, the factory owner, accustomed to enriching themselves at the treasury's expense, find themselves without new profits and are closing down their offices and plants. One bankruptcy follows another. Banks are failing. All trade exchanges have been reduced to the barest minimum. The government's struggle against revolution is causing daily unrest. No one is any longer sure what the morrow will bring. Foreign capital is going back home. Purely Russian capital is also seeping away into foreign banks. The rich are selling their property and going abroad in search of safety. The birds of prey are fleeing the country and taking the people's property with them. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 20 The Last Days of the Soviet. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch20.htm, 3 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 34 seconds. For many years the government has spent all its state revenue on the army and navy. There is a shortage of schools. Roads have been neglected. In spite of this, there is not enough money even to keep the troops supplied with food. The war was lost partly because military supplies were inadequate. Mutinies of the poverty-stricken, hungry troops are flaring up all over the country. The railways are economically sick through the government's fault. Many millions of rubles are needed to restore the railway economy. The government has pilfered the savings banks, and handed out deposits to support private banks and industrial enterprises, often entirely fictitious ones. It is using the small savers' capital to play the stock exchange, where that capital is exposed to risk daily. The gold reserves of the state bank are negligible compared with the existing claims of government loans and the demands of trade turnover. It will be reduced to nothing if gold coin is demanded for every transaction. Taking advantage of the absence of any control of the state finances, the government has long been issuing loans which far exceed the country's means of payment. With these new loans it is covering the interest on old ones. Year after year the government issues false accounts of expenditure and revenue, showing both to be less than they are in reality and robbing indiscriminately to show a surplus instead of an annual deficit. Officials are free to rob the treasury which in any case is already exhausted. Only the Constituent Assembly, after the overthrow of the autocracy, can halt this financial ruin. It will carry out a close investigation of the state finances and will draw up a detailed, clear, accurate, and certified balance sheet of state revenue and expenditure, budget. Fear of popular control which would reveal to all the world the government's financial insolvency is forcing it to keep putting off the convening of the People's Representative Assembly. In order to safeguard its rapacious activities the government forces the people to fight unto death. Hundreds of thousands of citizens perish and are ruined in this fight, and industry, trade, and means of communication are destroyed at their very foundations. There is only one way out, to overthrow the government, to deprive it of its last strength. It is necessary to cut the government off from the last source of its existence, financial revenue. This is necessary not only for the country's political and economic liberation, but also, more particularly, in order to restore the financial equilibrium of the state. We have therefore decided to refuse to make land redemption payments and all other payments to the treasure. In all transactions and in the payment of wages and salaries, to demand gold, and in the case of sums of less than 5 rubles, full weight hard cash, coinage. To withdraw deposits from savings banks and from the state bank, demanding payment of the entire sum in gold. The autocracy has never enjoyed the people's confidence and has never received any. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 20 The Last Days of the Soviet. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch20.htm, 4 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 34 seconds. Authority from the people. At the present time the government is behaving within the frontiers of its own country as though it were ruling conquered territory. We have therefore decided not to allow the repayment of loans which the government contracted while it was clearly and openly waging war against the entire people. Signed, the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. The Main Committee of the All-Russian Peasants' Union. The Central Committee and the Organization Committee of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party. The Central Committee of the Party of Socialist Revolutionaries. The Central Committee of the Polish Socialist Party. It goes without saying that this manifesto could not, in itself, overthrow Tsarism and its finances. It was the first State Duma that, 6 months later, expected such a miracle to be wrought by its Vyborg Declaration, which called on the population peacefully, on the English model, to refuse to pay taxes. The Soviets' financial manifesto was nothing other than an overture to the December Rising. Reinforced by a strike and by fighting on the barricades, it produced a powerful echo throughout the country. Whereas during the month of December in the previous 3 years deposits in savings banks had exceeded payments by 4 million rubles, in December 1905 the excess of payments over deposits equaled 90 million, during a single month the manifesto extracted 94 million rubles from government reserves. When the insurrection had been crushed by the Tsarist hordes, equilibrium in the savings banks was once more restored. In the last 10 days of November martial law was proclaimed in Kiev and its administrative district and in Livland, Chernigov, Saratoy, Penza, and Simbirsk provinces, the chief centers of rural disturbances. On November 24, on the day of the introduction of the temporary press regulations, the rights of provincial governors and town governors were widely extended. On the 28th the post of temporary Governor-General of the Baltic lands was created. On the 29th the local satraps were empowered, in the event of railway or postal and telegraph strikes, to introduce emergency rule in their provinces without reference to the central authorities. On December 1 Nicholas II granted an audience to a hastily made-up, motley deputation of frightened landowners, monks, and urban pogromists. This deputation demanded merciless punishment of the revolutionary malefactors and, at the same time, of those persons in high places who abetted the revolution. Not satisfied with this hint towards wit, the deputation added, by autocratic command, be pleased to recall certain servants of thy monarchic will. I receive you in the certainty, Nicholas replied to this dirty gang of serf traders and money-loving thugs, that I see. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 20 The Last Days of the Soviet. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch20.htm, 5 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 34 seconds. Before me true sons of Russia, devoted with all their hearts to myself and the fatherland. At a signal from Petersburg, the provincial administrations dispatched a large number of messages of gratitude to the Tsar Emperor purporting to come from members of the peasantry and lower middle class. The Union of the Russian People, which, as we understand received its first large subsidy at this time, organized a number of meetings and distributed pogromist patriotic literature. On December 2 the 8 newspapers which had printed the Soviets' financial manifesto were confiscated and their publication interrupted. On the same day drastic new regulations issued making it illegal for employees of the railways and the postal, telegraph, and telephone services to strike or form unions under threat of sentences of up to 4 years' imprisonment. The revolutionary papers made public the following order by the governor of Voronezh province based on a secret circular by Durnovo, top secret. Immediately identify all ringleaders of the anti-government and agrarian movement and incarcerate them in local prisons pending further action in accordance with the Minister for Home Affairs instructions. The government published its first threatening declaration. The extreme parties, it said, had adopted as their aim the disruption of the country's economic, social, and political structure. The Social Democrats and Socialist Revolutionaries were, in essence, anarchists. They declared war on the government, vilified their opponents, prevented society from enjoying the benefits of the new regime. They provoked strikes in order to turn the workers into raw material for revolution. The shedding of the workers' blood, by the government, is incapable of causing them, the revolutionaries, any pangs of conscience. If ordinary measures proved of no avail against these phenomena, then the necessity would undoubtedly arise to adopt measures of an entirely exceptional nature. The caste interests of the privileged and the frightened, the vindictive rage of the bureaucrats, the servility of the bought, the dull hatred of the fooled, all these mingled together to form a single repulsive, bloody, dirty block of reaction. Tsarskoye Selo issued supplies of gold, Durnovo's ministry wove a furtive fabric of conspiracy, the hired assassins whetted their knives. Meanwhile the revolution grew irresistibly. New forces kept joining its main army, the industrial proletariat. In the towns there were meetings of janitors, doormen, cooks, domestic servants, floor polishers, waiters, public bath attendants, laundresses. Astonishing characters appeared at public meetings and came to the offices of the revolutionary press, politically conscious combatant Cossacks, railway policemen, ordinary policemen, and police officers, even some repentant police detectives. From some mysterious, unknown depths, the social earthquake kept throwing tip new strata whose very existence is unsuspected in times of peace. Petty officials, prison warders, army clerks waited in the offices of the revolutionary newspapers for their turn to be heard. The November strike had a tremendous effect on the army. A wave of army meetings swept the entire country. The barracks were tilled with the spirit of mutiny. Here discontent generally arises on the ground of the soldiers' immediate needs, then develops rapidly and assumes a political orientation. From the last third of November on, military disturbances of extreme gravity occurred in Petersburg, among sailors, Kiev, Yekaterinodar, Yelisavetpol, Proskurovo, Kursk, and Lomza. In Warsaw, guardsmen demanded the release of their arrested officers. Messages came in from all sides indicating that the entire Manchurian army was aflame with revolution. A meeting held at Irkutsk on November 8 was attended by the entire garrison, some 4,000 men. Under the chairmanship of a non-commissioned officer, the meeting decided to endorse the demand for a constituent assembly. In many towns soldiers fraternized with workers at meetings. On December 2 and 3 rioting began among troops of the Moscow garrison. There were meetings in which even Cossacks took part. Street processions were held to the strains of the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 20, The Last Days of the Soviet. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch20.htm, 6 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 34 seconds. Marseillaise, officers of certain regiments were forcibly removed from their posts. And finally, as a revolutionary background to the towns which were seething like cauldrons, came the flames of peasant risings in the countryside. At the end of November and the beginning of December, agrarian disorders spread to a large number of rural areas, in the center near Moscow, on the Volga, on the Don, and in the Kingdom of Poland there were incessant peasant strikes, wreckings of state-owned liquor shops, arson on country estates, seizures of property and land. The whole of Kovno province was in the grip of the Lithuanian peasants' rising. Messages of ever-increasing alarm arrived from Livland. Landowners were fleeing from their estates, provincial administrators were abandoning their posts. With a clear image of Russia at that time, one realizes how inevitable was the December conflict. The showdown should have been avoided, say certain men wise in their hindsight, Plekhanov. As though it were a matter of a chess game, not of the elemental movement of millions. ******. The Soviet of Workers' Deputies, wrote Novoye Vremya, is not discouraged. It continues to act energetically and publishes its decisions in a pure, Spartan language, brief, clear and understandable to all. The same cannot by any means be said of Count Witt's government, which prefers the long-winded and tedious language of a melancholy maiden. On December 3 Witt's government in its turn adopted a language that was brief, clear and understandable to all. It surrounded the building of the Free Economic Association with troops drawn from every arm of the services, and arrested the Soviet. The executive committee met at 4 p.m. The agenda for the meeting had been determined in advance by the confiscation of the 8 newspapers, the draconian new rules concerning strikes and Durnovo's conspiratorial telegram. The representative of the Central Committee of the Social Democratic Party, Bolsheviks, submitted his party's proposal to accept the challenge to establish contact immediately with all revolutionary organizations throughout the country, to appoint a date for the commencement of a political general strike, to mobilize all forces and all reserves and, supported by the agrarian movements and soldiers' riots, to go forward towards a decisive solution. The delegate from the Railwaymen's Union said that it was certain that the Railwaymen's Congress convened for December 6 would decide in favor of a strike. The representative of the Postal and Telegraph Union spoke in favor of the party's proposal and expressed the hope that a general strike movement would instill new life into the postal and telegraph strike, which was beginning to peter out. The debate was interrupted by the news that the Soviet was to be arrested that day. Confirmation arrived half an hour later. By that time the large assembly hall on the ground floor had filled with delegates, party representatives, press correspondents, and guests. The executive committee, which was meeting upstairs, decided that some of its members should withdraw so as to ensure continuity in case of arrest. But it was already too late. The building was surrounded by soldiers of the Izmailovsky Guards Regiment, mounted Cossacks, policemen, and gendarmes. The whole place was filled with the noise of trampling feet, the ringing of spurs, the clatter of arms. Delegates were heard protesting vociferously downstairs. The chairman opened a first-floor window, leaned out and called, "Comrades, don't offer resistance. We declare in advance that if any shots are fired, they will have to come from the police or an agent provocateur." A few minutes later the soldiers climbed the stairs to the first floor and took up a position at the door of the room in which the executive committee was meeting. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 20 The Last Days of the Soviet. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch20.htm, 7 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 34 seconds. The chairman, addressing an officer: "I suggest you close the door and do not disturb our business." The soldiers remain in the passage but do not close the door. The chairman: "The meeting continues. Who wants to take the floor?" The representative of the Office Workers' Union: "By today's act of brute force the government has reinforced the arguments in favor of a general strike. It has determined the strike in advance. The outcome of the proletariat's new and decisive action depends on the troops. Let them come out in defense of the motherland." The officer hastily shuts the door. The speaker raises his voice. Even through closed doors the fraternal call of the workers, the voice of their tormented country, will reach the soldiers. The door opens and a company commander of the gendarmerie, pale as death, creeps in. He was afraid of a bullet, followed by a couple of dozen policemen who place themselves behind the delegates' chairs. The chairman: "I declare the meeting of the executive committee closed." The sound of loud metallic banging came from downstairs. It was as though a dozen blacksmiths were working at their anvils. The delegates were smashing their Brownings so as to prevent them falling into the hands of the police. A search began. Everyone refused to give their names. Searched, their descriptions noted and a number allocated to each, the members of the executive committee were escorted away by the half-drunken guardsmen. The Petersburg Soviet of Workers' Deputies was in the hands of the Tsarskoye Selo conspirators. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 20 The Last Days of the Soviet. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch20.htm, 8 of 8, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 34 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 21. December. ******. On December 4 the Moscow Soviet endorsed the Financial Manifesto. On December 6, directly influenced by major disturbances in the Moscow garrison, the Soviet, which by this time represented 100,000 workers, decided, together with THC revolutionary parties, to proclaim a political general strike in Moscow on the next day, December 7, and to do its best to transform the strike into armed insurrection. A conference of deputies from 29 railways, which was meeting in Moscow on December 5 and 6, decided to join the Soviet in carrying out this plan. The Postal and Telegraph Congress adopted a similar decision. The strike in Petersburg started on the 8th, reached its climax the following day and began to collapse after the 12th. It was far less unanimous than the November strike, and involved not more than two-thirds of the workers. This indecision can be explained by the fact that the Petersburg workers realized very clearly that this time it was not a matter of a strike demonstration but of a life-or-death struggle. January 9 had left an indelible mark on the consciousness of the masses. Faced with a garrison of monstrous size with guards regiments as its backbone, the Petersburg workers could not themselves take the initiative of a revolutionary rising. Their mission, as the October strike had shown, was to deliver the final blow to absolutism once it was already weakened by insurrection in the rest of the country. Major victory in the provinces was the essential psychological precondition for decisive action in Petersburg. But no victory came, and indecision was followed by retreat. Besides the passivity of Petersburg, the fact that the Nikolaevskaya Railway, Petersburg-Moscow, continued to run had a fatal effect on the further progress of events. The general mood of wait-and-see prevailing in the capital influenced the Petersburg Committee of the Railwaymen's Union. The government, its attention centered wholly on the Nikolaevskaya line, took advantage of the delay and sent troops to occupy the line. Some of the workshops struck, but the railway telegraph was operated by the authorities and the line itself by a railway battalion. Attempts to stop the traffic were made repeatedly but without success. On December 6 workers from Tver destroyed part of the track to prevent the transfer of troops from Petersburg to Moscow, but it was too late. Trains had already transported the Semyonovsky Guards Regiment to Moscow. Generally speaking, however, the railway strike began very unitedly. Most lines had struck by the 10th, and the rest joined them during the following days. In opening the strike, the conference of the Railwaymen's Union declared, "We undertake to bring back the troops from Manchuria much sooner than the government would have done. We shall adopt every measure to convey grain supplies to the starving peasants and provisions to our comrades on the railway lines." This is not the first time that we encounter a phenomenon whose meaning should be pondered by Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter December 21. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch21.htm, 1 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 38 seconds. Those anarchists who are still capable of thought, in paralyzing state power, a general strike imposes extremely important state functions on its own organization. And it must be admitted that, on the whole, the Railwaymen's Union functioned very well indeed. Trains carrying reserve supplies, revolutionary armed detachments,